Chapter 1. 001 Sorry, my family tree does not have you under, so don't touch me. The boy didn't look at her, he just carefully wiped his hand touched by her with a tissue and casually threw it in the trash can. His voice was indifferent. Bai Lian leaned against the tree, replaying the scene in her mind over and over. Her wet black hair clung to her pale neck. She wrapped herself in a black coat, yawned lazily, and then reported a number to the elderly man beside her. The elderly man adjusted his glasses on his nose bridge, happy to see that she finally remembered a number, and dialed it on his phone. The call connected quickly. Hello, is this Song Min speaking? Yes. The elderly man was very polite. Okay, Bai Lian fell into the water by accident at the lakeside of Mingtai Villa. Could you come to pick her up? There was silence on the other end for a moment before he recalled who this name belonged to, his tone restrained and annoyed. Don't call me again. The call was disconnected. The elderly man was stunned. He, Bai Lian, still seated on the rock, chimed in. He? My fiancé, I presume. Drenched, one might expect a desolate figure, but there she sat, with her hands crossed over her chest, leaning against a tree. Confusion shimmered in the depths of her dark eyes, like a white tiger that had nodded off in haste and woke up lazy, not knowing where it was. What about your other family members? She pondered for a moment. They are hosting a banquet to celebrate the birthday of a daughter from a concubine. The old man looked at the pretty, well-mannered girl, unsure how to comfort her. It's fine. Bai Lian cocked her head, chuckling lightly. Thank you for saving me, I'll sit here for a while longer. He was busy with other matters, having saved Bai Lian from drowning by chance. He had initially thought the girl was determined to die, yet to his surprise, after her heartbeat stopped for 2 minutes, she woke up. She didn't seem to have any intention of committing suicide again. Don't sit too long, you might catch a cold. He left her his phone number, took one more look at the black coat she wore, and then hurried away to catch his flight. Bai Lian put away the note, watching him disappear into the distance. She stood there for a long while before she tugged at her uniquely styled clothing and reseated herself on the rock, elbow propped on her knee, and the palm loosely supporting her chin. This body was also named Bai Lian. She had looked at her reflection in the water. She looked just like her. Her mother, 2 years ago, upon finding out that her husband not only had a mistress but also had fathered 2 illegitimate children, divorced him and didn't fight for Bai Lian's custody. She left nonchalantly. The original owner of the body was unruly and undisciplined, and this time, was caught cheating during the preliminary exams. While being scolded in the office by her teacher, she saw Song Min delivering homework. On instinct, the original owner grabbed her fiancé's hand, and he responded coldly and disdainfully, pulling away from her, saying that sentence, "Don't touch me." Remembering this, Bai Lian propped her chin on her hand, her fingers with distinct joints lightly resting against her cheek. What was the original owner doing with her pretty face? She tightened the overcoat with a hint of silver grass scent around her. Not strong, a bit chilly. Bai Lian looked at the solar lights shimmering in the distance, her eyes sparkling with bright stars. She just sat there on the stone, quietly observing this amazing world. She didn't know how long had passed before a blinding car light approached. She shielded her eyes with her hand to block the light. Miss, the driver got out of the driver's seat and opened the door to the back seat of the business car. As the door to the business car opened, a graceful-looking girl in an exquisite dress, sitting on the outer side, came into view. After standing up, Bai Lian realized the back seat was not only occupied by Bai Shaoqi but also by a haughty young man sitting next to her, looking down at his phone. Oh, Song Min's sister. Bai Shaoqi glanced lightly at Bai Lian. She moved to a seat in the front for her and took the last 3-seater row in the back. You sit in the front. The young man, originally looking at his phone, furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Upon seeing Bai Shaoqi moving back, he too silently put away his phone and squeezed into the back seat without a word. The driver gave Bai Lian an awkward glance. Each time this scene unfolded, the miss would become as if she were mad. Miss Master Song Bai Lian flicked the hair from her forehead while sorting through her memories. She didn't sit in the back but gestured for the driver to open the passenger door instead. The car headed towards the Bai family home. Min, Bai Shaoqi suddenly broke the silence in the back seat. Did you log into my account? You solved that problem using Fourier transformation? That approach won't work, I've tried it. Looking down on me, what if I managed to solve it? She reached for Song Min's phone. Song Min quickly guarded his phone. He would meticulously clean anywhere the original owner touched him, yet he didn't have any aversion to Bai Shaoqi. Then I'll help you with your duty roster. Bai Shaoqi? Ah, duty roster again? Are you complaining? Both of them were in the international class at Xinjiang Preparatory Camp, Key Talents of the Year, and often took various competitive courses together. Bai Shaoqi was not at all inferior to any boy in the sciences. They spoke as if no one else were present, impossible for others to interject. The driver glanced at Bai Lian sitting quietly and obediently in the passenger seat, feeling a bit embarrassed. He explained to her, "The software Miss and Master Song are discussing is from Jianghu Preparatory Camp. This year there are 10 spots and they..." Halfway through his words, the driver remembered that Bai Lian had cheated for this spot and immediately closed his mouth. The Bai family mansion. Bai Qiming sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting for Bai Shaoqi and Song Min to return. "Song Min came back with me to get my brother's notebook," Bai Shaoqi said to Bai Qiming with a smile. Bai Lian ignored their pleasantries and sat down directly on the sofa, tapping the coffee table absent-mindedly with her fingertips to signal the butler to pour her some tea. After the butler served her the tea, she lowered her head and casually blew on it. "You have intense study sessions and also practice the guzheng. Don't overexert yourself." Bai Qiming gently handed the teacher appreciation card to Bai Shaoqi, speaking gently, "Practice the white robe journey well these next 2 days, Principal Jian is very fond of it." Song Min was clearly surprised. "You know the white robe journey?" Bai Shaoqi was modest. "I've only learned a little." Bai Lian leaned back on the sofa, gathering her half-dry black hair behind her ear, gazing at the teacher appreciation card for a long while before lazily interrupting their polite chat with a tap on the rim of her cup. "That appreciation card was my birthday gift from 2 years ago." Bai Shaoqi's voice paused, and she narrowed her eyes at Bai Qiming's teacher appreciation card. Then, with a smirk that was not quite a smile, she said, "Sister also learned to play the Chinese zither?" Upon hearing this, Song Min, who was standing nearby, lowered his head. Everybody in Beijing knows that Bai Lian has no real skills. Bai Qiming cast a reassuring glance at Bai Shaoqi and then turned his gaze to Bai Lian, his voice turning cold. "Principal Jian is a professor at Jianghu University. She's very strict with her students. You have no musical talent, so it's useless for you to have it. Shaoqi is more suitable than you are." Bai Lian held the teacup, looking very harmless as she replied, "No musical talent?" She chuckled. "Quite interesting. She had switched bodies. Did I say something wrong?" Bai Qiming's eyes were heavy, but he thought she was being evasive. "You drove away 3 teachers, even fell asleep in Teacher Li's music room, and after studying for a year, tell me, do you even know how many strings a guzheng has?" "So that was it." Bai Shaoqi withdrew her gaze. "Dad, if sister wants to learn, then let her have it. I'm going upstairs." Lowering her eyes with an openly mocking smile, she touched her sleeve, clearly disgusted by Bai Lian's behavior. It was nothing more than parroting. She went upstairs, not in the best of moods. Seeing her leave, Song Min followed her. He indifferently walked past Bai Lian without sparing her a glance. Song Min had known since childhood that Bai Lian was his fiancée. Others said his fiancée was quite attractive, but to him Bai Lian was just that, a title, a fiancée. In his eyes she had no presence, she had left no impression on him in all these years. He had not the slightest interest in the very attractive Bai Lian spoken of by others. Once the two left, Bai Qiming's face darkened, and he handed the teacher appreciation card he was holding to the butler. He looked at Bai Lian indifferently. "Why did you cheat?" Bai Lian retorted, "I didn't. The Bai family's young lady cheated." "What did that have to do with her, Bai Lian?" Bai Qiming sneered coldly. "So you're telling me you ranked in the top 10 at school all on your own? Why is that impossible?" Bai Qiming found her refusal to admit any wrongdoing utterly hopeless. "Come with me to the ancestral hall." The ancestral hall contained many spirit tablets. Bai Qiming took 3 sticks of incense, solemnly paid his respects, and then said to Bai Lian, "Bai Lian, you're 18 now, not 8. When your elder brother was your age, he had already won several awards and handled several cases." He meant no sarcasm. He was simply telling the truth. When Bai Lian was in her first year of high school, Bai Qiming also put in a lot of effort, especially arranging for her to be in the same class as Song Min to foster affection. But Bai Lian did not keep up with the international class curriculum and fell to the regular class after the first exam. In contrast, Bai Shaoqi thrived, getting into the international class on her own merit and participating in various extra-credit competitions. Bai Lian was looking at the spirit tablets behind him, his every word treading upon her minefields. "Don't talk nonsense. Can the son of a mistress also count as my elder brother? Don't you have your own family tree? Or do you have to piggyback on mine?" she said, still in her clothes from outside, the black hair winding about her slender, pale neck. She leaned on her overcoat against the door frame and lightly laughed at Bai Qiming. The family butler watched from the side, his heart racing. The recognition in Bai Lian's strikingly beautiful face as she smiled was akin to that of a highly intelligent psychopath. A scent of blood was in the air. Bai Qiming had never been defied like this before, especially by Bai Lian, the daughter he least respected. His face turned red with anger. Rebellious child, you're completely unreasonable. He placed the incense properly. Not to mention competing with Shaoqi, even if you had 1/10 of her. But throughout Bai family's 200-year history, there has never been someone like you. He looked Bai Lian up and down, defining her word by word. A cheat in exams, a good-for-nothing scholar. Repent properly in front of your ancestors, and don't come out until you realize what you've done wrong, otherwise. He looked down at Bai Lian from his superior position as if appraising an inconsequential product. Go back to Xiangqing and don't ever set foot in the Bai family mansion again. Chapter 2. 002 Did Miss admit her mistake? _1 The ancestral shrine doors were closed. The butler's anxiety, which had risen to his throat, slowly settled down. He looked at Bai Lian, his gaze equally complex. Xiangqing, the most remote and also the furthest city from Jiangjing on the border of Beijing. Dirty, chaotic, a haven for crooks and criminals, the most corrupt place in the country, that even lacked a high-speed train station. Bai Lian seemed contemplative as she looked at the Bai family ancestral tablets, with only 200 years of history. With complex emotions she asked the butler, "Is white clothes still around?" White clothes is one of the 10 most famous ancient tunes, the school song of Jiangjing University, known to any schoolchild, so the butler thought she was making conversation and replied, "Miss, why must you create such a spectacle? A person's destiny is what it is from birth. That's why some can turn their fate around even born in adversity, while others, despite being given the best conditions, merely squander their potential." The eldest young master had grown up in harsh conditions but had become the top student in the city and went to Jiangjing University, even had a PhD supervisor, backed by the Jiangjing family. The status of the Bai family in Beijing was increasingly stable, and everyone knew the eldest young master was destined for greatness. Bai Qiming was waiting for Bai Shaoka and his sister to bring glory to the family, to enroll in Jiangjing, and hopefully even get a mention in the provincial or city annals. In contrast to Bai Lian. What isn't yours will never be yours, and the second Miss accomplishments today are all due to her own abilities, the butler said for a while and then felt it unnecessary to waste time with her and turned around. He had to deliver the letter of introduction to the second Miss right away. No sooner had the butler turned around than Bai Lian spoke in a soft voice, "Where are you taking my things?" The butler was stunned. He hadn't finished his sentence when suddenly, Bai Lian reached out and seized the collar of his shirt, her slender, fair fingertips exerting just a bit of force. A clear sensation of being strangled surged through his neck, forcing the butler to bend down involuntarily. His heart felt as if it was being gripped, and he was compelled to look into her dark eyes. He vaguely remembered that Bai Lian's mother, Ji Mulan, had once been a beauty who disturbed the entire Beijing. It seemed to everyone that Bai Lian hadn't inherited the fine qualities of Bai Qiming or Ji Mulan, and he had thought so too. But at that moment he was somewhat unsure. Bai Lian seemed to take pleasure in this for a while, then suddenly smiled again. She tightened her grip on him, asking slowly and deliberately, "Do you know what happened to the last person who provoked me?" The butler's face reddened quickly from the lack of oxygen. She let go of his throat, still unhurried, and she adjusted his collar for him, her voice soft and gentle. "You see, I was just making a little joke. What are you afraid of?" The move could be described as gentle. Yet inside, the butler felt his hair stand on end, and the alarm bells in his head were screaming wildly. He covered his neck with his hand, coughing continuously. Once again, his gaze towards Bai Lian was filled with fear. Bai Lian pushed him away and suddenly retracted her smile. Like boiling water suddenly turning to ice. She picked up the letter of introduction from his hand lazily with 2 fingers, casually blew off the non-existent dust from the name card, and said with an unclear meaning, "Make arrangements. I'm going to Xiangqing." 2 days later, Xiangqing. The most remote border city in the country, untouched by 3 years of poverty alleviation efforts. There were no developed transportation systems here, not even many slightly taller buildings. Bai Lian stood beneath the city wall, flipping back the hood of her sweatshirt and looking up. The ancient walls, weathered through thousands of years, collapsed stones, moss thriving in the shaded areas, flanked by rows of languid banyan trees, through whose gaps light and shadow flickered and danced. She held a black backpack in one hand, and beneath her feet 5 sticks of incense burned, their smoke spiraling into the clear sky. A little boy squatting on the ground, fixated on a large water wheel, glanced at her twice and seeing that Bai Lian hadn't moved on, continued to stare at the water wheel. A cell phone ringtone roused Bai Lian from her reverie. "Alien, haven't you arrived yet?" It was the voice of her maternal aunt in Xiangqing, tentative and cautious. Bai Lian scooped up her backpack and swung it onto her back. "I'll be right back." In the distance, a drop of water plummeted down, melting into the dust. She watched the incense burn down to stubs before she slapped the hood of her sweatshirt onto her head and walked toward the bus station. Outside of Xiangqing ran a moat, split and diverted into the city. Inside the city gates, a large wooden windmill was perched over the water. As the water flowed, the windmill rotated at a leisurely pace. The little boy, Yu Guang, noticing her departure, finally decided to move, following her to the bus stop. Bai Lian stood in the shade of the trees, looking down at the little friend who barely reached her waist. Her slender fingertips rested against her phone, tapping away casually. This little friend had been following her since he got on the bus with her from the train station. Chapter 3. 002 Did Miss admit her mistake? _2 His eyes were dark and bright, with a buzz cut, dressed in a white shirt, with a small blue knitted vest over it and black leather shoes, clean and tidy. Exquisite and beautiful. Everywhere was a sense of dissonance with the rundown town. "Why are you following me?" The child lowered his head, repeatedly unbuttoning and then fastening the cuff button, focusing on it as he said, "This morning my brother gave me half a banana, half. There were no seats at this bus stop, quite simple, not many cars on the road, just a few here and there." Bai Lian leaned lazily against the bus sign, dozing off. "I don't understand." "Oh, I'm waiting for my parents to pick me up and take me to their world," he said, still staring at a red ribbon on Bai Lian's left hand. "My brother can know where I'm at, he just can't be bothered with me." "Ah." Bai Lian tilted his head, suddenly opened his eyes to stare at him for a bit, then reached out to flick his forehead. "Then your brother is pretty cool." "Oh." The child's gaze shifted to a black car slowly approaching from across the street, silently rebelling against her last statement. Across the street, a black business Maybach. The buzz-cut driver rests one hand on the steering wheel, on high alert even in these harmless streets. He breathed a sigh of relief only when he saw the child across the street, pressing his Bluetooth earpiece. "All pull back, turn off the infrared, don't aim at the ordinary crowd." There was only a young man in the back seat, with a notebook in front of him that bore no logo, his white shirt buttoned up to the top button, with light-colored eyes and a pale complexion. He casually swiped the laptop screen, opening files. The email documents showed complex numerical formulas. He glanced over them, his thick eyelashes drooping slightly, typing comments with one hand. "Stop sending me junk." Jianghu casually pressed a few keys, and a voice pop-up window appeared in the lower left corner of the computer, featuring a man in a lab coat who complained, "I say, what did you do to those our country researchers?" "Speak." Jianghu was a man of few words. "Damn." The man laughed uncontrollably as if recalling something amusing. "Today they collectively filed a complaint against you to the Mensa Alliance. You know I can't reach the Alliance threshold, I heard from a teacher. Could this affect you?" The Mensa Alliance, a global alliance of top intellects. The entry requirements were extremely harsh, with only 100 members worldwide. Many countries didn't even have a single individual who could meet the threshold. In our country, only 3 people passed the assessment. Jianghu tapped idly on the tabletop with the tips of his fingers, giving a sharp comment, "Then I wish them success." The man on the other side gave a short laugh. "Okay, I got it." Jianghu turned off the computer screen, his gaze lazily moving to the window, his light-colored phoenix eyes veiling an inherent indifference. The one-way glass provided a clear view outside. The girl wore a white sweater, a bag casually slung over her right shoulder. Her left hand rested on the child's forehead. Her action revealed a glimpse of the wrist and the red ribbon tied around it, a vivid red about an inch wide, loosely wrapped twice around her pale wrist, fluttering gently with the wind. She sensed something and carelessly glanced this way. A fleeting glimpse. Jianghu's fingertips paused on the black flip of the laptop. The bus abruptly entered the disrupted scene. The child looked at the bus wavering exhaust fumes, really wanted to follow Bai Lian onto the bus, but didn't dare. So he stood still. The car opposite was in no rush, content to sit there unhurried. He unbuttoned and rebuttoned his jacket, dawdling for about 10 minutes before finally lifting his foot to walk towards the opposite car. The rear door opened automatically and he climbed in, hands and feet working together. Young Master Jianghu, the crew-cut driver glanced back and greeted. The little boy took a while before he let out an, "Oh," his reply slow, "Uncle Ming?" Meanwhile, at the Bai family's residence in Beijing. Family conference room. The meeting was drawing to its conclusion. Bai Shaoqi entered with her test papers in hand. An elder's eyes brightened immediately. He spoke up, "Shaoqi is back from school, come in quickly, we've just finished the meeting." The others all stood up to greet Bai Shaoqi in turn. "You're in your senior year now, aren't you?" The elder then said to Bai Qiming, "Qiming, our Bai family clan fully supports you, whatever Shaoqi needs, just mention it." The Bai family lineage already spanned 200 years, but it was only with the appearance of a scholar in the first generation that their ancestral records began. This scholar was also their founding ancestor. Since then, no one of note had emerged from the Bai lineage. Until Bai Shaoka appeared. "Thank you, Grand Elder." "Yes, she's in her senior year," Bai Qiming smiled, then shook his head. "However, the competition in her cohort is too fierce." Just from what Head heard, there were already 10 individuals contending for the valedictorian title, including Song Min. "Why haven't I seen Alien?" The Grand Elder looked towards the open doorway, puzzled at not seeing Bai Lian. Talk about jinxing the moment. Bai Qiming's mood plummeted, the smile fading from his lips. The conference room fell silent as the others dared not speak. "Let's leave first, Grand Elder." Bai Qiming, now riding high because of Bai Shaoka, was not someone the others in the clan wanted to irk. With the meeting over, they hastened to pull the Grand Elder out. Once outside the conference room, someone explained to the Grand Elder, Bai Lian was caught cheating on an exam at Beijing High School and might be expelled. Beijing High School was one of the top 10 schools nationwide, not easy to get into. The Bai family had put in great effort to have Bai Lian admitted, only for it to lead to such a scandal. "I originally thought that a genius like Ji Mulan wouldn't have descendants who lagged behind." The Grand Elder's face showed both annoyance and scorn upon hearing the news. He sighed, "It seems that small households truly cannot stand on the same stage as us." Inside the conference room. "You did very well." Bai Qiming took Bai Shaoqi's test paper, unsurprised to see a perfect score. After signing it, he handed it back to Bai Shaoqi. "Don't take your sister's behavior to heart." "I know," Bai Shaoqi nodded indifferently. She never considered Bai Lian as a rival, so there was no question of harboring any grudges. Bai Qiming then comforted his daughter. "Even though competition is fierce in your grade, if you can pass the interview with Principal Jian, and receive her teaching and recommendation, you might still make it into Jianghu. I will do my best." Her expression was proud and ambitious. Bai Shaoqi had always believed she would not end up like Bai Lian, stuck in place and looking up at others. Bai Qiming naturally believed in her as well. Head raised his children well from a young age, and they had never caused him any worry. He sent Bai Shaoqi back to her studies. After everyone had left, the butler came in to refill Bai Qiming's teacup. Picking up the cup for a sip, Bai Qiming suddenly thought of Bai Lian, his expression turning cold. "Where is she? Hasn't she admitted her wrongs yet?" The butler knew that she referred to Bai Lian. He dared not speak. Setting down the teacup, Bai Qiming picked up the phone on the desk and said coldly into the receiver, "Tell Bai Lian to come to the conference room to see me." Chapter 4. 003 Grandpa heads to learn liberal arts _1 Bai Qiming finished speaking and hung up the phone. Since ancient times, Jianghu has always been the capital, the economic center of Asia. Most of the country's inherited major families are located in Jianghu. Centering on Jianghu for cities in the southeast, northwest form a clear-cut circle of power and nobility, which to this day remains a chasm that one cannot cross. Almost everyone strives from birth to attend Jianghu University, that emblem of status and identity. And Xiangqing, a border town inhabited by all sorts of people, swarming with international fugitives, where countless people go missing each year, and most people earn a fixed salary, their lives set in stone once they enter the city. Naturally, Bai Qiming didn't think Bai Lian would go there. Businessmen prioritize profit, and his love for Ji Mulan had been wearing thin day by day. Accordingly, Bai Lian's status fell day by day. Even ordinary families can't treat everyone equally, let alone a grand household like the Bai family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unaware that Bai Lian had left the Bai family long ago. The servants downstairs were also restless upon receiving the call, not understanding Bai Qiming's intention, only exchanging worried glances. Where could they find another young miss to bring back? Shortly after, the servant who answered the phone nervously went upstairs to knock on the study door. "Where is she?" Bai Qiming glanced at him. The servant was on the verge of tears. The young Miss she, Butler Bai was by the side, his voice hoarse and his expression complex as he explained, "Sir, the young Miss, she set off for Xiangqing that night. As for the ancestral hall, she didn't even give it a glance." The study instantly fell into a cold silence. "Good, very good indeed." Bai Qiming's face was as grim as water, and he said indifferently, "Since she's so determined, let her transfer her household registration out too. From now on, whether she lives or dies, whether she is honored or disgraced, it has nothing to do with the Bai family." Bai Lian had caused trouble before, and there were times when Bai Qiming and Ji Mulan indulged her, but now she might be overestimating herself, truly believing that the Bai family would go to Xiangqing to beg her to return? Bai Qiming's rage naturally couldn't be concealed from others. Soon, the grand elder of the clan came to know of the matter. "Forget it, don't bother, let her seek her own fortune." The grand elder waved his hand, not concerned as long as Bai Shuk's name remained in the family register. "It's just a shame about that mentorship pledge," a cow chewing on a peony. When the Bai family first learned of Bai Shuk's existence, the grand elder personally made 3 respectful visits to invite him back to the Bai family, but Bai Lian's departure was of little consequence to the Bai family. In the hearts of grand elder and the others, Bai Lian was even less significant than that mentorship pledge. By the time Bai Lian received the message from the Bai family servant, she had already arrived at her uncle's neighborhood. She dismissed the message without a care. Bai Lian's uncle lived in the old district of Xiangqing. Unlike the high-rise buildings in the center of Beijing City, this neighborhood was quite run down. Her uncle's family lived on the 5th floor with no elevator, and the stairwell was dark and unlit. When she knocked on the door and entered, her aunt in a skirt stood up to greet her, her eyes clearly seeking favor as she reached out to take Bai Lian's suitcase. "Alien is here, why didn't you call so I could help you with your luggage?" Bai Lian didn't hand it over and her aunt chuckled awkwardly, stepping back. Bai Lian looked up. "Hello." A face that was languid, yet strikingly distinctive. Ji Auntie instantly felt that the shabby 100-square-meter home and the dim stairwell were utterly mismatched with her niece. "Let's eat first, Alien. This is your grandfather, you probably haven't met him before. Your uncle is still teaching students to paint. He won't be back until the evening. Do you remember your eldest uncle?" Ji Auntie was very enthusiastic and she introduced Bai Lian to her grandfather sitting on the couch. Bai Lian's gaze settled on her grandfather. Her grandfather Jiheng. According to the original owner's memory, Ji Mulan had a poor relationship with the Ji family and had only returned once in many years, standing at the door for a long time. Jiheng had not opened the door at that time, nor had he seen them. This was their first meeting. Jiheng sat on the fabric sofa, his eyes fixed on the TV playing news with reading glasses on his nose. His jacket, though washed and slightly faded, was embroidered with extremely delicate patterns. He sat with a straight back holding an old smoking pipe in his hand. After the aunt went to the kitchen and quite a while passed, Jiheng finally spoke in a muffled voice, "Has your mother been in touch with you these past 2 years?" Bai Lian looked at the exquisite embroidery on his body. She sat down on the couch with her eyes lowered and legs crossed, appearing docile and harmless, though her fingers idly twirled a red ribbon. "No." The original owner's mother had been out of touch for 2 years already. Jiheng nodded, lowered his head to silently draw a puff from his dry pipe and said no more. Bai Lian obediently sat for a while, but when she saw no one paying attention to her, she casually leaned against the couch and lazily took out her phone to browse the news. The lunch was bountiful, all to Bai Lian's liking. "Have you transferred your school registration yet?" In the midst of silence, Jiheng inquired. "It's being processed, it should be transferred in a couple of days. When your uncle comes back, have him help you contact the teachers at Xiangqing Middle School." The aunt felt something was amiss. "School records? What school records?" "I've transferred to Xiangqing to attend school." Bai Lian had only eaten a few bites of white rice before she put down her chopsticks. "I've left the Bai family." Aunt's mind buzzed. "Left? What do you mean by left?" Bai Lian pulled out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth, her tone nonchalant. "It means I was kicked out and I need to transfer my household registration too. I can't go back anymore." "What?" Aunt's voice was a bit shrill. "What about your dad?" Bai Lian looked at her with an "you tell me" expression. She didn't see any joke on Bai Lin's face. Aunt didn't eat much, she was distracted and didn't know what she was thinking about and couldn't resist taking out her phone to search. She didn't know what she saw in the news, but her expression turned sour and she didn't even wash the bowls. Uncle Bai Lian came back quite early, and before he had a chance to greet Jiheng, he was pulled into the room by Aunt. The soundproofing wasn't very good, and from the room came the muffled voice of Aunt. Ji Xiaojun, did you already know she would be staying here and had me prepare a room for her? Keep your voice down, Uncle Jay's voice was low. Dad and Alien are outside, but did you see the size of our house? Before long the two came out. All right. Jiheng picked up the pipe that was set aside, knocked it on the table making a loud noise. His wrinkled face showed no expression. He bowed his head to light it, and the smoke blurred his features. Alien, come to my place. Ji Xiaojun looked toward his father, opened his mouth, but knew once Jiheng decided something, no one could change his mind. Aunt paused for a moment. Then, smiling, she touched her hair. Dad, why don't you stay for dinner? No. Jiheng exhaled a ring of smoke, looking over at Bai Lian. Come back with me. Ji Xiaojun was a step behind Jiheng, waiting for him to leave first, then he turned to his wife. Shenqing, listen to yourself, what did you just say? Alien just got back today, is it appropriate to say those things? After many years of marriage, his wife wasn't without emotional intelligence. He didn't understand why she intentionally made Jiheng and Bai Lian hear those things. I made it a point to let your dad hear it. Everyone in your family acts the same. If I don't talk straight, your dad won't understand a word. Shenqing picked up a rag, her voice tinged with sarcasm. She was boiling with irritation. She knew all too well the kind of person her niece was, getting into fights, drag racing, bar hopping, she didn't miss a beat. Ji Mulan had a falling out with Jiheng when she was 18, and nobody in the Ji family knew she had married into a wealthy family. Shenqing had secretly seen it on Ji Xian's phone before. The Bai family had never acknowledged the Ji family as their poor relations. They hadn't visited Xiangqing once. She had hoped that with Bai Lian's return to Xiangqing, there might be a chance for her to socialize with the Bai family. Who could have known that Bai Lian was just like Ji Mulan, falling out with her wealthy father as well? I'm asking you, isn't she a senior like Wan Xian? Are we going to continue supporting her if she doesn't get into university next year? One Ji Mulan, one Ji Xiaorong, you won't let them lend a hand, yet you're cleaning up after her? The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She continued, your family always tries to act above it all, but can you eat pride? No wonder the Bai family favors that illegitimate child. This isn't about pride, it's about principles, Ji Xiaojun said as he opened the front door, glancing at Shenqing before going downstairs, and don't compare that illegitimate child with Alien. Shenqing stood there, her face cold, tossing the rag into the sink. Had she said anything wrong? Even Bai Lian's own mother abandoned her like an old shoe. She was just lucky to be born into a family with some protection. How could she compare to the highly intelligent illegitimate child of the Bai family? She didn't understand what were Jiheng and Ji Xiaojun holding onto. Outside. Ji Xiaojun quickly caught up to the two others, silently going to pick up Bai Lian's suitcase. Bai Lian paused, she looked at Ji Xiaojun for about 10 seconds before letting go. Ji Xiaojun hoisted the suitcase. Bai Lian watched his retreating figure for a long while before buckling her hat. She followed behind, leisurely searching on her phone for something that interested her. A new message popped up from one of the original owner's rowdy friends and she replied. The original owner didn't have many friends, mostly rich kids with nothing better to do. This was the only one who had contacted her in the past couple of days. Rowdy friend, what's with your fiancé? As she spoke, she sent a screenshot. Bai Lian clicked on the image, revealing a WeChat Moments screenshot. Bai Xiaoqi, this is the price you pay for underestimating others, playful. Image? The photo showed her distinguished fiancé sideways holding a rag and wiping a window. It was apparent that Bai Xiaoqi was well liked, with lots of responses, likes and comments beneath the photo. In Beijing City, who wouldn't recognize Song Min, the third young master of the Song family? Delightful to see, our young master Song has descended to the mortal realm. Only you could do this, goddess. Haha, insider here. Song Min always defies fate, but doesn't he forget that Xiaoqi is Bai Kaiming's little sister, right? He must think Xiaoqi is that young lady who couldn't last a day in our international class, did too poorly in sciences, and then was booted out to study liberal arts by our homeroom teacher in frustration. Chapter 5. 004 Purist Street Tyrant, How It's Made _1. What? She used to be in the international class? Confused face, how did she get in there? Listen to me, Class 2 is the real victim here, being dragged down by an aircraft carrier. Class 2 class representative, it's so annoying. Our humanities class grades were dragged down by her, and this time it's even better, she scored 0, she cheated alone and our whole class has to face the ridicule. Bai Shaoqi replied to Class 2 class representative. Sister has already gone to Xiangqing. This is the entire content of the screenshot. The original owner didn't add Bai Shaoqi on WeChat, nor did they add Song Min. The friend then messaged Bai Lian. I'm so pissed, she just deliberately replied to that message from the Class 2 representative, and everyone is spreading it like crazy. What's really going on? Are you actually in Xiangqing? Bai Lian, as you can see, I'm in Xiangqing. The friend, are you a fucking idiot for going to that back of beyond place? The friend? Bai Lian, smile, the friend, you send me a smile? Miss Bai isn't too familiar with modern people's smiles. She typed a question mark and went back to the search engine, looking up topics of interest. Jianghu doesn't live in a complex. He lives on Purist Street. In an undeveloped slum of Xiangqing, there is a large area of bungalows, dark and damp, with a street outside, a no-man's land full of bars and black markets at the end of the street, very chaotic. The river that faces Purist Street from afar marks the boundary between two countries. This area is particularly chaotic. Most of the time, even the police don't dare to interfere. Today, however, a few patrolling officers can be seen, with small bulges at their waists indicating they are armed. Ji Xiaojun glanced over and was surprised. Is someone patrolling today? It has been like this for some time now, Jianghu replied, holding his tobacco pipe as he walked toward an alley. Ji Xiaojun nodded. Having patrolling officers around was better, at least it ensured some safety in the area. After all, Bai Lian's face was quite dangerous in this part of town. The alleyways here are narrow and dimly lit, with cobblestone paths, and heaps of uncollected trash lying around bends. Stepping on the stones sometimes squeezed out black water, a stark contrast to the brightly lit Beijing. Bai Lian remained quiet throughout, not commenting on the conditions here. After winding through several alleys, they finally arrived at Jianghu's residence, with low houses all around. Jianghu took out his keys to open the gate to a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't big. In the middle was a Chinese parasol tree with a stone table beneath it and a well. Jianghu, with his pipe in hand, pointed to the room on the right. That's where your mother used to live. You'll sleep there. The conditions are what they are. If you're not comfortable, you can head back to the Bai family. Having said that, Jianghu turned and entered his own room. Ji Xiaojun gave Bai Lian a comforting smile, relieved to see she hadn't objected, and then brought her suitcase inside. The room was old, but everything inside had been well preserved and was clean. Bai Lian opened her suitcase and took out a pile of books, placing them on the desk near the window. Alien you. Ji Xiaojun thought her suitcase would contain her clothes or women's cosmetics, but it was filled with books. He paused for a while before saying softly, don't worry about school. We'll figure something out. He went out to look for Jianghu. Bai Lian sat with her legs crossed at the table, flipping through books, and pulled out a math book that interested her the most. From math to geography and politics, then to English, which was the language she least wanted to look at. She briefly skimmed it before turning to the last subject, history. The original owner studied liberal arts and took history. After about 5 minutes, she pulled out one of the history books. A test paper that was tucked inside fell to the floor. Bending down, she picked it up, but her eyes caught on a question from the paper. 20. Briefly describe Liang Zuan's corvée system and its impact on the long-term stability of the Great Yong dynasty. Why did his death push the coup of Emperor Jianghu to its peak? Snap! Bai Lian suddenly tucked the test paper back into the history book. Her breathing became rapid, her fingertips deforming the book with their grip, the rounded edges of her nails turning white as her long eyelashes lowered, covering her trembling eyes. Do you want me to accompany you? Ji Xiaojun, seeing Bai Lian about to leave from a distance, came out from inside and then explained, it's quite confusing around here. Shen Qing and the others can't remember the way. Bai Lian stretched her hand to pull on the hood of her sweatshirt and shook her head. All right. Ji Xiaojun noticed she seemed somewhat silent and guessed she might be upset because of the Bai family. He softened his voice. Don't go far, call me if you can't find the way and be careful. Okay. Bai Lian walked back the way she came, her memory was excellent. Despite the complex routes, she wouldn't forget once she had walked them. In the past, she had drawn many of the maps used by the military. 2 yuan. The middle-aged man at the small street-side shop handed her a bottle of mineral water and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel around his neck. Young lady, you're not from around here, are you? Her appearance was striking and she had a distinctive aura. Her outstanding figure clearly set her apart from ordinary people, and the shop owner could tell she wasn't a local. Purist Street was part of the old city district, a 3-meter-wide bluestone path. At the end of the street were gambling dens, black markets, and bars, a jumbled mess of the good and bad. A kilometer further on, it got even more complicated, the border between two countries. A lawless zone where it wasn't rare for someone to disappear. Bai Lian nodded. She used her Huawei smartphone to scan and pay, her gaze falling on the massive branches of the banyan tree next to the shop. The banyan tree was in the temple ahead, and its stout branches enveloped the neighboring low-rise houses beneath its canopy. A 3-meter-long street was lazily crossed by one of the tree's branches. Several strips of red silk hung from it. The tree god is over 1,300 years old. The shopkeeper continued moving the mountain of boxes piled up outside his shop and explained when he saw Bai Lian looking at the banyan tree, "It's our guardian deity. If you want to take a look, just walk 2 steps forward and you'll see the main entrance to our tree god temple." Bai Lian's long hair fell gracefully to one side as she leaned against the wall to look at the tree trunk, a hint of laziness in her eyes. Over 1,000 years, huh? She felt several gazes upon her. The shopkeeper put down a box and turned around, involuntarily tightening his grip on the towel around his neck. A few people appeared on the street. It wasn't too hot, but the leader wore a white tank top. The man in the white tank top approached, initially not concerned. But after glancing at Bai Lian's exquisite face that many would find tempting to conquer, he casually took a box of cigarettes from the shopkeeper's store and asked as he pulled one out and bit it, "Who is she?" The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then nervously said, "She's my niece." "You don't have a damn niece," the man in the white tank top scoffed, kicking him aside and getting closer to Bai Lian. The shopkeeper was kicked away. "There are patrols these days, you." Several underlings gathered around him. They were obviously quite adept at dealing with such situations, not taking Bai Lian seriously and standing aside, relaxed, enjoying the drama unfold. Bai Lian glanced at the man in the white tank top. "You're looking for me?" The man felt a jolt in his chest as he took a big step forward. He sized up Bai Lian from head to toe, his gaze as slimy as a venomous snake, lighting his cigarette. "Do you know that you have to pay a protection fee to walk on Purist Street?" "Protection fee?" Bai Lian nonchalantly flicked a leaf off her shoulder. She turned her head and smiled sweetly, her eyes twinkling like stars. Sweet and adorable, yet stirring a strong desire to conquer. "Yeah." The man in the white tank top, unable to hold back, reached out to touch Bai Lian's face. At that moment, Bai Lian twisted the empty bottle and threw it into the trash can. As she turned, she grabbed the man's arm reaching toward her, exerting great force to fold it, then grabbed his hair from behind. The man in the white tank top let out an agonized scream just as he tried to resist, but his head was suddenly slammed against the wall behind him. With a thud, his head was smashed hard against the wall. Blood immediately seeped from his forehead. The man in the white tank top contorted his face in pain, and to his horror, found himself unable to move. He could only widen his eyes in shock as he looked at her. "You?" Bai Lian held his hair in her hand, lazily smiling as she used massive force to slam his head against the wall again. Bang! Another sound, more blood flowed out, and the man's vision began to blur as he lost the ability to resist. He was like a rabbit, helpless in her grasp. Nobody doubted his fighting skills. He was the toughest in the area, which was why he was the boss. The 3 underlings shrunk back to the side. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Her attention returned to the man in the white tank top. She was actually a bit curious about the taste of tobacco that so many in this world seem to enjoy. In the frightened gaze of the man in the white tank top, Bai Lian took his cigarette pack, methodically pulling one out. With her rosy lips gently biting the tip, her eyelashes casually drooped as a nearby underling immediately stepped forward to light it for her. Her hair slightly disheveled, she exhaled a thin stream of smoke from her mouth, casually holding the cigarette between her clean, slender and pearly white fingers. With her other hand, she lazily held the man's hair as his blood dripped down his face, drop by drop, to the ground. She lazily flicked the ash. "So, now do you still want that protection fee?" Chapter 6. 005 From Arts to Science. Witnessing the deification one, Bai Lian lazily tilted her head. Her left hand grasping her hair faintly revealed a streak of crimson, the smoky haze softly blurring her exquisite and radiant features. It was a kind of breathtaking beauty. Yet reflected in the eyes of the man in the white tank top was Bai Lian's quasi-smiling face, and he could no longer harbor any other desires. He couldn't speak, only shook his head frantically in terror. "Is that so?" Bai Lian let go of his hair. The smell of smoke was not to her liking. She lazily tossed the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. "Know how to clean up a scene?" Her polite demeanor genuinely frightened others. They nodded obediently. Bai Lian dusted off her sleeves, glancing at them before leaving, and said lightly, "What are you scared of? It's not like I chopped off your heads." Her attitude was very laid back. Of course, only if she hadn't spoken with the same tone one would use when chopping up cabbages. Only after she left did the man in the white tank top slump against the corner of the wall, fearfully moving his numb fingertips. It took his younger brother a long time before he dared to quietly move over, squatting at his feet, and lighting a cigarette to quell the shock. "Why did you provoke her?" The man in the white tank top. 15 minutes later. When two patrollers came back around, they stared dumbfounded at the entrance of the small store on Purist Street. The rather troublesome gang leader with some backing was nursing an injury, diligently helping the shopkeeper sweep the floor, move objects around. The other lackeys were also busily engaged in work. "What are you looking at?" The man in the white tank top, clutching a cigarette, glanced at the two officers and grumbled irritably, "Damned cops." After cursing, he continued moving boxes. The shopkeeper standing nearby, trembling with fear, was just about to lend a hand. The man in the white tank top returned the money he owed the shopkeeper for cigarettes, looking fierce and menacing. "Did I ask you to clean up?" He continued unloading the goods, unable to understand even after a puff on another cigarette. What, is she crazy? How can she smile so sweetly and fight so savagely? The man in the white tank top thought expressionlessly. She even wanted to chop off his head. Not far away. "Hello, Captain." The young officer watched the small shop warily, took out his walkie-talkie with a grave expression. "Yes, request a thorough check on the owner of the small store at 112 Purist Street. No, I'm not joking." It wasn't yet dark when Bai Lian got back. Ji Xiaojun was just stepping out to look for her. He noticed that after a short outing, Bai Lian seemed to be in a better mood again. Ji Xiaojun felt a bit more at ease. Knowing life in Xiangqing Beiqing varied greatly, he truly feared Bai Lian might struggle to adjust. Bai Lian sat at the stone table, her hand lazily propping up her chin, watching Ji Xiaojun make several trips to fill the home's water tanks, then suddenly spoke up, "Uncle." Ji Xiaojun set the water bucket next to the well. Startled by Bai Lian's voice, he paused. Bai Lian had only visited Xiangqing twice with Ji Mulan before, and this was the first time she had called him uncle. "Yes," his voice suddenly rose. "What is it?" Bai Lian blinked her large eyes, looking very docile. "I want to switch to science." "She didn't say I think. She said I want." "Ah." Ji Xiaojun picked up the rope for drawing water, his thoughts turning over. "Can you tell your uncle why?" He knew Bai Lian was studying liberal arts. The gap between the liberal arts and science courses was vast. Science was especially brutal with logical reasoning and clearly defined difficulties, where not knowing one thing meant not knowing it entirely. Bai Lian smiled. Ji Xiaojun and Ji Heng did not talk much, but in their treatment of Bai Lian, there was a distinct sense of caution and probing. This gave her a sense of acceptance and recognition in a strange world. She didn't dislike it, she even felt a bit of belonging. Of course, she didn't understand why the original host abandoned such good family members and died in the lake for a few unrelated people. "No particular reason," Bai Lian titled her head and asked again, "Can't I, uncle?" Ji Xiaojun, "Good, you can. Leave it to me." Watching Ji Xian's retreating back as he went to find Ji Heng, Bai Lian withdrew her docile gaze and smiled lazily with her chin propped up. Being alive seemed not too bad after all. "That's your reason for agreeing?" Ji Heng held a bolt of fabric, looking at Ji Xiaojun, his deeply lined face showing a look of incomprehension. There weren't many people in the courtyard. Besides the kitchen to the left, there was also a small storeroom, filled with brightly colored fabric despite being somewhat aged. Ji Xiaojun would help Ji Heng clean whenever he had time. He let out a sheepish laugh, adjusted a dust cover and muttered quietly, "But she called me uncle." "Nonsense." Ji Heng's face tightened with sternness, his authority undiminished. "She's in her 3rd year of high school and knows no better, do you not? Switching from liberal arts to science at this stage, is that a joke?" Switching subjects in the senior year of high school was quite an absurdity indeed. His son was highly intelligent, so why be so muddled on this matter? Ji Xiaojun was also puzzled by Bai Lian's sudden change of heart. She had been out, came back in a good mood and then suddenly wanted to switch subjects. He silently continued with the task at hand, then suddenly recalling something, he hesitantly spoke up. "The 2 illegitimate sons from the Bai family, aren't they all studying science?" Bai Shaoke became the top scholar in the city last year and was admitted to Jianghu University. The Bai family had made quite a stir online. Even here in Xiangqing the news spread, and people said the illegitimate daughter was exceptionally good in the sciences. As Jianghu caressed a piece of fine satin, he heard this but didn't immediately respond. His hands were already lined with deep, rugged wrinkles. After a long while he said, "Her temperament? Dad." Ji Xiaojun had some regrets about bringing it up. "I think Alien has become more sensible this time. She's thoughtful, a late bloomer. You should give her a chance. Let her retake the exam next year, she might still achieve an ideal score." Of course he was just casually mentioning it. He knew what his niece was like. If she could quietly finish her senior year, that would be quite an achievement. Their family didn't expect her to come back with any top scholar honors for them. If she was happy, then they would let her be. Whether she studied literature or science didn't matter. Jianghu turned around and cautiously pulled out a small oil paper package from the cabinet behind him. He then opened the package and drew out a slender needle. He didn't argue any further. Ji Xiaojun could tell he had agreed when he saw this. As he put away the fabric, he looked at Jianghu with the needle in hand. "Shall I help you bring out the embroidery frame?" Jianghu did not immediately answer. After a good while, he gave a nearly imperceptible nod. "Go ahead." Ji Xian's eyes lit up. "Okay. I'll go right now." It was already dark. Ji Xiaojun called Xinqing to say he'd be home late and stayed to help Jianghu tidy up the warehouse. They took out things like the embroidery frame, cleaned them, and then set them out to dry in the courtyard. He hummed a tune as he wiped down the dark-colored embroidery frame. The light in Bai Lian's room was also on. He could see her reflection in the window, reading at her desk. Bai Lian was different, Ji Xiaojun felt it. Even today, when she stepped into the dark water on the cobblestones, she didn't frown at all. She was different from her mother. Suddenly, Ji Xiaojun felt that Bai Lian being sent back by the Bai family might not be such a bad thing after all. Ji Xiaojun was helping Bai Lian contact schools and teachers. Additionally, there was the matter of her household registration, which needed to be transferred to the Ji family. These past days Bai Lian had been in the library. The astonishments of this era were not just limited to mobile phones and computers, but included the library too. She had never seen a library with such an extensive collection that was also open to the public. This really was a wonderful era. There was just one problem. Bai Lian looked down at the physics book beside her, then at the physics problems. After writing a couple questions, she put down her pen and murmured softly, "Now, am I finally going to start tarnishing my teacher's reputation?" She wouldn't dare to claim a deep mastery over the refined arts and sciences expected of a scholar as in the past, but at least she had become proficient. As for the knowledge in the modern era of rapid technological advancement, the original owner of the body had a mind completely empty of information. She had been reading books in the library for a few days now, and could understand most of it. She felt the books she was reading were not necessarily difficult, but the problem was this: the knowledge and examples she studied. 1 + 1 smiley face. The question she was doing, prove ei pi, +1 is equal to 0, Bai Lian idly pondered. Would the teachers forgive her for disgracing them in the modern world if she burned a few more incense sticks for them when she returned? The library had a vast collection of books, but there were shortcomings. For instance, the depth of knowledge and the volume of problem sets were lacking. She hadn't come across them. Hearing her sigh, the child next to her with a paintbrush turned his head, looking at her with big, clear, sparkling eyes. "Choose C." He suddenly spoke. Bai Lian paused. She flipped to the answer key. C was correct. So she turned to him. Mental calculation? On her first day at the library she had seen this kid, a little friend who had followed her from the train station to the city gates since her arrival in Xiangqing. Quite a fate. In the days following, both of them would appear right on time at 8 o'clock when the library opened. They studied and read together, not much for talking. The little brat shook his head. After a pause he explained, "My brother created a rapid recollection model for these kinds of questions, using a special algorithm. Whose ordinary kid memorizes rapid recollection models?" Yet Bai Lian accepted this readily. "Really? Do you want some milk tea?" "No." Bai Lian didn't give him a chance to object. She leaned on the desk with a smile light as spring rain. "Oh, by the way, I've always considered you a good friend." She hesitated for a moment. "What's your name?" "Jianghu." "Jianghu, as in the crane that leaves for the lone mountain and has yet to return." "Ah, Jianghu, I've always considered you a good friend." Bai Lian crumpled the piece of paper in her hand and threw it casually behind her, tapping his head. "Come on, let's go outside." The two left their seats. The paper ball smoothly landed in a red hollowed-out wastebasket in the corner. A ring came from the mobile phone in her pocket, an unlisted number. Bai Lian casually answered, "Hello." The person on the other end hadn't expected her voice to be so calm. There was a pause before the dispassionate voice said, "It's me." "Who?" Bai Lian wasn't very patient. "Bai Lian, I have more in common with Bai Shaoqi. Even without her, our relationship wouldn't change." On the other end of the phone, Song Min didn't believe that Bai Lian didn't have his number, he just thought she was pretending. Pressing the center of his forehead, his voice was cold and exasperated. "You think it's very childish to take the master's token to Xiangqing because of this?" Chapter 7. 006 treats everyone equally. Jianghu Lai underscore huh? Bai Lian was so angered she laughed. She had figured out who the person opposite her was. Clutching Jianghu's head, did this Song person think she had become jealous of Bai Shaoqi, and that's why she deliberately took away the apprenticeship token? First of all, you need to understand one thing: the apprenticeship token was left to me by my mother. Bai Lian stepped out of the library, glancing at the milk tea shop across the road with her slightly squinted eyes that were pitch black and deep. There was a shallow defiance hiding within her clean and cold beauty. "And another thing, as for my belongings, it's not just about me taking them away. Even if I burned them, what could you do about it?" There was a pause at the other end of the phone where Song Min was. Bai Lian indifferently lowered her head and with a click, hung up the call. After a moment of thought, she blocked the caller. Song Min had reminded her, there was still a marriage arrangement between them. It was time to find an opportunity to break it off. How inauspicious. Jianghu tugged at the hem of her clothes. Bai Lian looked down, lazily pinching his cheek with her slender fingers, cool and clear as jade. "You're the cutie here, now tell me, what do you want to drink?" 2 minutes later. Bai Lian was queuing at the milk tea shop across the street. It was the only milk tea shop in the area, and it was rush hour for people getting off work and leaving classes, so there was a decent-sized queue. Jianghu didn't like crowded places, so he squatted by the side of the road waiting for her. It was his first time encountering a problem in life. A good friend of his offered to buy him milk tea. Of course, there was a condition. Jianghu poked his black wristwatch on his right hand, which immediately displayed a floating lightweight three-dimensional interface. He opened WeChat, hesitated for a long time, and finally sent a message: "How to quickly learn physics, in the center of Xiangqing. A standalone Chinese-style manner." Several people were waiting across the road. "Dr. Gao, I didn't expect you to visit Xiangqing. I just received the news yesterday," said a well-dressed elderly man, looking at the young man with exceptional politeness. If other residents of Xiangqing were there, they would have been greatly surprised, for this elderly man was Ren Qian, a frequent figure in Xiangqing news, and one of the city's administrators. Dr. Gao was quite young and not tall, with glasses perched on his nose. Upon hearing, as if waiting for something, he glanced at Ren Qian and grunted an acknowledgement without saying much more. He was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he was. Ren Qian's admiring gaze was the norm for him. Ren Qian knew of Dr. Gao's schedule today and came specially to meet him. "Dr. Gao, I've organized a dinner at Wanhe Building for tonight. Do you think you'll have time?" "Well, see," Dr. Gao frowned slightly. "All right, just let the teaching assistant know if you find the time." His answer was within Ren Qian's expectations. He was there today just to make his presence felt. Then Dr. Gao will be off first? Before he finished speaking. Zizi, there was a sound. A black car stopped at the entrance of the manor across the street. Seeing the young man in a black t-shirt stepping down from the car, Dr. Gao suddenly perked up, stood up straight and strode towards the other side. Seeing Dr. Gao's reaction, Ren Qian was taken aback and looked over. Who could make Dr. Gao wait here for 2 hours? On the other side, Dr. Gao was wearing his lab coat, squeezing his way to the entrance of the manor. Following the young man in the black t-shirt inside, he carried with him the pride of his age. "Mr. Jiang, you accepted other countries into Heiress but rejected our country, merely because you dislike its people. Don't you think it frivolous to let personal feelings interfere with international cooperation?" As the assistant handed over the letter to Jianghu Lai, he was shocked at the forthright challenge. Jianghu Lai took the letter, ignoring him. Continuing to walk, bodyguards blocked Dr. Gao. Dr. Gao took advantage of a momentary lapse in the guard's attention to break free. As he opened his mouth wide, the assistant, sensing danger, was about to intervene. However, Dr. Gao's next words were already out, tinged with scorn and anger. "Have you forgotten our university's motto that before scientific research there are no borders? You've long forgotten your original aspiration." There was a dead silence. The atmosphere was as if they had suddenly been plunged into a snowy mountain at 6,000 meters above sea level, the pressure heavy, the icy wind howling and piercing. Jianghu Lai finally stopped, raising his hand to stop his subordinates and looked down at the other man with an unflappable air. "Who are you?" he asked. Dr. Gao had been a genius from a young age, skipping grades and returning from studies in our country at 26, participating in several global research projects. Just last year, his teacher was elected an academician. Describing him as a top-tier academic force was not an exaggeration. His resume at Jianghu University was well regarded, and all the deans paid him some respect. Yet in front of Jianghu he was nameless. Opening his mouth, almost humiliated, he said, "Gao Zhechen." "Gao Zhechen," Jianghu nodded. He had particularly pale eyes that emitted a cool mist, and his lips were also pale. He asked calmly in return, "And why would you think I need to explain myself to you?" Chapter 8, 006 treats everyone equally. Jianghu under? Gao Zhechen swallowed, taken aback as he who had always been the center of attention stammered in confusion. "But you, it's hard for me to trust you like this." Jianghu cut him off. "Do you think your trust means a lot to me?" Gao Zhechen was stunned, completely unprepared for this side of the legendary Jianghu. But you do have a point. Discriminating against them alone is not right." Jianghu methodically folded the letter in his hand and then bent down to elegantly slip it into Gao Zhechen's pocket, his eyes slightly downcast, cool and detached. "The envelope has the International Alliance's contact information. Feel free to lodge a complaint." He stood up straight. His black clothes gave him a lonely and unapproachable air as he strode back into the house. "Take down his name. He's permanently blacklisted from my projects from now on." The cell phone in his pocket rang. Jianghu lowered his gaze. It was a message from someone who never texts him. "How to learn physics quickly." Jianghu casually sent back an image and turned his head. "What is Jianghe up to?" His subordinate, who was always informed of Jianghe's whereabouts, said, "The young master is in the library with Mr. Ming following him." Jianghu tapped on his phone screen unconsciously, his nails neatly trimmed and his hands showing a pathologically pale hue through which faint blue veins were visible. He nodded and then fell silent. Behind him, Gao Zhechen watched Jianghu's retreating figure in alarm. This time he was truly panicked. Jiang's young master. Jiang? He wanted to catch up with Jianghu, but if his bodyguards let him succeed again, they wouldn't need to show their faces before Jianghu tomorrow. Gao Zhechen was muffled and dragged away by the bodyguard. The assistant nonchalantly took note of this person's name. Outside, Ren Qian and the Secretary General were still by the roadside. He watched Dr. Gao enter the manor and then get thrown out shortly afterward. "Get in the car." Ren Qian turned to leave before he saw Dr. Gao. "Mr. Ren, who was that?" The Secretary General opened the car door for Ren Qian to enter. He looked across at the old building, astonished, barely catching Dr. Gao's reference to Jiang's young master. CRFS is an engineering project by a dark matter cooperative group. Jiangjing chose old bomb shelters left in Shanxing to build the research institute, located 2,900 meters underground, making it the deepest dark matter research institute in the world, currently undergoing evaluation and acceptance of its associated projects. Due to its high level of secrecy, even Ren Qian, as the highest administrator in Shanxing, didn't know the specific interior list. He had gotten in touch with Dr. Gao, a teaching assistant, through someone he knew. "I don't know, the CRFS project is highly confidential, and that person inside," Ren Qian pondered for a moment. "His surname?" Dr. Gao called him Jiang's young master. "So his surname is Jiang?" the Secretary General began, but suddenly his eyes widened in realization. "No wonder." Ren Qian looked out the car window, his voice distant. "Contact Dr. Gao's teaching assistant again tomorrow and hope he didn't see us." The Secretary General wasn't sure if Dr. Gao had seen them. If Dr. Gao knew they had seen him in such a disheveled state, befriending him would become an uncertain prospect. "Well, see," Ren Qian sighed lightly, recalling another issue. "Why did Xiaorong suddenly take leave? He didn't even meet with Dr. Gao with me today." "He went home." The Secretary General looked down at the schedule in his notebook. "Mr. Ji said he went to pick up Miss Wanxian to visit her grandfather." Upon hearing this, Ren Qian expressed no opinion. He wasn't familiar with the Ji family affairs. The Ji family had only appeared once at his daughter's wedding, and he only cared about one thing: why go back at this time? He usually only returned home for holidays and festivals. Xiaorong was also an intellectual, and Ren Qian had intended to take him along to converse with Dr. Gao. However, he had taken a leave today. Ren Qian was already dissatisfied with him, and now his expression grew even more indifferent. "It seems he heard that a niece has returned." Ren Ren Xian no longer inquired. He had little interest in the Ji family's affairs. To them, the Ji family was simply too ordinary. The Secretary-General chuckled. When the Ren family's only daughter, Ren Jiawei, had taken a fancy to the poor young man Ji Xiaorong back then, not a single person in the Ren family had agreed given the vast difference in their social status. However, 20 years had passed, and the Ji family had been quietly compliant. In all of Xiangqing, hardly anyone knew that the ordinary poor kid from Purist Street, Ji Xiaorong, had successfully married into the Ren family. Low profile, well-behaved. Uncompetitive, yet without much presence. On Jianghu's side. He squatted at the edge of the road. Jiang Fulai's reply was prompt. Image? JPG, only one image. Jiang He opened it, the cover of a physics book from Jiangjing University that someone had helped to write. Chapter 9. 006 treats everyone equally. Jiang Fulai _3 by Lian returned to see the blue fluorescent three-dimensional display on Jiang He's watch and handed over the milk tea. What's this? Shed bought an extra-large cup, and Jiang He couldn't take it with just one hand, so he used both hands to hold it. Bai Lian bent her head and saw the cover of a book. Physics at Jiangjing University. This book, Jiang He said slowly, his expression somewhat reluctant, is quite amazing. Bai Lian nodded, pulled out her cell phone to take a photo of the cover, but when she opened the camera, the image on the kid's watch wasn't visible. What kind of black technology was this? The two fell silent for a few seconds and then added each other on WeChat. Jiang He's phone finally had a seventh contact. The two sat by the roadside, staring intently at the passing cars. It really is magical, Bai Lian said with her hand on her knee, tapping her fingertips rhythmically, her other leg casually bent. I read about the vehicle electrical systems. The book said that when electrified, the rotor's magnetic field can make the stator generate alternating current, but still, it's magical. Bai Lian was interested in everything modern and she could visualize her electrical system with her eyes closed. But she didn't know the principles behind it. For the past few days after finishing their studies, the two would sit by the roadside and watch cars. Jiang He hugged the milk tea, tilting his head to look at her. All right, Bai Lian glanced at WeChat. Her grandfather was asking when she would return. She inserted the straw into Jiang He's milk tea, stood up and patted his head. I'm off, see you tomorrow. She boarded the number 12 bus. Jiang He squatted in place, hugging the milk tea while drinking it, and watched the number 12 bus wobbling away. A car silently stopped in front of him. The car door opened and a crew-cut man stepped out from the driver's seat. Jiang He climbed into the back while the man buckled him in. He spoke, Uncle Ming. Ming Dongheng didn't expect him to initiate conversation, and with a tough guy face, couldn't muster a gentle expression. What is it? Jiang He said slowly, Can I go back with Sister Bai Lian? Ming Dongheng? He replied expressionlessly. I'll ask the young master. The question is, wouldn't taking you back scare her parents to death? She kindly played with you, why would you repay kindness with ingratitude? On Purist Street at the Ji family's home. A middle-aged man stood in the courtyard, looking down at the brown antique embroidery frame. Dad, you've been looking for half an hour. The girl dressed in Xiangqing Middle School's uniform who was playing with her phone at the stone table, was bored stiff. When are we going home? The man in a black suit, upon hearing this, did not turn around. Wait for your cousin to return. Don't I just have one cousin? Asked Ren Wanxian in surprise. She hadn't visited the Ji family often since she was a child and wasn't familiar with the Ji family's affairs, but she remembered having only one uncle and one cousin. Yes, and you have an aunt, said Ji Xiaorong succinctly. While they were talking, Ji Heng came out from inside and handed Ren Wanxian a small gift box. Thank you, grandfather. Ren Wanxian smiled sweetly, took the gift box and then casually placed it on the stone table. But she didn't really care. Her personal items were all custom-made by the Ren family, and as the Ren family's only daughter, every piece of clothing was custom-made by renowned brands. Yet every time she came here, Ji Heng would make clothes for her. Ren Wanxian naturally didn't like them, and the clothes were put into storage by her mother and never worn. Still no news about the young sister? Ji Xiaorong's gaze shifted away from the embroidery frame. He frowned, knowing little about Ji Mulan. She had been proud since childhood and didn't get along with him. Ji Heng picked up his smoking pipe. None. I heard Big Brother say that her daughter is transferring here? Ji Xiaorong shifted the subject away from Ji Mulan. Ren Wanxian half listened to their conversation, catching the gist. This relative was 2 years older than her, currently a senior in high school. She listened for a bit, lost interest, picked up her phone to chat with a friend, and then raised her eyebrows. Senior brother, do you think she might want to transfer here because she heard my grandfather is Ren Qian? She typed and asked. Chapter 10. 007 Ren Family Enroll _1 Ren Wanxian never wanted to speculate about others with malice, but she knew what Xiangqing was like. The teaching intensity at Xiangqing Middle School was average, but the Ren family would hire the best private tutors for her. However, those with even a slight connection mostly transferred to places like Beijing to attend school. Who would want to come back? Just as Ren Wanxian finished typing, Jiheng suddenly looked towards the door. Alien is back. Ji Xiaorong paused, turning his body to look at the courtyard gate. A girl pushed the door open and entered. As the girl entered, it was as if a flash of lightning had suddenly streaked across the dark sky. She was wearing a light blue top with neat, orderly buttons, and the three-quarter sleeves were slightly wide with a white auspicious cloud pattern on the cuffs. Below, she wore beige casual pants that reached her ankles, embroidered with lifelike pink apricot blossoms that seemed to surge with her every step. In her hand, she casually toyed with a pair of white headphones, and a touch of red on her wrist was like a red plum in the snow. Ji Xiaorong's gaze fell on her clothes, and he instantly recognized that the meticulous stitches were the work of Ji Heng's hand. Ji Mulan really did give birth to a well-behaved daughter. This is your second uncle, Ji Heng introduced, pointing at Ji Xiaorong with his tobacco pipe for Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian didn't look at the so-called cousin. She was still thinking about matters, so her expression was somewhat indifferent. When she noticed Ji Heng once again pointing at Ji Xiaorong with his tobacco pipe, she frowned slightly. She had been taught etiquette by instructors hired by the Ren family since she was young, learning the aristocratic etiquette of Jianghu. Pointing at someone with a tobacco pipe was simply too vulgar. Even a servant in the Ren family wouldn't commit such a crude act. When she first saw Ji Heng take out a chipped blue and white porcelain bowl as a child, Ren Wanxian told Ji Heng that it was too dirty and unhygienic. She was severely scolded by Ji Xiaorong. After that, Ji Heng never used that bowl to entertain her again and bought a clean white porcelain bowl instead. But Ren Wanxian also didn't dare to speak out of turn anymore. Today she could only suppress her feelings, then go home and complain to her mother, who rarely let her visit the Ji family. Bai Lian clasped her headphones, glanced at the second uncle Ji Heng had mentioned, and curved her lips into a smile, brimming with amiability. Hello. She didn't call him second uncle. Her voice was like the clear and spirited tone of a gently pressed piano key, and Ren Wanxian subconsciously turned her head. She saw a pair of extremely beautiful eyes, clear and sharply contrasted between the black and white. Looking further down at the vintage clothing, Ren Wanxian had not thought before seeing her that such outdated fashion could look so attractive on someone. Even if Ren Wanxian didn't want to admit it. She clenched her phone. It's rare for you to come back, Ji Heng said, not one for many words. He broke the silence, telling Ji Xiaorong, dinner here tonight. Ren Wanxian took her gaze back. She stood up, her behavior very cultured. Dad, I still have a private tutor class and can't be home too late. She glanced at the well in the courtyard from the corner of her eye. The Ji family used water from here. Though the well looked clean, she really didn't want to touch the water from this place. So every visit was brief, and she never drank the water Ji Heng offered her. Though Xiangqing was off the beaten path, most of the area close to Xiangqing had been replanned long ago, and the community had been equipped with sterilized tap water. Meanwhile, Purish Street remained the same year after year with no construction, and the residents still used well water. Ren Wanxian had never seen people using well water in this day and age. Ji Xiaorong glanced at her. Then you go back first, the driver is still waiting for you outside. Oh, by the way, Ji Xiaorong seemed to remember something. Xianxian, this is your cousin. She's also in her senior year and is about to switch from arts to sciences. You two should exchange contact information. Saying this, he looked towards Bai Lian. Alien, Xianxian is also studying science and her grades are excellent. You can ask her if you have any questions. Bai Lian lowered her head, studying the headphones. She decided she would take them apart to see how they worked as soon as she got back to her room. After being called out, she lifted her head to look at Ren Wanxian and slowly attempted to take out her phone from her pocket. Ren Wanxian pinched her phone, holding the power button down to turn it off. Dad, I'm 2 years younger than her. I'm 17 this year. She paused, then said, I've been playing games just now and my phone is dead. Hello. Ren Wanxian faced Bai Lian squarely, very politely, and took out a certain fruit-branded phone, her manner graceful. Then, let's add each other as friends next time. Bai Lian quirked her brow and withdrew her hand from reaching for her phone. Sorry. Ji Xiaorong also fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly to Ren Wanxian, you're in your senior year, don't play games every day. Ren Wanxian didn't respond but nodded casually and then bid farewell to Ji Heng. Chapter 11. 007 Ren Family, enroll_2 As he turned around, his smile disappeared instantly, replaced by irritation and impatience. Could just anyone become a relative of the Ren family? Today with Ji Xiaorong present, Bai Lian didn't have to wash the dishes after dinner as Ji Xiaorong did it. Ji Heng watched him searching for the bucket. The bucket is in the storage room, have you forgotten again? Ji Xiaorong smiled and then looked around the courtyard before heading to the storage room. Ji Heng sat on a stool by the door with paper and pen laid out on the table. Bai Lian had just taken off her headphones when she saw Ji Heng wearing glasses, sitting alone under the yellow light, his figure elongated by the shadow. She clenched her headphones in her hand, walked over and squatted beside his feet, looking up. Grandpa? Ji Heng paused in his work and looked down at her. What is it? Here. She opened her palm to show him a little blue toy. I got this with my bubble tea today. Ji Heng looked at the little blue rabbit in her hand and reached out to take it. Look at this pattern, do you like it? He showed Bai Lian the painting on the table. Bai Lian glanced at it. It was a meticulous traditional Chinese painting of plum blossoms, the yellow stamens distinct and lifelike. It's beautiful. Well then, I will submit it for printing tomorrow. Ji Heng shifted his gaze away and gestured for Bai Lian to return to her own business. Go back to your reading. Remember to get up early tomorrow, your uncle is taking you to school. He was talking about Ji Xiaojun, whose school registration had already been transferred. Oh, Bai Lian stood up and as she went back to her room she made a request. After that is mounted, can you stitch me a peony? I like peonies too. Make one for me next time. You're picky now? Ji Heng glanced at her. After she went inside her room, Ji Heng stayed sitting where he was, motionless for a long while. Mounted on a frame. It had been so long since Ji Heng had heard this term. He seemed to have gotten used to people nowadays liking fashion, preferring high-end dresses and haute couture clothing. No one liked the flowers he embroidered, and no one appreciated the clothes he made. Even the ones he made for Ji Mulan, she didn't take a single piece when she ran away from home. He looked at Bai Lian's retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to the little blue rabbit in his hand. Inside the room. Bai Lian was in a good mood since she didn't have to wash dishes. She returned to her room, placed her open headphones on the table, and the first thing she did was look up the book Jianghu had sent her. She opened Baidu and searched Jianghu University Physics. However, the results were bizarre. There was everything except for the book from Jianghu University and Jianghu University Physics. She glanced at her phone screen and there was even a result. Got 17 points in physics, Bai Lian. Good for you, classmate. She went back to WeChat, tapped on Jianghu's profile and politely greeted. On the other side of the phone, Jianghu sat on the carpet, a life-size synthetic cabbage plushie in his lap, holding a 7-layered twisty puzzle in his hand, slowly working on it while the watch on his wrist chimed. He glanced at it and saw the message was from someone with a Xiangqing building profile picture, his eyes lighting up. He threw away the pillow, tapped his smartwatch and a slim, floating 3D page appeared with Bai Lian's message. By Jian? Jianghu replied, one character at a time. By sister. By Jian, I won't go to the library tomorrow, I have classes. Jianghu, okay. By Jian, I can't find the book you sent, it's not on Jingbao either. Jianghu rested his chin on his knee, blinking. Jianghu, I'll ask brother. He got up from the carpet to go to the study. Jiang Fulai was in a video conference. He wore a white lounge suit, leaning back with a relaxed posture, his pale fingers resting on the table, his light and lofty eyes half-lidded, exuding a sense of nobility and indifference. Upon seeing Jianghu, he slowly straightened up, switched off the camera and muted the microphone. What is it? Jianghu approached and showed him the watch screen. Are you asking for her? Jiang Fulai raised an eyebrow, his soft lounge suit making his coldness seem a bit diluted. Jianghu nodded. Jiang Fulai took from him the half-solved twisty puzzle. I hear you want to go back with them? Jianghu nodded again. Jiang Fulai methodically restored the puzzle to its original state, casting him a glance in between. You can't. Jianghu looked at his puzzle, this time not nodding. Go back to bed. Jiang Fulai handed the puzzle back to him. He'll have someone send the book over tomorrow. The delivery of his laboratory detector did not meet his standards this time. He needed a detector capable of sensitively sensing recoil nuclei. But the detecting medium in the laboratory was not large enough. So he was altering the design to ensure the detector was large yet had a very low detection energy threshold. There was not much time. Conveniently, Jianghu had recently found a playmate, so he didn't need to be distracted by looking after him. Chapter 12, 007 Ren Family. In roll_3 after Jianghu left, Jiang Fulai finally withdrew his gaze, reopened the camera and microphone, and tapped the desk with his hand, calm and indifferent. Continue. The following day at Xiangqing Middle School. The largest high school in Xiangqing, Bai Lian followed Ji Xiaojun into an office. In the office, Lu Lingxi wore glasses, had short hair, and despite trying to hide it, there were visible whites in her hair. She looked at Bai Lian with a gentle gaze. Bai student, can you tell the teacher why you want to switch to science? Why switch to science? Bai Lian half lowered her eyelids, her lashes slightly drooping, long and curled, masking the darkness at the bottom of her eyes. If initially it was just about not wanting to see history, now. Curious, she spoke quietly. Curious. This was a response Lu Lingxi hadn't anticipated. Yes, Bai Lian said, looking at the computer on the neighboring office desk, like how I really want to know how computers transmit information. Her black pupils reflected the sun's rays from outside the window, resembling a lazy white cat. Things had changed, and no matter how frightened or unsteady she had been when she first crossed into this world. But she was earnestly exploring this era, and undoubtedly she was now filled with curiosity about it. Ji Xiaojun was hearing Bai Lian's reason for the first time, and he couldn't help but tilt his head, looking at the serious expression on his well-behaved niece's face. After a moment of silence, he remembered how she had answered him last time. Oh, so what? Had giving him the runaround? Good. Lu Lingxi looked at Bai Lian calmly, seeing her seriousness. How about you do a set of comprehensive science papers for me to look at? She found a comprehensive science exam paper on the desk. Bai Lian took 20 minutes to complete it and returned it to Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi was a language teacher. She took the paper and handed it to a physics teacher in the same office, asking him to help review the exam. Then she said warmly to Bai Lian, let's go, I'll take you to our class. There are a total of 20 classes in Senior 3, and we are in Class 15. Ji Xiaojun followed as well. Senior 3 had its own building with a total of 5 floors from top to bottom, 4 classrooms per floor, 2 stairways and offices in the middle. Teacher Lu's office was on the 2nd floor, and Class 15 was in the middle of the 3rd floor. As they passed the stairway, there was a girl in a school uniform coming upstairs with a composition book in her arms. Teacher Lu. Ren student. Lu Lingxi adjusted her glasses and stopped, her voice tender. Leave your homework book on my desk, wait for me a moment, I have something to tell you. Okay. Ren Wanxian looked up, but her gaze fell on Ji Xiaojun. She hadn't seen Ji Xiaojun many times, but he looked similar to her father, so she could recognize him. However, at that moment her attention was on the person beside Ji Xiaojun. It was her, Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian paused, her mind racing with thoughts. Had she really transferred to this school? Did the Ji family ever mention the Ren family to her? Ji Xiaojun saw Ren Wanxian, and from her look alone, he knew what she was thinking. He calmly shifted his gaze away. He used to be kind to Ren Wanxian. Once when he had a matter and wanted to ask Ji Xiaorong for help, he went through great lengths to get through the Ren family's doors. Then in the Ren family's trash can, he saw the drawing he had gifted to Ren Wanxian. Since then he had never visited the Ren family again. Lu Lingxi then explained in a low, smiling voice to Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun, sighing, that's Ren Wanxian. She's really very smart, skipped 2 grades in middle school. By student you'll get to know her after 2 days in school. If there's a chance you could ask her for some study tips. Ren Wanxian did not care about Ji Xiaojun. She smiled at Lu Lingxi, retracted her gaze and headed to the office. After placing her homework book on the desk, she noticed a set of comprehensive science exam papers there. Chapter 13. 008 Vine Emperor _1 Class 15. At the front of the classroom stood a middle-aged man with a slightly rotund figure, his back curved as his hands rested on the lectern. Now, looking at this problem, what should we do first? We set the coordinates for this moving point M, using trigonometric substitution and the trigonometric identity, right? And what's the next step? Write down the coordinates of the other points as well. Then it becomes pretty obvious they're all collinear. Can we not determine the coordinates of point P? Isn't the slope of PQ now evident? Isn't it quite simple, right? The students in the class were dozing off, responding intermittently. Lu Lingxi knocked on the door. Mr. Xia, I've brought a new student. Some students in class 15 languidly looked up, and in the light, the newcomer was seen wearing a simple white cross-collared shirt, embroidered with a tiny white poppy at the neckline, paired with a black horsehair skirt below. In her white blouse and black skirt, her black hair was neatly coiled with a wooden hairpin, and she had no other accessories. Her features were pretty and she exuded a lazy elegance, giving her an irresistible aura. The math teacher momentarily felt as if he had time traveled, as if he were in the Imperial College, and approaching him was his most spirited female disciple. She entered the classroom and spoke in the midst of a profound silence. Hello, everyone. My name is Bai Lian. At the sound of bang, the atmosphere instantly exploded. May I ask, Lian from which Lian? A girl sitting in the back excitedly raised her hand to ask. Standing politely at the lectern, Bai Lian casually tilted her head upon hearing the question. The Lian as in the vines of an emperor's home. Wow. Cool. Some boys even started banging on their desks and shouting. Some girls, seemingly composed, bowed their heads, but had already taken out their phones to frantically communicate in chat groups. Alright, calm down you lot, Lu Lingxi said with a smile. Bai Lian, take the empty seat in the fourth group. She looked at the girl with her head down by the window, her voice softening, next to Yang Lin. Bai Lian walked towards the only empty seat in the classroom with her backpack. If you need anything you can come to me. Yang Lin spoke in a delicate and gentle voice, and after she finished speaking to Bai Lian she kept her head down, continuing to do her homework. Thank you. Lu Lingxi returned to the office. Wanxian, you'll have to write on the bulletin board at the intersection later. Ren Wanxian had studied under a famous teacher since she was little and had good handwriting. Lu Lingxi was also partial to her. Also, you're aware of the Xinjiang preparatory camp, aren't you? Ren Wanxian nodded. I know. She didn't just know. Her grandfather was also actively communicating with a doctor from Jianghu. Some schools use software from the preparatory camp to drill their top students with questions. Lu Lingxi spoke slowly. Our school recently got a spot, but there's only one, so the school will decide who gets it after another month. The spot for Xinjiang preparatory camp was basically a guaranteed ticket to Jianghu University. There were very few opportunities to get this software spot. Ren Wanxian remembered that even Beiqing High School only had 10 such spots. She was surprised that Xiangcheng School actually had a spot. Ren Wanxian was quite taken aback. I understand, Ms. Lu. Stay a bit later after school. There's a training session targeted at those of you who can compete for the spot. That's it, you can go back, Lu Lingxi said with a smile, sending her off. Lu Lingxi was not only the homeroom teacher of class 15 but also taught Chinese to 3 classes, concurrently holding the position of grade director. She was in charge of all the significant issues of the senior year. Ms. Lu, I've placed the transfer student's test paper on your desk, the physics teacher reminded Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi quickly put on her glasses and picked up the exam paper. Let me take a look. The first thing she noticed was the handwriting on the paper. This handwriting. Upon hearing this, Ren Wanxian slowed her steps. So that test paper belonged to Bai Lian? The physics teacher, holding his teacup, said with a smile. 85 points, the paper is simple, the score is a bit on the low side, but the fundamental knowledge is well learned. Ren Wanxian paused at the door, a hint of mockery in her eyes. She closed the door, thinking nonchalantly, what a refined way the physics teacher phrased it. How is that a bit on the low side? In Xiangcheng's initial exams, the science comprehensive is very simple, consisting entirely of basic questions with a total score of 300 points, and in their class, there's no one below 150. In the office, however, Lu Lingxi was quite surprised. 85, that's also enough, Lu Lingxi said, holding the exam paper and smiling. You don't know, but Bai Lian switched from liberal arts to science. I thought if she could score 50, I wouldn't persuade her to go back to arts. She didn't have high expectations for Bai Lian, especially since she had switched from literature to science. She hadn't expected Bai Lian to score as high as 200. Lu Lingxi wasn't pursuing graduation rates either. Chapter 14. 008 Vine Emperor _to academic transition from humanities to science? No wonder the handwriting is so neat, it's even better looking than print. The physics teacher had just been preparing for class and hadn't heard the conversation between Lu Lingxi and Bai Lian. It looks even more pleasant than Ren Wanxian's test papers. He also found it strange that the transfer student had switched from humanities to science. Although the test itself was simple, covering mostly basic knowledge, and she didn't do many of the major questions. In fact, whenever she did answer, everything was correct, especially in physics. She used authentic Guanga style. As a language arts teacher, Lu Lingxi did consider her to be a good student, with handwriting so well behaved. In the past, scholars who took the imperial examinations would use this type of font. Previous top scholars knew several styles of calligraphy, but would all use Guanga style during the palace examination. Lu Lingxi had never considered that Bai Lian knew several styles of handwriting. Nowadays, it was remarkable for young kids to learn even one style properly. But now very few people learn Guanga style anymore, as they prefer Liang style. Lu teacher, don't worry too much. The physics teacher unscrewed the teacup. Since she wants to study science, she'll definitely be diligent. Don't look at her score of just 85 now. I see that she's not completely lacking in insight. Just you watch, by next year's college entrance exam she should be able to raise her score to 170, and with some effort, reaching the second tier of universities is quite possible. He decided to pay more attention to this transfer student. Of course they did not know. Making the transition from humanities to science, scoring 85 on a test of moderate difficulty, indeed also indicated some talent. In their minds, the biggest challenge for Bai Lian would just be the transition from humanities to science, as it was already difficult enough to score well legitimately, let alone considering that these 85 points were entirely the result of 5 days of study by Bai Lian. And as for the many questions she hadn't answered, it was simply because she hadn't started learning that material yet. Bai Lian, relying on her own efforts, had carved out a territory for herself on the Xiangqing Middle School forum. Today, of 10 posts on the number 1 middle school's board, 8 are about Bai Lian the Empress. Bai Lian herself was not aware of these discussions. Although she was good-looking, she emanated an aura that made her difficult to approach. Like her desk mate Yang Lin, she was either reading or solving problems, appearing very much like a top student. Carrying the aura of a top student naturally, other students didn't dare to strike up a conversation. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian had just been measured for size. Her school uniform would not be issued for another 2 days. Among the sea of uniforms, she was the only one in her own clothes, a bit taller than the average girl, clean and strikingly beautiful, standing out like a crane amongst chickens. Jianghu was squatting on the street corner opposite, and he spotted Bai Lian shining brightly amidst the crowd in a glance. "Why are you alone?" Bai Lian didn't see the others who had been following Jianghu around, so she took him to the milk tea shop around the corner. "My brother is picking me up later." The milk tea shop was crowded just after school let out, but they waited a few minutes for people to leave. Bai Lian found a quiet table and sat down with Jianghu. "Bai student." The clerk served Bai Lian 2 cups of cherry fruit tea. "Your milk tea is ready, straws are on the left, help yourself." Bai Lian recognized that this was her desk mate Yang Lin. Bai Lian looked at the milk tea, which clearly had more fruit pieces than others, and smiled with her eyes, the expression shining and vibrant. "Thank you." She took out 2 straws, while Yu Guang noticed that Yang Lin's exposed arm seemed to have a purple bruise. "What's that?" Bai Lian took her eyes off it and went back to handing Jianghu his milk tea. The other person took out a colorful spherical object. Jianghu took a sip lightly, a 7-layered, 5-colored magic cube. He had already managed to restore the center colors but was not familiar with the rest. Last night, after watching Jianghu Lai's speed cubing restoration formulas, he was trying hard to replicate them. Bai Lian opened her backpack and took out a large lump, having never seen a Rubik's Cube before. "Are you restoring the colors of this sphere?" Jianghu nodded, discontent with his own speed. "My brother can solve it very quickly, but I need 2 hours. A guy who had just come in with a basketball spat out his lemon tea. "No way, little bro." The guy spun on his foot and turned sideways, wearing the school uniform, his features handsome and sunny, and kindly suggested to him in a heartfelt tone, "Don't talk about it so calmly, have some sympathy for the average high school student." Jianghu glanced at him and said nothing. "Boy, what's with that look?" "What look?" "Hey." The boy got choked up for a moment but then greeted Bai Lian, introducing himself. "Bai classmate, I am your Zhang Xiais." Bai Lian recognized him. He was the guy who sat behind her. She had remembered everyone who introduced themselves to her. Zhang Xiais scratched his head. "Oh, so you did hear us talking. Luma said that if you ever need anything just ask me. I'm the sports committee member." They called Lu Lingxi Luma in their class. As Zhang Xiais was talking, he saw the object that Bai Lian took out. It looked like a motor. Bai Lian inserted the straw with one hand and played with the coils of the motor with the other. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiais, Who carries this kind of stuff in their backpack? He said goodbye to Bai Lian with an incredulous face and left the milk tea shop. The group of boys waiting for him outside asked if he got the new transfer student's contact info, implying that the new student was so pretty that they could only admire her from afar. "I'll ask tomorrow." Zhang Xiais put his arm around his buddy's shoulder, exclaiming with a sense of brotherhood, "With you guys in the world I can rest easy." The brothers were just about to be moved. Zhang Xiais, it's great to have more than one useless person. As darkness gradually fell at the school gate, students who had been staying late for the honor student training had just finished their classes. Ren Wanxian was picked up and dropped off by a personal driver every day. She was on the phone with the driver. "I finished my tutoring class, come to." Her eyes caught sight of a girl sitting under the street light at the corner of the crossroad, apparently waiting for something. How come she kept running into Bai Lian at this huge school? Could it really be such a coincidence? Ren Wanxian suddenly felt an irritation. Observing the other's silhouette, she pondered for a while and then instructed her driver, "Take the car to the back gate, I'll wait for you there." "What's wrong?" the boy next to her asked her. "Nothing." Ren Wanxian shook her head, not wanting to mention Bai Lian at all. "Let's go to the back gate." She turned coldly, re-entering through the school gate. The boy, after a thoughtful nod, glanced faintly at the corner of the crossroad and said, "Then I'll have my driver wait for me at the back gate as well." Meanwhile at the crossroad. "When is your brother coming?" Bai Lian sat beside Jianghu by the roadside, watching the passing traffic. The streetlights lit up one by one. Jianghu reluctantly lit up his watch. "Another 10 minutes. Okay." Bai Lian leaned lazily against the lamp post, taking out the coils again to play with. When Jiang Fulai came to pick up Jianghu, what he saw was this scene. The girl sat casually by the roadside. Her ink-black hair was casually held up by a brown wooden hairpin. She elegantly manipulated the motor in her hands, making the rough motor seem more like a piece of art. Her facial features were strikingly attractive, and her droopy eyes conveyed a lazy demeanor. For a moment, it was as if the moonlight too favored her, casting a hazy glow as if moisturized by the moon's radiance. Suddenly he thought of a phrase, tender yet lethal. Chapter 15. 009 monopolizes the moonlight. Backter Street _1 dusk descended on the long street, which monopolized 7 shades of the moonlight. "I kept you waiting." Jiang Fulai came back to his senses. He suppressed his gaze and introduced himself to Bai Lian. "Hello, Bai Lian, I am Jianghu's brother, Jiang Fulai." He stepped out of the car enveloped in a cold frost, his voice slightly lowered, naturally chilly. Bai Lian looked up and inadvertently collided with a pair of light-colored eyes that reflected no light like a cold pool. Deep and cold. She glanced at Jiang Fulai, who wore a black shirt. His face was stunningly cold, his slightly lighter hair blending with the light. Their first gaze, or perhaps another glance. It was surely quiet and lonely, yet it felt deafening. After a moment, Bai Lian slowly spoke, "Give me a reason not to shark you." Jiang Fulai rarely showed his true emotions in front of others. This was the first time he was caught off guard in public. Jianghu looked up, contemptuous. "Her name is Bai Lian." Jiang Fulai, "Firstly, do you want to see what you noted down?" "Sorry." Realizing what had happened, Jiang Fulai lightly chuckled. A rare smile tinged his usually indifferent and ice-cold phoenix eyes. Jianghu is sensitive to numbers, but he never went to kindergarten, so... He paused, then simply assessed, he is semi-illiterate. Bai Lian swept a cold glance toward Jianghu. Jianghu, who had an autism spectrum disorder and exhibited extraordinary intelligence only in numbers and geometry. Expressionless, he withdrew his gaze and fluidly covered his wristwatch. "Is that from a fan you dismantled?" Jiang Fulai's other hand held a book, rolled up like a tube as he squatted beside Bai Lian and casually took her electric motor, looking down with serious attention. "It's probably a capacitor issue. Use a multimeter to check which wire has no resistance and fix it." It was a hand like an artwork, with the glossy white of jade, long joints and lines that flowed between proportion and smoothness, exuding a faint, crisp air. "Multimeter?" Bai Lian withdrew her death stare from Jianghu and rested her chin on her knees, tilting her head lazily. "I thought about buying one, but my grandfather wouldn't let me dismantle the house. I stole this one from his room." There was no other emotion on her face, her black pupils reflecting the streetlight above, lazy and beautiful. She just wanted to stealthily dismantle an electric fan. One could imagine her cutely stealing and dismantling her family's things, and perhaps the elder would helplessly indulge her, turning a blind eye. "I have one, I'll bring it to you in a few days." The mere thought of the scene made Jianghu Lai feel like a big cat was stretching out lazily to scratch him. I have a physics lab. It's well equipped for experiments, very convenient. Jianghu rarely felt close to people, even going silent for 7 days at a time. Bai Lian was a peculiar existence to Jianghu. Now seeing her in the flesh, he thought he might understand why Jianghu wanted to go home with her. Bai Lian blinked. A large lab, there must be a particle collider there. The glances from the people around grew more intense. Jianghu Lai casually picked up Jianghu by his collar and stood up. Get in the car first. They'll drive you home. There were few streetlights on Purist Street. Bai Lian had Jianghu Lai's car stop at the intersection. This is the book you wanted. Jianghu Lai got out of the car with her and handed her the book in his hand. In the twilight, his eyes and brows seemed to soften as if steeped in ice and snow. Physics is not difficult, it's interesting. You can ask me if you have any questions. Thank you. Bai Lian took the book. This was a book that she couldn't find anywhere. I should be thanking you. Jianghu Lai looked towards Jianghu and said softly, Jianghu always thinks he's an alien wanting to return to his own planet. You're his first human friend. But Bai Lian simply said, he's cute. Jianghu Lai turned to look at her for a moment and chuckled lightly, yeah. Bai Lian waved at him and left. Jianghu Lai watched her enter a small store with a police patrol not far away. His slightly furrowed brow relaxed a little as he got back into the car. This place hasn't been demolished? Ming Dongheng sat in the driver's seat, surprised at the sight of the low and somewhat aged buildings. Right across from it is Bakhtur Street, where my master is. Bakhtur Street was where Ming Dongheng often went, a street at the border of two countries. He just hadn't expected that Bakhtur Street and Purist Street were only a kilometer apart, facing each other across the river. Jianghu Lai looked at the lone few streetlights slowly rolling up the car window. Let's go back. Chapter 16. 009 monopolizes the moonlight. Bakhtur Street _2 Ming Dongheng drove off, and Jianghu leaned by the car window watching Bai Lian. Jianghu Lai's fingertips lightly tapped the phone screen, and in the dark night, his brows and eyes seemed to be coated with a faint layer of cold frost. After a while he lit up the screen to send a message. Go to the storeroom and find my physics notes. The convenience store. 2 patrol officers came to buy 2 bottles of water and chatted with the store manager as if they were catching up on family news. The store manager answered, puzzled. Today before leaving, Bai Lian had asked the store manager to bring her some electric cables. The manager handed them to her, along with a lollipop, covering the QR code and refusing to let her transfer the money. Hurry back home, it's already dark. Oh, Bai Lian put away the cables. The patrol officers didn't find out anything and left to finish their shift. Once they were gone, a neighbor dared to come over. What did you do? Went across the river to steal something? Why are the police always watching you? But I am a law-abiding citizen. The store manager opened his mouth in grievance. He was also confused. I can't figure out what I've done wrong. Sucking on the lollipop, Bai Lian lowered her pretty eyes and walked innocently into the alley. Just reaching the entrance of the alley, she saw the old man waiting there. It was Jianghu. Bai Lian hesitated, then quickened her pace. Jianghu held a flashlight, only turning it on when he saw her, lighting the pitch-dark alley to guide her home. You can't rush your studies, take it slow. Purist Street had streetlights, but the inner alleys did not. Only the dim yellow light from the homes occasionally flickered. I want. Bai Lian took out her earphones, ready to listen to English vocabulary words and rejecting the suggestion. Jianghu, seeing Bai Lian eyeing his flashlight, he warned, this can't be taken apart. Bai Lian's gaze was a bit elusive. Am I that kind of person? But I woke up this morning to find the corpse of my fan. Jianghu ruthlessly exposed her. You just looked at the wrong time. Don't believe me, check again in a few days. Bai Lian stubbornly retorted. Meanwhile, in Xiangcheng's only villa district, the Ren family. Ren Qian, as usual, inquired about Ren Wangshuan's studies and explained about Gao Jiechen's situation. Dr. Gao has not yet replied, you have to strive at school. Ren Wanxian nodded, which would normally signal it was time to leave. But today she hesitated. What's wrong? Ren Qian was surprised. It's about the affairs of my dad's family. Ren Wanxian shared the matter regarding Bai Lian with Ren Qian. Hearing the full story, Ren Qian put down the document in his hand, switching from arts to sciences. Ren Wanxian wasn't too concerned, but thinking about the other person's science score of only 85, she shook her head. A composite science score of 85, I don't know why she wants to study science, and Dad even asked me to teach her. Don't listen to him, he has become increasingly muddled these past 2 years, not knowing the severity. Ren Qian's expression chilled. He valued Ren Wangshuan's academic performance, naturally aware that she had scored a perfect 300 in the science composite. Doesn't he know how important your studies are? He hadn't yet met Bai Lian, but he already had a rather poor impression of her. For young people, it's important to be stable and pragmatic. Ren Wanxian quickly started to rub Ren Qian's shoulders. Don't be angry, Dad didn't mean to, you know him, he's only focused on his research, he doesn't even remember how old I am. For many years indeed, the Ji family hadn't taken advantage of the Ren family to cause any trouble. But Ren Qian was not concerned about the Ji family's affairs. He softened his tone, advising Ren Wanxian, all right, don't worry about the Ji family's matters. Your father is not clear-headed, but you need to be clear about what is truly important. Next year is the college entrance exam, don't get distracted by other things. After Ren Wanxian exited, the Secretary General spoke up. Next year's college entrance exam, it's time for someone from Xiangqing to become the valedictorian. Miss Wanxian stands a good chance. This class has fierce competition, just competing with the Chen family in Xiangqing will be tough for her. Ren Qian knew a bit of the inside story, he shook his head. Let's not talk about being the valedictorian of Beiqing, let's focus on Xiangqing first. In their eyes, the biggest goal was to be the valedictorian of Beiqing. As for the national valedictorian, it was unthinkable. Which year had the national valedictorian not been from Jianghu? How could it be someone from another place? This is the auction list from White Tiger Auction House for 1 week from now. The Secretary General remembered the official matter. This time there is an authentic piece by Liang Zuan. At that, Ren Qian eagerly reached out for it. An authentic piece by Liang Zuan? Liang's style was one of the most popular scripts, not just favored by the common people but also highly esteemed by the major families and great literati. Therefore, from a young age, Ren Qian made Ren Wanxian learn Liang's style. Clearly, Ren Wanxian had made the right move. Ever since she was young, she had won many people's favor with her Liang-style handwriting. Authentic pieces by Liang Zuan were rare, with a known authentic piece residing in the private museum of the Chen family in Jianghu. Chapter 17, 009 Monopolizes the Moonlight, Bakhtur Street _3 This genuine piece coming up for auction is bound to attract a crowd from all over the country. No one would doubt its authenticity, after all, it's the largest auction house in Asia, and nobody dares to cause trouble at an auction on Bakhtur Street. Find a way to get an invitation to the auction, Ren Qian said. The next day, Bai Lian didn't linger in the library because Jiang Fulai had someone send her the multi-tester. She planned to go home and show her grandfather what bad timing really meant. Bus 12 came to a stop on Pura Street, and when Bai Lian got off with her black backpack, she saw a crowd gathered around the convenience store from a distance. As Bai Lian approached, the onlookers outside in white tank tops trembled with excitement. With a clatter, a cigarette fell to the ground. Officer Zhang, ask them if I've broken any law? The middle-aged man in black attire said casually, exhaling a ring of smoke while pointing at a vendor selling chilled mung bean jelly. Dare you say I've transgressed? The vendor, in fear, shook his head as he picked up his knocked-over stall. No. I knocked it over myself. Oh, is that so? The middle-aged man took 2 more steps forward, pointing at someone selling hand-carved items. The person sat on the ground, frantically waving their hands in negation. He stepped on an embroidered shoe and finally stopped in front of Jiheng. How about you? Do you dare? Jiheng looked at the stall on the ground and shook his head. See. The middle-aged man then leisurely turned to Officer Zhang, his voice arrogant. I told you I haven't done anything, Officer Zhang. You wouldn't arrest a good person, would you? You? Officer Zhang was about to take action, but was firmly restrained by a colleague. Forget it, Officer Zhang. The colleague whispered in Officer Zhang's ear, he must be Poison Scorpion. Officer Zhang calmed down. Poison Scorpion. One of the top 10 on their internal most wanted list, he frequently moves between Bakhtur Street and the international scene. Many of his men are ex-mercenaries, protected by a bar on Bakhtur Street, and even the FBI is said to be unable to touch him. His power was immense. Poison Scorpion had long anticipated this scenario. He looked at Officer Zhang with disdain, carelessly dropping his cigarette on the ground and stepping on it. It seems, Officer Zhang, if you desire to catch me, you'll have to find another way. No one present dared to speak. Poison Scorpion then arrogantly left the convenience store with all the cigarettes and casually left Purist Street. Only after he had left did Officer Zhang silently help the vendors straighten their stalls, whispering an apology to them. The people from the bar on Bakhtur Street at the junction between two nations, those people. Without evidence, Officer Zhang truly had no recourse. Even if the Qin family of Xiangqing was present today, they too would suffer silently. Bai Lian stood not far away, watching the scene with an unperturbed gaze. The man in the white tank top, feeling the chill of her gaze on his back, shivered and quickly set about helping the vendors pick up their goods. Clearly he was also one of the formidable convention people, and seeing him lending a hand, Officer Zhang gave him a glance, his gaze then shifting to the store owner not far away. As the crowd slowly dispersed, such incidents were not uncommon on Purist Street. Alien? Ji Heng, having tidied up his belongings, saw Bai Lian standing at the street corner. The neighbors liked the trinkets made by Ji Heng, who would set up his stall every few days. Bai Lian usually studied late in the library, so this was the first time she saw him vending. Bai Lian answered calmly, taking Ji Heng's items from his hand. It's all right, grandfather's used to it. Ji Heng spoke more today than usual, holding a tobacco pipe. These things don't happen often. He's from the opposite side and doesn't come here often. You should be more careful when you go out. It's better for ordinary folks like us to avoid provoking them if we can. He comforted Bai Lian. Bai Lian hummed in agreement once more, but the chill in her pitch-black eyes grew colder. Ji Heng was at ease with her. 11 o'clock at night. The lights in Ji Heng's room went out, and in Bai Lian's room she tightened the last screw on the electric fan. Then, taking her mobile phone, she quietly closed her room door behind her and left. Crossing the bridge at the end of Purist Street, a street stretched out in front of her, resplendent with golden light. Although it was 10 o'clock at night, it was as bright as day. The entrance bore the name in 2 languages, Bakhtur Street. The man in the white tank top had been waiting here. He looked up to see the girl in the flowing moon-white dress so out of place in this street. Sis, the man in the white tank top approached, handing Bai Lian a cigarette and lighting it for her. With a slender cigarette grasped between her fingers, Bai Lian appeared utterly nonchalant. As the flames sparked and smoke began to curl up, she lazily tilted her head. Where is he? Chapter 18. 010 Save the People, Crown Prince Class 1 Qinglong Bar. Near the bridge on Purist Street, it spread out over a wide area. Poison Scorpion was the toughest enforcer at Qinglong Bar. His recklessness had earned him a big name on this street, and most were afraid of him, which meant few dared to cause trouble in the bar. He was just sitting in the lounge inside the bar, biting on a freshly lit cigarette. Bang! The door was flung open. Poison Scorpion glanced up nonchalantly, only to see a white tank top. He stood behind a young woman. Yo Mao Kuan. He obviously recognized the man in the white tank top. He called him Mao Kuan, but his tone lacked respect. Poison Scorpion stared straight at the girl behind him. Are you here to pay tribute to me? Haha, don't worry Mao Kuan, he'll be sure to speak highly of you to your godfather. The man in the white tank top looked at him as if seeing a former version of himself. Bai Lian slowly approached. Poison Scorpion hesitated, then with a smile, extended his hand toward Bai Lian. Mao Kuan, the person you've brought is pretty. Bang! He, along with the stool, was kicked to the ground and a bone in his chest broke. Poison Scorpion's eyes turned fierce as he endured the pain and scrambled up, throwing a fierce punch at Bai Lian's face. Bai Lian didn't even move her feet, simply raising her hand leisurely to catch his punch under his astonished gaze. The hem of her moon-white dress fluttered gently. Crack! The sound of finger joints breaking echoed. You want to die? With a bang, he was once again brutally smashed to the ground by Bai Lian. Poison Scorpion had never seen such a twisted scene before and looked at Bai Lian in terror. The borderlands between two countries were complex, and no one without some abilities could survive there. His skills were quite impressive. In fact, few people knew that even the FBI had been unable to handle him when he was notorious internationally, which was why the bar owner had taken notice of him. As Qinglong Bar's top enforcer, even the #1 fighter in the ring would have a hard time laying a hand on him. Poison Scorpion was breathing more out than in. He lay on the ground, unable to get up. Have I offended you? He was clever indeed. To be this arrogant and still alive for so long was because he had only offended nobodies. The girl in front of him, who could crush him as easily as pinching a steamed bun, was certainly no nobody. He had no idea how he had managed to provoke her. Bai Lian still had a slender cigarette pinched between her fingers, and the smoky haze swirled around her face. She walked unhurriedly to Poison Scorpion's side, wearing gray embroidered shoes with a faint footprint on them. The embroidery was of pink peonies, layered and sumptuous. With the shoe bearing the footprint, she stepped on Poison Scorpion's right hand and asked softly, "Is the embroidery nice?" So prim and proper. Poison Scorpion, who had been so arrogant before, now lay at Bai Lian's feet. Even as every breath caused pain in his chest, he still struggled to wipe the dust from her embroidered shoe. Smiling ingratiatingly, he looked up at her. "Good, very good. The embroidery is excellent." Bai Lian looked down, the shadows cast by her eyelashes hiding the tumult within her eyes. She lifted her foot. "Indeed it's good." Bang, another kick. She kicked Poison Scorpion hard in the chest. Poison Scorpion was slammed against the wall. Bai Lian leisurely straightened her sleeves. Withdrawing her gaze, she said coldly, "But it's gotten dirty." The man in the white tank top knelt beside Poison Scorpion, kindly reminding him, "You had to mess with her grandfather's business of all things. And you even asked if the old man dared to. Do you think he dares? Remember to respect your elders and love the young." The bar was deafening with noise. A group of men in black waited at the doorway. The leader, seeing Poison Scorpion paralyzed and gasping against the wall, twitched his mouth. "God, you're asking a vicious man to respect the elderly and love the young." They looked at Bai Lian warily, then told the man in the white tank top, "Mao Kuan, the boss wants you in the conference room." "I'll talk to my godfather." The man in the white tank top nodded casually. Bai Lian leaned against the bar, lazily tapping her fingers on the countertop. "Xiaoba." The man in the white tank top immediately stepped forward, pouring her a drink. "Sister, my surname is Mao." "Oh, Xiao Mao." Bai Lian nodded sluggishly. "Thanks for today, but I don't drink. I'm heading back." "Sister, won't you stay a little longer?" Bai Lian took out a wooden hairpin, slowly gathered her hair, and her low, soft eyes were languorous. "No, I have class at 8 in the morning tomorrow." "Niao Kuan no Xiao Mao." At his side, a younger brother seeing Bai Lian for the first time blushed. Xiao Mao upon seeing this snapped at him, smacking his head hard. "What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Any ideas you're getting? Stuff them back into your mother's womb." Chapter 19. 010 Save the People, Crown Prince Class 2 Purist Street. The night was dark and the wind was high. Bai Lian took out her earphones to memorize English vocabulary. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and faint sounds of a scuffle were coming from the narrow, dark alley ahead. Ordinary people would have taken a Bai Lian wore her earphones, halfway through her vocabulary listening, when her phone rang. It was Mao Kuan. She answered and calmly walked past them. There were 3 men with blonde hair and blue eyes. Because of the girl's excessive calm, they were clearly stunned for a moment. The next second, one of them came to his senses and reached out to grab Bai Lian's neck. Bai Lian tilted her head sideways, grasped the man's hand. "Sister," Mao Kuan's voice came through. Bai Lian looked at the blue-eyed man, then glanced down at the person lying in the corner. "Wait a moment," she told Mao Kuan, then stuffed her phone back into her pocket. Then she suddenly yanked the blue-eyed man in front of her. The breeze from her punch parted the strands of hair scattered on either side of her, revealing her cool gaze. Bai Lian didn't retreat. With her other hand balled into a fist, she powerfully slammed into another who tried to make a move on her. In less than 3 minutes, 3 men were lying at her feet. Only then did Bai Lian take her phone out of her pocket, leaning lazily against the wall. "Speak." "Oh." Mao Kuan, on the other end of the phone, wiped his face. "There's an auction here in a couple of days. Do you want to come play?" "No thanks." Bai Lian hung up, her eyelashes drooping down. She put her earphones back on and dug out her English vocabulary list. "Hey!" The bloodied person lying in the corner spoke to her, shaking as he fetched a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tried to find a cigarette to bite on. "Thank you, can I have your contact information?" Bai Lian glanced down at him. His leg was still bleeding nonstop. Her gaze settled on the gold-framed calligraphy next to him. When the man saw her looking, he moved his right hand but inadvertently triggered a wound, causing him to hiss in pain. "Do you want this? It's an original by Liang Zuan. It's valuable but not as precious as I am. Take it if you want. As for other requests, I can manage anything as long as you don't ask to live on the moon." Bai Lian, unsure which word moved her, squatted down, flipped on her phone's flashlight, and shone it on the calligraphy beside the man. After a while, Bai Lian's gaze lazily fell on the man's continuously bleeding leg. She slightly lowered her head and reached out to fumble with the man's injured leg. "What are you doing?" The man was taken aback and quickly said, It's a gunshot wound. My private doctor will be here any moment. Don't touch it randomly, I don't want to be crippled just yet. While he spoke, his leg suddenly stopped bleeding. Even the pain was greatly reduced. Only then did Bai Lian stand up, reopened her English vocabulary page and started walking back. Hey, the man snapped out of it and saw that she hadn't taken the calligraphy. He couldn't help but call out to her, don't you want Liang Zuan's original work? The girl who didn't pay him much attention stopped. The gentle moonlight bathed her as she finished memorizing a word before tilting her head. Who told you this is an original? The man was taken aback. This has been authenticated by experts. The girl took her gaze back, disappearing around the corner. Her voice faded into the night, lonely and vague. Have it authenticated again. That's his student's handwriting. 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiheng's room. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with a figure holding an electric fan. Jiheng. Bai Lian. After 10 seconds of staring, someone was looking at him with a very righteous expression, as if asking, why did you wake up so early? Very well. Jiheng expressionlessly closed his eyes again. Only then did Bai Lian set the electric fan down. She made sure to plug it in. The fan that was previously broken now seemed eager to let everyone know it had been fixed by someone, whirring loudly as it began to spin. She considerately closed the door behind her as she left. Jiheng opened his eyes again, looking at the window to the early morning sky, cool with an estimated temperature of about 22 degrees. Calmly, he reached out and pulled the half-draped blanket up to his neck. Xiangqing Middle School starts class at 8 in the morning. Most boarders arrive by 7. Bai Lian wasn't particularly late, arriving at 7:30. Her desk mate must have also arrived early, now clutching an English book and sitting in the front seat, memorizing. And her seat. Bai Lian yawned lazily as she walked up to her spot, tapped the desk and looked down. Classmate, excuse me. The girl sitting in her seat instantly pulled a long face. Shush. The originally noisy classroom quieted down in an instant. Zhang Xiai's, who had been napping on his desk, also lifted his head, bleary-eyed, and came to alertness at the situation. The curly-haired girl didn't even glance at Bai Lian. Noticing Zhang Xiai's awake, her eyes lit up as she handed him a bag. Zhang Xiai's, I brought you breakfast. Chapter 20, 010 Save the People, Crown Prince Class _3 Meanwhile Yang Lin gently tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve, gesturing with her eyes towards Bai Lian. Zhang Xiai's never accepts anything from girls. But now he reached out to take the breakfast. Thank you, Qinwei, you go ahead, class is about to start. The smile returned to Qinwei's sullen face. Then I'll come watch you play basketball tonight. Perhaps in a good mood, Qinwei hummed a tune as she left class 15. As she passed by, both male and female students shrank their necks in unison. New student, since you just arrived at our school, let me give you the rundown. The girl in front turned around and heaved a sigh of relief before speaking to Bai Lian. That was Qinwei from the second year. Of course, mentioning that might not mean much to you. You know about the school heartthrobs, right? Besides that idiot Zhang Xiai's, there's another guy called Qinzhu. Qinwei is Qinzhu's little sister. Qinzhu is in the elite class 8 of the third year. Got it? The ones who usually hang out with her are the likes of Qinzhu and Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian, thank you. So annoying, I want to erase her. In any case, we commoners should avoid provoking anyone from the elite class if we can. Eggs can't compete with stones, the girl finished, then glanced towards Yang Lin and Zhang Xiai's. Right, you too. The most important thing is that Qinzhu and Ren Wanxian are both hot contenders for the top scholar title of our graduating year in Beijing, Yang Lin said, settling into her seat, and after a thought she added softly, try not to offend them. That's true, Zhang Xiai's grumbled discontentedly, but why did you have to call me, a cheerful and pure-hearted 19-year-old guy, an idiot? No one paid attention to him. Zhang Xiai's then draped an arm around his desk mate's shoulder. What do you think, top student? Ning Xiao looked up and gave him a be quiet look. Bai Lian propped her chin with a hand, lazily flipping open her English textbook. Zhang Xiai's touched his nose and took out his phone to add her as a friend. Today is Friday, after school in the evening. Yang Lin and Bai Lian walked out of the school gates together, with Bai Lian wearing headphones and listening to vocabulary words. They walked to the flower shop at the end of the street. The middle-aged woman selling flowers was enthusiastically wrapping a bouquet for a customer, but when she saw Yang Lin, she squinted and smiled gently. Your flowers are on the table, I've set them aside for you. While reciting vocabulary, Bai Lian looked over and saw a beautiful white lily on the table. Yang Lin picked up the flower and placed the money on the table. The middle-aged woman finished wrapping the bouquet and seeing this exchange, shook her head helplessly and then asked, "What about that boy Zhang Xiai's? He's playing basketball. Always off playing basketball, why can't he be more like you and Ning Xiao?" Zhang's mother muttered her complaints, then turned to look at Bai Lian. "Ah, this must be the transfer student in your class. Such a pretty young girl." She pulled out a red rose and gave it to Bai Lian. "She definitely seems much better behaved than my troublesome son." Bai Lian accepted it. "Thank you, auntie." "Ah," Zhang's mother clutched her chest. "Al knew it, I should have had a daughter. That darn Zhang Xiais can only manage to kill my orchids." Don't be mad, don't be mad." The middle-aged man who had just come back from outside put down his computer bag and continuously consoled her. "Tonight, we'll pretend to fight and isolate ourselves in our room, making him do all the household chores for a week." Carrying a rose, Bai Lian took separate ways from Yang Lin at the intersection. Following the address given by Jianghu, she arrived at the wealthy district of Xiangqing. The public bus only went as far as the road on the outer perimeter. Ren Wanxian hadn't attended today's top student training because there were important guests coming to her house, and Ren Qian had notified her in advance. As she passed by the periphery of the wealthy district, her gaze caught a person not far off. "Stop the car." The boy in the front seat casually glanced at the rearview mirror. "What's wrong?" Ren Wanxian shook her head without saying a word. Swoosh, the car stopped in front of Bai Lian. The window rolled down, revealing Ren Wangshuan's face brimming with irritation. She looked at Bai Lian with a mocking expression as if she had already seen through her. "What are you waiting for here?" Chapter 21. 011 Director Qin. That day Liang Zuan's extraordinarily talented disciple Bai Lian held her cell phone and sent a message telling Jianghu not to hurry. She was still in a moon-white long dress, her eyes clear and tranquil, reciting vocabulary in a calm and unruffled manner. Upon hearing a voice she looked up. "Waiting for your ancestor." No matter whether it was at school, at the Ren family home or anywhere else, Ren Wanxian was always the center of attention, always pampered and worshipped by everyone. Even Qin Wei had to make some superficial effort in front of her. As for the Ji family, even though she was very polite to Ji Heng, deep down she still looked down on the Ji family members. Ren Wanxian looked at the long dress on Bai Lian, plain and unadorned, without any logo, clearly something made casually by Ji Heng. In her eyes, Bai Lian was indeed the least noticeable among them. When encountering her, one should at least be cautious and respectful, not so arrogant. But she didn't expect that someone she least cared about would speak to her so rudely. The driver in the car couldn't help but take another look at Bai Lian, and Ren Wanxian noticed that the boys nearby were also looking their way. She was shocked that Bai Lian dared to speak to her like that. What are you talking about? Can't hear clearly?" Bai Lian, looking at the next word, said indifferently, "Then I can carve it on your tombstone." The driver wished he could cover his ears, trying hard to pretend he didn't hear anything. But Ren Wanxian, with her sense of entitlement, didn't get out of the car, only haughtily rolled down the window so everyone in the car could hear Bai Lian's words. Even if the driver showed no reaction, Ren Wanxian still felt that everything about her was being challenged by Bai Lian at this moment. She was rendered speechless by the retort, and only managed to pull at her lips before angrily rolling up the window and demanding, "Aren't we leaving yet?" The car started. The boy in the front seat glanced at Bai Lian by the roadside through the rearview mirror. The look was as if he were observing a leaf, only for a moment before he withdrew his gaze. "You know her?" Ren Wangshuan's voice was cold with disdain. "Who knows which relative from the Ji family that is?" She didn't understand how Bai Lian could be so entitled when she was merely living in a slum that hadn't been developed yet, one that still used well water. Chen Zhu nodded, uninterested, and didn't ask any further. The car drove on for a while when another black car slowly approached. Chen Zhu, who had been sitting relaxed, straightened up, his gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, watching the black car grow more distant, until it disappeared. As dusk approached, the black car that vanished in the rearview mirror seemed to grow more mysterious. In the back seat, Ren Wanxian had temporarily forgotten about Bai Lian, watching the direction the black car had disappeared in, and asked softly, "Was that the people my grandfather mentioned?" Although in her final year of high school and focused on her studies, it didn't mean she wasn't aware of other matters. She knew about the recent changes in Xiangqing. They had always thought that the manor behind them, which had been vacant, belonged to the government. Now that it had been occupied, the major families of Xiangqing had all received a clear message not to disturb it. Qin Zhu only casually said, "I've never seen that make of car." The one who came to pick up Bai Lian was Ming Dongheng. Bai Lian had been memorizing words all the way, and when she arrived at the entrance of the manor, she saw Jianghu squatting at the door, eagerly waiting. The man in the gray suit waiting in the garden, seeing the carefree and lazy girl behind Jianghu, was quite surprised. Then, he watched as Jianghu walked to the adjacent laboratory, adeptly keyed in the password and entered. "Mr. Ming, who is that?" The man turned to Ming Dongheng, inquiring about the girl's identity. Despite his many years in Jiangjing, he had never heard of such a person. Ming Dongheng only warned, "Don't overstep." Chen Wei felt a chill down his back and remembered who resided in this place, no longer daring to ask any more. He secretly committed to memory the fleeting glimpse of the girl's face. With that striking face, he definitely wouldn't forget her if he saw her again. The laboratory. Most of the devices there were unfamiliar to Bai Lian, and Jianghu took her to a small table to show her a miniature perpetual motion machine on it. A metal sphere the size of a soybean slid down through the hole on the top layer into a track, then bounced back up. Both squatted on the spot, staring intently at it for 10 minutes. According to the law of conservation of energy, Bai Lian concluded, this is a fake perpetual motion machine. As she spoke, she flipped over the base and indeed saw magnets underneath. Jianghu nodded and then secretly told Bai Lian, "Uncle Ming has always thought it was a perpetual motion machine." There were many instruments in the laboratory, but Bai Lian and Jianghu only looked at the toroidal collider. Jianghu squatted on one side and tried several times with Bai Lian, continuously adding fluid. Chapter 22, 011 Director Qin. That day Liang Zuan's extraordinarily talented disciple _2 Bai Lian always recorded the data. She and Jianghu finally succeeded once, and after glancing at the numbers on both sides she recorded more data on paper. After she finished, Jianghu leaned on the table and looked at the vortex machine. "How come it still isn't broken?" Bai Lian set the paper aside, tilted her head to look, and found it hard to disagree. Outside. When Jiang Fulai returned, it was already dark. Young Master Jiang, Chief Chen followed him into the house respectfully. Jiang Fulai took off his coat and with a quick glance, noticed a black backpack, a mobile phone, and a rose on the rosewood table. "Ming Dongheng, those are Miss Bei's belongings." Jiang Fulai hummed calmly, his long eyelashes drooping slightly, shading the excessively cold look in his eyes. "Are they still in the laboratory? Like this, there should be many lining up at school to give her flowers. What are high school seniors doing not studying properly, giving roses to others? Truly not reserved." Young Master Jiang gave his polite assessment. "Have them come out to eat," Jiang Fulai instructed, his facial expression uninvolved. When Bai Lian came out, Jiang Fulai was speaking with Chief Chen. Chief Chen clearly appeared somewhat restrained, his hands resting on his knees as he sat with his legs together. It must be personal revenge this side of Xiangqing? He caught sight of Bai Lian entering from outside, paused, and didn't know whether to continue. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingertips lazily on the table, glanced at him. "Continue?" "Oh," Chief Chen quickly resumed, "L came here to tidy up the security. Poison Scorpion is my top priority, but the day I arrived, someone sought revenge on him." Ming Dongheng couldn't resist commenting expressionlessly, "Such a coincidence. You sure you didn't have a hand in it?" "How could L?" Chief Chen was quite agitated. "If I had that ability, would I need to be sent here for further training?" Ming Dongheng suddenly understood. "Chief Chen. Ever since ancient times, Xiangqing has always had difficult problems. This time Jiang Fulai came to Xiangqing, Jiangjing decided to give Xiangqing a thorough cleanup. Chen Zhu was a relatively outstanding descendant of the Jiangjing Qin family, and he secured the opportunity to come to Xiangqing out of a host of people. In ancient times, he would have been a special envoy with an imperial mandate. Make a mark here with political achievements, and return to be promoted and advance in ranks. But right after his arrival, someone conveniently handed him a merit. Chief Chen really felt Xiangqing was his lucky place. No suspects. Jiang Fulai rolled up his sleeves twice, casually poured 2 cups of tea, and pushed one each to Bai Lian and Jianghu. Jianghu stared at the cup as if it were poisoned. Chief Chen spoke with a serious expression. "There's one, the boss of Purist Street number 112. I've already deployed extra personnel to keep watch over him." "Is there no mistake?" Ming Dongheng remembered Purist Street and expressed doubt. Could it be that he's not in trouble for messing with Dawson's cake or offending the mercenary mafia? Don't know, but I have top secret information. Chief Chin lowered his voice. It said that Poison Scorpion took 2 cigarettes from the boss. Although he found it ridiculous, Xiangqing had listed a pile of evidence. Otherwise, how could the boss have his cigarettes taken in the evening and be destroyed the same night? At the side, Bai Lian held her teacup and took a light sip. Genuine old Banjiang tea, her eyes brightened slightly. Upon hearing the voice, she put down the teacup, lowered her dark eyes, her jade-like fingers touching the edge of the rosewood table, her expression lazily concurring with Chief Chin. That man is really bad. Only then did Chief Chin dare to look at her. The young lady didn't seem to be much of a presence, and Chief Chin softened his tone, comforting her with a kind voice. Don't worry, the bad guy has already received some punishment. Don't be afraid. That's good. Bai Lian finished her tea. She picked up her backpack and bid farewell to Jiang Fulai and the others. Jiang tugged at her sleeve. Bai Lian's eyes drooped lightly and she gave him a sideways glance. I'm going home to have dinner with my grandfather. A few streets away at the Ren family's. The Ren family and a group of people from the Qin family waited properly. Chief Qin, when can he arrive? Ren Qian looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Though anxious, he remained very polite to Chief Qin. The man referred to as Chief Qin was Qin Gang of the GDP powerhouse Qin family from Xiangqing. He was eyeing his watch. He should be arriving soon. As he was speaking, someone from outside came in with happy news. Qin Lord has arrived. Ren Qian and Qin Gang both stood up swiftly to welcome the guest at the entrance. Ren Wanxian and Qin Zhu also got up, exchanging glances. Qin Lord, Qin Gang accompanied by Ren Qian respectfully ushered the person in, and then introduced Ren Qian. This is Xiangcheng's current highest administrator, the elderly Mr. Ren Qian. If Bai Lian were here, she would recognize this man as the Chief Qin she had just met. Chapter 23, 011 Director Qin. That day Liang Zuan's extraordinarily talented disciple _3 Director Qin casually took a seat by the dining table. He was likely in his 30s or 40s, with a stern expression that rarely broke into a smile. Resting one hand on the table, he looked toward Ren Qian. Mr. Ren, I'm afraid I'll be imposing on you with my visit this time. Please do take good care of me. How could I dare? Ren Qian, also a sly fox, responded with a smile, his demeanor perfectly pitched. It's our Ren family that's honored by your presence. Although he smiled, Ren Qian's heart was truly shocked. There had long been rumors in Xiangqing that Qin family was a side branch of that Qin family in Jiangjing, but Ren Qian had his doubts. Not until recently when a secret order suddenly descended on Xiangqing. A certain Director Qin would be sent from Jiangjing to oversee Xiangqing. The sudden deployment left Ren Qian at a loss until Qin Gang arrived with the news of Director Qin's arrival. Heard that there's an authentic piece by Liang Zuan at the auction house? Director Qin took the wine Ren Qian poured for him and said indifferently. This was another task given to Director Qin by the Qin family in Jiangjing. Indeed, but the auction house issued a notice in the past few days, Ren Qian explained. Rumors suggest the handwriting may not be his own. Director Qin frowned. Ren Qian felt a flutter of anxiety. However, it is indeed authentic. It appears to be notes from one of his disciples. The auction house has already engaged an appraisal expert. The appraisal is still ongoing, so the auction has been postponed by 5 days. Really? Director Qin sat up straight. The appraisal is still underway. Beside him, Qin Gang quickly added, I will keep a close eye on this matter. As everyone knows, Liang Zuan, the illustrious prime minister from ancient times, in his life took only 2 disciples besides Emperor Jiangwen. And they were the exceptionally talented siblings from the Bai family. Emperor Jiangwen naturally wouldn't use the same handwriting as Elder Liang. Thus, if it was someone else's, it could only be one of the siblings from the Bai family. It seems that not all unofficial histories are groundless. The Qin family in Jiangjing, untouchable and revered through the ages, has always been a staunch fan of the Bai family. The majority of the private museum's collection belongs to the Bai family, and generation after generation the Qin family reverently enshrines the Bai family's ancestral tablets. For the Qin family, this was more attractive than an authentic piece by Liang Zuan. Ren Qian only exchanged a glance with the Secretary-General. Clearly, they had to find a way to get an invitation to the White Tiger auction house. Meanwhile, Ming Dongheng watched with unease as the bus wobbled away. He was tempted to follow the bus in his car. But Bai Lian wouldn't allow it. He had no choice but to wait for her to get on the bus before driving back to the manor. Jiang Fulai was dining with Jiang He at the table, both of them speaking seldom as they always did during meals. Silence and tranquility reigned. Ming Dongheng sat down and began to eat slowly as well. Setting his bowl down, Jiang Fulai suddenly remembered something. Who sent over the tea? Everything delivered here was handpicked by Su Nanjing. Ming Dongheng swallowed a mouthful of food. Su Nanjing. Jiang Fulai drew a disinfectant tissue, meticulously wiped his hands clean while looking at his lap, his tone casual. From now on, everything follows this standard. Ming Dongheng nodded. Jiang Fulai stood up, taking the documents on the table with him to the laboratory. The experiment on dark matter had a long schedule, and he had recreated his Jiangjing laboratory in Xiangqing in its entirety, which is why there was a corner reserved for Jiang He's stuff. A table no taller than 70 centimeters, a stool merely 20 centimeters, even the experimental apparatus were a size smaller. Jiang Fulai walked up to the long laboratory bench, about to place his own documents down, when he caught sight of a piece of paper not far away. His laboratory was always clean and tidy. This paper must have been left by the other two. He approached, casually picking up the paper. There were 7 sets of data from top to bottom. He was initially just curious about what the other two had been up to until his eyes fell on the 4th set. He froze. Chapter 24. 012 High-Efficiency Study Method. Relocation of residents completed under a few digits were written casually. They flowed from the hand as if in one breath, the strokes revealing a hidden sharpness. Jiang Fulai stared at the characters for a moment before continuing to look at the data. If the first 3 sets of data were chaotic, a pattern could be discerned starting from the 4th set. Jiang Fulai immediately recognized it as data from vortex ring collisions. He wasn't very interested in fluid dynamics, so he scanned the data quickly and then took out his phone to take a picture. He sent it to someone. Member of the Ma Institute. I'll need to calculate 5,000 Gaussian Bose samples. I don't have time. Member of the Ma Institute. Of course, if you're willing to switch to quantum mechanics, I think I might find some time. Clearly, the other party didn't look at the content carefully. The reply was quite heartless. Jiang Fulai was not in a hurry. 10 minutes later. The phone rang. Jiang Fulai's eyes were faint, he wore half-frame glasses on the bridge of his nose, and there were no chairs for resting in the lab, nor was the experimental table suitable for sitting operations. He leaned on the desk with one hand, while the other held a mouse, bending over to carefully plot the mass and interaction graph of WIMPs. He didn't answer. The phone stopped for a while, then ringed again quickly. Jiang Fulai reached out, picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. I had a feeling they were up to no good and trusting the kid to you. You're barely self-sufficient, how are you going to care for Jiang He? Came the voice of the member of the Ma Institute, with his teammates discussing something in the background. He was always direct with Jiang Fulai and after a brief pause suggested, how about this, you hand Jiang He over to me and I'll raise him on your behalf. The member of the Ma Institute knew who was with Jiang Fulai. So he guessed that the data came from Jiang He. It's a set of data Jiang He and his friend worked on. They are very sensitive to data, Jiang Fulai said with a slight droop in his phoenix eyes. His depth in fluid dynamics wasn't profound. But a person's talent and spirit can't be hidden. Therefore he did not think Jiang He and Bai Lian had a superficial understanding of physics. After all, even the mathematical genius Maxwell faced indifference when he shifted to physics, trying to study electricity and magnetism, and the physical giants of that era did not care about Maxwell either. On the phone. Jiangjing University. The member of the Ma Institute hung up, holding on to the data and thinking about it as he left the office. While going downstairs he instructed his assistant, we're aiming to match the school in Xiangqing this year, right? Help me look someone up. The assistant noted it down in the schedule. Almost everyone in the school knew the member of the Ma Institute. Upon seeing him leave the office, a boy passing by the lab building couldn't help his excitement and took a photo, then grabbing his friend's arm, unable to contain himself. Xiaoku, that's the member of the Ma Institute. Did you see? My teacher once had the privilege of being in his team. Bai Lian had just gotten off the bus when she saw Mao Kuan squatting at the bus stop waiting for her. Upon seeing her, Mao Kuan immediately stomped out his cigarette. Then he picked up the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can. Sis, Mao Kuan offered her an invitation with eager courtesy. Sis, this is an invitation from the White Tiger Auction House. I'm not going. Godfather said it's yours once he gives it to you, you can sell it if you don't want it. Mao Kuan scratched his head. It's going for a good price on the black market right now. Then you help me put it up on the black market. Bai Lian reached out, took the red invitation with a white tiger printed on its cover, and casually put it into her backpack. Okay sis. The two of them went to a convenience store one after another. Bai Lian grabbed a bottle of water, scanned the QR code to pay and then went back. Whereas Mao Kuan, seeing that Bai Lian called the store owner uncle, caught on quickly, bought a pack of cigarettes, and also helped the owner move the piled goods back into the store. Someone watching from the shadows took note with a solemn expression, marking the store owner's name with a star. Bai Lian had a pleasant time reading and studying in the library with Jianghu on Sunday. Jianghu sat listlessly alone on the carpet. He fiddled with a Rubik's Cube in his hand slowly. Jiang Fulai came downstairs, fastening the buttons at his collar with one hand, holding his laptop in the other, and walked slowly over to Jianghu. Looking down, his posture was somewhat lazy, his voice however was calm. Not changed clothes? Normally Jianghu would have been heading to the library that day. Jianghu ignored him. Jiang Fulai finished buttoning up, placed his laptop on the table beside him and asked calmly, "Do you know when my vortex ring machine might break down?" "Sister Bai has gone to Beijing to transfer her huku." Jianghu looked up and spoke slowly. "Beijing?" Jiang Fulai nodded. He then reached out, took the Rubik's Cube from Jianghu's hands, which was twisted halfway through difficulty, quickly solved it and handed it back to Jianghu. "So clumsy," he said politely, then put on his mask, picked up his laptop and left. Chapter 25. 012 High Efficiency Study Method. Relocation of residents completed. Tu Ming Dongheng stood in place, his face expressionless as he watched. Jianghu. He frustratedly scrambled the Rubik's Cube again, opened his watch and sent a message to Bai Lian. Text. Bai Lian had already boarded the train, and her household registration transfer certificate for Xiangqing had been processed. The certificate for moving out still needed to be arranged in Beijing. Beijing was far away and Xiangqing only had a train service, so a round trip took a whole day. As household registration had to be done on a workday, she went a day early and planned to return directly after getting the certificate the next morning. Ji Xiaojun went with her and the two of them sat together. The train ride was nearly 12 hours long, and Bai Lian had brought a physics question bank in advance. She buried herself in the questions as soon as she got on the train. A middle-aged couple and an elderly person sat opposite them, who upon seeing Bai Lian working on her problems, spoke in hushed tones and deliberately lowered their voice when occasionally conversing with Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun watched as the three passengers opposite handed Bai Lian a bunch of fruit and some biscuits. Then he looked at the focused Bai Lian solving problems. During the 12-hour train ride, even Ji Xiaojun couldn't help feeling a sore back and stiff waist. He had thought that being pampered from an early age, Bai Lian would find it more difficult to endure, but to his surprise she remained upright and attentive, maintaining her studying posture throughout the journey. The train signal was poor, and Bai Lian was concentrating on her questions. By the time she saw Jianghu's message, it had already been 2 hours. Illiterate. Text by Jian. I've seen it. By Jian. Image. Jianghu opened it and looked, knowing the result but not the principle. He then forwarded it to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai was still in the underground laboratory, holding a tablet and returning to the computer, its fluorescent light reflecting his expressionless face, cold and piercing. The group of trainees beside him tried their best to pretend to be busy, not daring to look at him. An assistant entered through the glass door with a document in hand and said, "Young Master Jiang." Jiang Fulai's gaze didn't shift. After briefly pointing out an experimenter's data beside him, he took the document from the assistant and casually flipped through it. "This is an invitation from the Gao family," the assistant reminded. Gao Zhechen was a carefully cultivated plant by the Gao family in the Jiang family, but after this incident, they had been busy managing the fallout and finally sent this invitation to Jiang Fulai as an apology. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai turned his hand, calmly handing back the invitation to the assistant. The message was clear. His phone rang and Jiang Fulai gestured for the assistant to leave, then he checked the message from Jianghu, opening the image. It was a complex question with a few formulas listed on the side. The handwriting looked neat and clean, slightly different from what he had seen the night before. However, he could guess who had written it, and being too lazy to type, he sent a 52-second voice explanation to Jianghu. Jianghu sent a comma. Jiang Fulai followed up with, 47, Jianghu, ? Jiang Fulai, 60, Jianghu, you know the teacher's microphone was on, right? Out of patience, Jianghu coldly typed 2 characters. Add group, Jianghe, okay. On the other side of the phone, Ming Dongheng watched with an expressionless face as the well-known genius Jianghe got scolded by young Master Jiang for 2 minutes, thinking to himself, luckily he doesn't study physics. Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun arrived in Beijing after 10 o'clock at night. The two stayed at a hotel not far from the Public Security Bureau. It was only after washing up for the night that Bai Lian discovered that Jianghe had added them to a 3-person group. Jianghu sent a detailed process diagram, and Bai Lian sat at the small square table to study it carefully. She politely sent a thank you and then asked another question. Jianghu, 37? Jianghu, 29. Bai Lian opened each one to listen. Physics definitely requires understanding the theorems and repeatedly deriving all formulas. To learn physics, don't look up to it, you should stand on the mountaintop and look down upon it. Every seemingly unrelated phenomenon in nature, when slowly deduced, you'll find that they all share a common cause. After you understand all the theorems and formula derivations in that university physics book, explain them to someone else in your own words until they can understand. Try this tomorrow by explaining absolute zero to your grandfather until he understands. Once you grasp the principle behind each phenomenon, you'll find all the problems quite simple. The other person must have been quite busy today, still in the underground laboratory with a clear, deep voice. Deliberately slowed down with a faint, slight echo. Bai Lian listened twice. So the next day, at 6 in the morning, Jianghu had just gotten out of bed when he received a call from Bai Lian. Bai Lian, Grandpa, did you understand? Jianghu wasn't fully awake yet, only hearing something about molecules and immobility. He got dressed, didn't understand but responded with a calm, Then would you repeat it for me? Jianghu, 15 minutes later. Finally, Bai Lian heard the correct answer from Jianghu's mouth and hung up satisfied. The Feynman technique that young Master Jiang taught her might end up making Jianghu the biggest victim. The process of applying for a household registration transfer certificate wasn't complicated, and since they went early, it took less than half an hour to finish. With the train at 10-something, Ji Xiaojun took the opportunity to visit a nearby mall. While Ji Xiaojun shopped, Bai Lian queued in the adjacent milk tea shop to buy tea and wait for him. What Madame Song saw as she passed by was this scene. The tall girl dressed in simple white clothes and black pants, the white garment without embellishment save for a few poppies at the neckline, which rendered it exquisitely simple. She held a fruit tea in one hand, leaning casually against a column at the entrance of the mall. Countless passers-by turned their heads. You're back in Beijing? Madame Song got out of the car, the driver following behind her. Her eyebrows and eyes were warm, and her tone bore a bit of surprise. Bai Lian bit her straw and looked up. She thought for 10 seconds before she could recall who the woman was from the original owner's memory. It was her, Song Min's mother. Auntie Song, Bai Lian spoke up. This person was more pleasing to the eye than Song Min, so Bai Lian politely explained that she was back to process her household registration transfer. Bai Lian, listen to me, said Madame Song with a serious demeanor after hearing her out, looking at Bai Lian. I'll know you think your father is unfair and you don't like Xiaoqi and the others. I can understand all of this. But after all, you're a family, you can't be childish. To be honest, Xiaoqi is smarter than most of the young nobles I've seen in Jiangjing. Your father's favor is not without reason. Besides, you need to understand that in the future the Bai family will definitely be centered around Xiaoqi. His prospects, I dare say, are absolutely clear. You should look to the long term. Staying with the Bai family for protection will give you the best development. Madame Song's maternal family was from Jiangjing, hence her extensive knowledge about it. She felt a subtle pity for Bai Lian and thus offered this piece of advice. Some things she left unsaid. For instance, she knew about the incident with the Bai Tia's written pledge and that Bai Lian and Bai Xiaoqi were at odds because of her son. But she thought that now was not the right time for Bai Lian to hold a grudge against Bai Xiaoqi. Instead, it was most important to maintain a good relationship with her. Bai Lian listened carefully. She finished her last sip of fruit tea, crushed the bottle. I've never thought of relying on the Bai family. What? Madame Song was taken aback. The driver behind her glanced at Bai Lian. He naturally recognized the young miss of the Bai family, who often came to the Songs to find Song Min. On hearing this, he sneered internally. Not rely on the Bai family? What else could you rely on? Your trivial youthful pride? Or the confidence from being expelled by Beijing High School? Chapter 26. Is the grade of the transferred student 013 good? Underso, Andy Song goodbye. Bai Lian saw Ji Xiaojun come out and politely bid farewell to Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song stood at the door watching Bai Lian and the other person leave. She returned to her car, took out her mobile phone and after a long while finally dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Mrs. Song? It was Bai Qiming. Mrs. Song instructed the driver to start the car. Mr. Bai, I just saw Alien. She came to Beijing to register her residence on the 10:35 train. Once she returns she will no longer be part of the Bai family. She's just a child in temperament. Would you want the butler to pick her up first? On the other end of the phone Bai Qiming put down his pen. He looked out of the window. It had been nearly 10 days since the butler reported Bai Lian's departure, and he had not heard from Bai Lian since then. In the end, Bai Lian had taken the apprenticeship token with her, a trait quite like her mother's. She would rather ruin it than give anyone else an advantage. In fact, over the 10 days half of Bai Qiming's anger had dissipated. But, thank you Mrs. Song for informing me of this matter. Bai Qiming retracted his gaze, but Bai Lian is already 18. She can decide for herself whether to stay or leave. After speaking he hung up the phone. The Bai family was large, supporting one more Bai Lian was not difficult. But Bai Qiming was also aware of the conflict between Bai Lian and Bai Xiaoqi. If Bai Lian, who had taken the apprenticeship token, were to be brought back now, Bai Xiaoqi would inevitably feel uncomfortable. Bai Qiming was thinking long-term. Now that Bai Shu's future looked bright, he couldn't afford to lose the watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed like Bai Lian. So he could only act as if he hadn't received Mrs. Song's call. Today was also when he made a choice between Bai Lian and Bai Xiaoka, but obviously, there was no need to choose at all. The Bai family. The grand elder, the highest in seniority at the family ancestral home, took some interest in the matter. Find an auspicious time tomorrow and remove her name. Remove it tomorrow? Of course, the grand elder pondered briefly. Make sure to let Xiaoqi and Xiaoka know. Erasing Bai Lian's name was a minor matter. What mattered was to show her siblings the Bai family's stance. Making a simple mark to erase a name was, after all, nothing noteworthy to them. Elsewhere. Although Mrs. Song had anticipated it, she still sighed softly upon hearing Bai Qiming's words. She had phoned Bai Qiming not only to inform him of Bai Lian's whereabouts but also to see what Bai Qiming would decide. Mrs. Song took out her mobile phone thinking that Song Min should be in class by now, and just sent a WeChat message. Come home early tonight, I have something to tell you. Song Min usually stayed with Bai Xiaoqi at the library to discuss the challenging problems of the Jianghu preparatory camp. But when Mrs. Song wanted to see him, he would come straight home after school. When he returned, Mrs. Song, pruning her flowers, slowly began, Hal wanted to talk to you about Bai Lian. Song Min, looking indifferent, showed no change of expression upon hearing this name. Her? Yes, Mrs. Song's voice was gentle. She has officially been removed from the Bai family register. There's the engagement arranged since childhood between you and her. If you have no objections, well, find a time to speak with the Bai family and then clarify things with Bai Lian. How about that? Song Min didn't even think about it. Whatever. Mrs. Song didn't have much of an opinion about Bai Lian. Bai Lian was good-looking. She had watched Bai Lian grow up since she was a child and had some fondness for her. But that was all. Compared to Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoka, this fondness seemed insignificant. Mrs. Song snipped off an excess branch. Shaking her head, she thought that Bai Lian was still too young and impetuous, not understanding what was truly important. On the train, Bai Lian was also in a very good mood. Not only did she transfer her residence, but she also resolved the matter with Song Min. She was well aware that Mrs. Song had specifically stepped off the train to inquire about something. Ji Xiaojun, however, was extremely silent throughout the journey. He had thought that accompanying Bai Lian would mean encountering the Bai family and hoped that if the Bai family wanted Bai Lian to return, he could help negotiate terms with them. But unexpectedly, the Bai family never made an appearance from beginning to end. It was nearing 11 at night. The train finally arrived at Xiangqing Station. At this time, the buses had already stopped running, and even taxis were scarce near the station. The two of them exited the station and were about to look for a taxi on the roadside when upon exiting, Bai Lian saw Jianghu squatting by the road, staring at a tree. Why are you here? Bai Lian approached him and then introduced him to Ji Xiaojun. This is the first friend I met when I came to Xiangqing. Waiting for you. My brother hasn't come back yet. Jianghu looked up somewhat blankly. Hello, uncle. Chapter 27. Is Transfer Student 013 performing well in their grades? Underscore 2G Xiaojun saw this elegant-looking kid and wasn't quite sure how to start a conversation, but unexpectedly the other party greeted him nicely. He was somewhat at a loss for what to do, so he just stuffed all the snacks he had collected for Bai Lian into Jianghu's hands. Ming Dongheng stood coolly on the side. After sending Bai Lian and Ji Xiaojun back to Purist Street, Jianghu still clung to Bai Lian's hem without letting go. Ming Dongheng was used to it. Jianghu's behavior was always quirky. He reported to Jianghu Lai. Jianghu received a message on his watch and finally let go of Bai Lian's hem. By the time Jianghu Lai arrived, Bai Lian had already left. He had just come out of the lab and hadn't changed his clothes, lethargically reaching out to knock on Jianghu's car window. Jianghu held grudges and ignored him. Still lying on the car window. Jianghu Lai was calm. One saw an MTS report last time. It said that kids who stay up late don't grow tall. Jianghu, not even as tall as Jianghu Lai's waist, suddenly looked up. Are you tired? I'm not tired. Jianghu Lai glanced at him casually and sincerely asked, you shouldn't be tired either, right? Oh, of course not. Jianghu started talking to himself. One mean Uncle Ming must be tired, so if he's tired then we can go back now and let him sleep first. Ming Dongheng said expressionlessly, yes, young master, I'm very tired right now. Xianqing Middle School. Bai Lian rushed to catch the train on Monday, and after explaining the kinetic energy theorem once again to Ji Heng on Tuesday morning, she came to school. Desk mate. Bai Lian twirled her pen as she turned her head to look at Yang Lin. Can you lend me your biology notebook? The black pen spun agilely around her fair and slender fingertips. Yang Lin was the class study representative. Her hair was black and long and her skin extremely pale, covering most of her face and neck. She wore the school uniform, long sleeves and pants, every day and seldom spoke to others. She just reached into the desk and pulled out 2 biology notebooks to give to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took them, flipped through them and saw that the notes were very clear and clean. Inside one of them, she saw a realistic drawing of an alley lined with fresh flowers on both sides. The style of this realistic drawing was very similar to that of Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun. It seemed to be a few years old but was well preserved. Bai Lian took it out and gave it back to Yang Lin. Her dark eyes reflecting Yang Lin's face, she sincerely praised, it's very pretty. Yang Lin was stunned for a moment then took it back. After quite a while, Bai Lian heard her softly hum in response. The first class in the morning was Chinese. When Bai Lian's classmate behind her, Zhang Xiai's, arrived, Lu Lingxi had already finished analyzing an ancient poem. Report. Zhang Xiai's ran to the entrance of the class, not even having had the time to zip up his school jacket. Lu Lingxi stood by the lectern, one hand resting on it, looking at Zhang Xiai's and with the other hand pointing at the clock on the wall. Zhang Xiai's, it's already our senior year, and yet you're still so lax. Class starts at 8. Look, open your eyes wide and see what time it is now. Zhang Xiai's looked at the clock hanging on the wall behind him, his expression serious. 7 hours 70 minutes. Lu Lingxi, pfft. The classmates suddenly burst into laughter energetically. Lu Lingxi was also beside herself with a mixture of laughter and exasperation, scolding with a smile, get in here. Zhang Xiai's touched his nose dejectedly and returned to his seat. Last night he stayed up late squatting to snatch Yen Lu's photo book, so he got up late this morning. Seeing that his mother was still angry with his father, he helped his mother cut some flower branches until he realized he was going to be late. The class finished quickly. Lu Lingxi called Bai Lian to the office separately. El saw you getting along well with Yang Lin this morning. Lu Lingxi handed a box of band-aids to Bai Lian and said softly, could you give this to her? She has a wound on the left side of her forehead. Bai Lian reached out to take it, tossing it in her hand with a cheeky smile in her eye. Got it, but I can't promise anything. She was wearing the brand new school jacket she had just received today, her hair still tied up at the back of her head with a hairpin, and her prepossessing brows and eyes drooped as she looked quite well behaved. The blue and white school uniform didn't look bulky on her at all. Slack and casual. It's alright, you try it. Lu Lingxi sighed, remembering something important. Also, there's a training program for top students. It's every day after school until 8 in the evening, featuring exercises from Jiangjing University's affiliated schools. Lu Lingxi wasn't too clear on the specifics. The principal had called her on Sunday to ask if there was a transfer student named Bai Lian in her class, and just like that, it was settled. In any case, attending the training wasn't a bad thing. Okay, Bai Lian put the band-aid back into the pocket of her school uniform. Returning to her seat, Bai Lian looked at Yang Lin, who was hunched over doing homework, and initiated conversation, desk mate. Yang Lin lifted her head slightly. Bai Lian quickly tore open a band-aid, lifted Yang Lin's hair, and accurately stuck it on before letting her hair fall back over it. The whole movement was smooth and fluid. It took a while for Yang Lin to realize what had happened. Bai Lian thought lazily, proving that sometimes it's not good to be too polite. Lu Lingxi was so polite she couldn't even give things away. The training class for top students was held in the auditorium of the comprehensive building. With only about a dozen participants, there was less than one person per class. By the time Bai Lian arrived, most of the students were already there. To the front left, a circle of people sat around Jianghu as their center. On the right there were a few scattered boys with Ning Xiao, Zhang Shi's desk mate, also sitting there. Bai Lian walked to the right and found an empty spot to sit down. Although she had only transferred a few days ago, she was already quite famous at the school and her presence was all over the forums. Someone noticed her as soon as she arrived. "It's Bai Lian." Ren Wanxian, sitting to the left of Jianghu with a boy behind her, was surprised. "That transfer student, huh? Damn, is her academic performance actually that good?" The school was rife with rumors about Bai Lian being a top student because she was always seen reading books or solving problems. But no one had expected her to show up for this training class. As Ren Wanxian was working through the test papers distributed in the training class, she caught Bai Lian's name from the surrounding discussion and momentarily wondered if she had heard wrong. "Who did you say?" she asked. "There." The girl in front of Ren Wanxian, Shi Yutong, her chief lackey, gestured with her chin toward the right. "Her, Bai Lian, the pretty transfer student." Ren Wanxian glanced over reflexively and saw Bai Lian settling into her seat not far away, her school jacket casually slung aside, with eyes as lazy as a beautiful cat's. Murmurs about Bai Lian buzzed around her. It seemed she was the center of attention. The discussions invariably revolved around Bai Lian, daring to transfer in senior year like that, and joining our training class within a few days of arriving at school. She can't possibly be as freakish in her studies as Jianghu and Ning Xiao, can she? The people here had known each other since first year when they started taking competition classes together in Xiangqing. They were all very familiar with each other. Hearing his name linked with Ning Xiao's, Jianghu looked up. Jianghu was the pride of the Chen family's generation. Unlike Chen Wei, he always kept away from trouble at school, focusing solely on his studies and regularly competing with Ning Xiao for the top spot in their grade. So, despite Ning Xiao's gloomy and reserved demeanor, avoiding interaction and rather reclusive, Jianghu recognized his name. There were whispers that someone had scores close to Ning Xiao in the combined sciences. For the first time he spoke up. "What transfer student?" Seeing Jianghu asking, Shi Yutong hurriedly glanced his way, half in admiration as she began. "That's Bai Lian. To be in this program, her grades. Her grades." With people all around discussing Bai Lian and even Jianghu asking about her, Ren Wanxian cut in. She scoffed, almost mockingly, looking away. The others immediately sensed something unusual as the boy behind pressed. "Ren, do you know her?" Most people turned to look her way. On the first term exam her combined sciences score was 85. Ren Wanxian picked up her pen again, the tone almost scornful. "As for why she's here, she almost didn't even have to think about why. The school must have learned Bai Lian was a relative of the Ren family." Chapter 28. Submit Assignment 014, Scored 1. Ren Wanxian kept a cold face, but she said nothing more. Inwardly, however, she was immensely irritable. Jianghu at her side had caught on, having not recognized Bai Lian earlier, but now, upon hearing Ren Wanxian mention her, he recalled the person he had seen on the street that night. Some relative of the Ren family, though he didn't know exactly what their connection was. If Bai Lian had joined the training class because of the Ren family, it wouldn't be much of a surprise. He nodded and continued to focus on his practice questions. The others looked at each other in confusion. Every person in the training class knew what this class was for. An app-reserved slot for Jiangjing University. Every person in this room was truly talented. The initial test for math was extremely difficult, yet the comprehensive science was just giveaway points, with several sitting here who had scored full marks in it. Putting aside 85 points here was almost unheard of in the whole school. 85. Shi Yutong raised her voice. Then how did she get in here? She had good grades, and because of her family situation she had learned to network from a young age, grouping together with others in school and looking down on the ordinary students. With such a score, Bai Lian's presence here clearly highlighted her as a connection-based attendee. However, Shi Yutong wasn't overly concerned, for even if Bai Lian had pulled strings to get in, Could she really be more influential than the Chen or Ren families? A few who had wanted to add Bai Lian on WeChat now forcefully restrained themselves from doing so. Why is it so quiet today? The substitute teacher was the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Grade 3, and also the head of the physical science department. Wearing glasses, he turned on the projector to start the lesson for the class, smiling warmly at these top students. As usual, everyone will watch a 1.5-hour lesson and do half an hour of practice questions. We'll finish at 8 o'clock. The lesson was a video recording from a famous teacher's competition class at a high school affiliated with Jianghu. Math and physics were alternated. Today's lesson was on physics. After starting the video, the homeroom teacher also sat at the back with a pen and paper to watch along with the students. Today's physics lesson included electromagnetism and the theory of relativity. The video clearly explained everything from the special theory of relativity to electromagnetism. Bai Lian listened intently for the first time to the concept of time dilation. She found the concept frightening because it meant that the flow of time was different for everyone. The video ended promptly at 7:30 p.m., and the homeroom teacher distributed practice problems he had printed out. This is the question for today. You all can work on it. I'll collect it tomorrow evening, and it will be part of your regular evaluation. The auditorium quieted down to just the sound of pages being turned. After distributing the questions, the homeroom teacher, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly walked over to Bai Lian and looked down at her. Like Lu Lingxi, he had received a call from the principal days before, but he knew more than Lu Lingxi did. The principal took special interest in this transfer student named Bai Lian, and had instructed him and the math teacher to take good care of her. So, upon his arrival today, he couldn't resist shifting his attention to Bai Lian. The questions printed by the training class were synchronized with the video and were very difficult, all originating from Jianghu. In the past, he had always focused on Qinzhu and Ningxiao, but today he made an exception to watch Bai Lian. He was curious whether she could solve it. Bai Lian was unaware of the homeroom teacher's thoughts. She glanced at the question, then casually set the paper aside. She took out a book and slowly flipped through it. The homeroom teacher who was waiting to see her solve the question was puzzled. I write, will you? Why aren't you writing? Student, do you have a problem with me? He waited, undeterred, for 10 minutes. Realizing that the student had no intention of writing, he stood up, emotionless, ready to go home. It was clear that this student was quite rebellious. Normally, the last half hour was optional for students to stay, with substitute teachers typically leaving early. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Wait, the book Bai Lian had taken out was Physics at Jianghu University? Physics at Jianghu University wasn't for sale to the public. Only students from Jianghu University's physics department had access to it. Getting into Jianghu University was hard enough, let alone its top-ranked physics department. The homeroom teacher didn't even know anyone from the physics department at Jianghu University. He walked out, contemplating in silence. He had to find a chance to deceive. No, to borrow the book from this student to take a look. Meanwhile, Bai Lian read her book while taking notes. She turned the pages gently. So annoying. In front of Ren Wanxian, Shi Yutong coldly glanced towards Bai Lian and seeing that Bai Lian had put her assigned problems aside and was just flipping through a book, couldn't help snapping. If you're not interested in studying seriously, can you at least not disturb others? Your constant page flipping, don't you find it bothersome? Surnamed Bai, Shi Yutong had searched all over Xiangqing and couldn't find a family with the surname Bai. Chapter 29. Submit Assignment 014, scored _2. Her father is in the Department of Education and knows the students' files. While others at school don't know, she is crystal clear about it. Chen Zhu's Chen Wei's family is the richest in Xiangqing, and Ren Wangshuan's family is even more incredible. Bai Lian still kept her head down slightly. The lights in the lecture hall were quite bright. She leaned casually against the back of her chair, one hand flipping through a book and the other holding a pen, occasionally making notes on the page. She paid no attention to Shi Yutong. Although Shi Yutong couldn't compare with Chen Wei or Ren Wanxian, she wasn't invisible at school either, with good grades and a respectable family background. She couldn't let go of her dignity being snubbed like this. Bai Lian, are you deaf? Ah. Bai Lian finally looked up, glancing at Shi Yutong as if she had just realized someone was calling her, a strand of black hair falling onto her cheek. Are you hollering at me? Her use of the word hollering made it seem like she was referring to the barking of a dog. Shi Yutong's face darkened. You better stop flipping. I'll insist on flipping. Bai Lian interrupted Shi Yutong. appearing like any other ordinary student, but her posture was upright, her arm casually resting on the table, yet when she turned to the side, her gaze was overwhelmingly haughty. She lazily flipped another page of her book and smiled at Shi Yutong. "Why don't you call the police?" Shi Yutong could swear she heard a few suppressed chuckles. Ren Wanxian had experienced Bai Lian's sharp-wittedness before. She could not comprehend how someone who got into the tutoring class through the Ren family connections could be so confident. However, Ren Wanxian didn't want more people at school to know about her relationship with Bai Lian, so she didn't clarify. She hoped that Bai Lian would have the self-awareness not to stick to her. Ren Wanxian looked at Shi Yutong. "Take a seat." Shi Yutong sat down. She glared at Bai Lian with a dark expression. She had never faced embarrassment in front of others, let alone by a transfer student whose background was a mystery. Half an hour quickly passed. One by one, those who couldn't solve the problem in the lecture hall stopped trying, packed up their things and went home. Ren Wanxian looked at Chen Zhu beside her. "Did you figure it out?" Chen Zhu shook his head and then glanced at Ning Xiao's seat. Ning Xiao was preparing to leave, but it was unclear if he had solved it. "Shall we go back?" Ren Wanxian hadn't found the correct answer either. "Do you have news about the invitation?" Chen Zhu was also putting away his pen and upon hearing this, turned his head. "Where did you get the news from?" "My dear." As Ren Wanxian started to speak, she noticed Bai Lian was still there and dropped the subject, giving Chen Zhu and the others a look. "Let's talk outside." She didn't want to discuss her grandfather and her family history in front of Bai Liana. The group packed up and left together. As they left through the front door, Ren Wanxian noticed that the exercise paper on Bai Lian's desk was still spotless. She hadn't even attempted the first question. A cold sneer curled the corners of Ren Wangshuan's mouth. "Do you have news of the White Tiger auction house invitation from your grandfather?" With hardly anyone in the stairwell, Chen Zhu took the initiative to ask. "There's no news from my dad's side." "That's quite normal." Ren Wanxian was not surprised. Not just anyone can get into the White Tiger auction house. The White Tiger auction house catered to an international audience. Xiangqing was insignificant to them, and if they wanted to get an invitation, they would have to resort to the black market. The two of them continued talking to themselves, while Shi Yutong and the rest were in the fog listening in. With only ordinary family backgrounds, they were somewhat informed about domestic affairs, but had never even heard of the White Tiger auction house. It wasn't until they parted ways at the door and watched the two drive off that they discussed quietly among themselves. Shi Yutong lowered her voice. "I'll think one heard my dad mention it once, somewhere near our border." She didn't even dare to utter Backter Street. That place where average people dare not casually enter. They say even passing dogs lose 3 layers of skin. It was after 8 in the evening. Jianghu was waiting for her at the school entrance. Ming Dongheng looked at Bai Lian apologetically, thinking she had a really good temper. Jiang Fulai was busy coming and going every day, with Jianghe mostly playing alone before waiting for Jiang Fulai to return. He was odd and had no other friends his age. Bai Lian was Jianghe's first friend, and she was even willing to take him out to play. Jianghe was very attached to Bai Lian. Bai Lian had already received Jianghe's message. She had told Ji Heng she wouldn't be coming home for dinner and took Jianghe to a milk tea shop nearby. "What time is your brother coming back?" "The milk tea shop is closing at 9. Her desk mate had already left work and gone home. "No need to close," Jianghe drawled. "My brother bought the milk tea shop." As if he had just bought a big head of cabbage. The incorruptibly honest Bai family, Jiang Fulai came back early today. He also had dinner sent to the school. Chapter 30. Submit Assignment 014, scored _3. When he got out of the car, the milk tea shop was no longer open to the public, with only one incandescent light on by the window. Bai Lian was doing her homework with her head down. It was a bit cold that night, so she had put on her school uniform jacket, without zipping it up, revealing the white embroidered collar inside. She rested her chin on one hand in a lazy manner while holding a pen in the other, her eyelashes half lowered. People passing by would frequently turn their heads for another look. Jianghe sat beside her, engrossed in twisting a Rubik's Cube. The wind chime at the door rang, and Bai Lian and Jianghe both lifted their heads simultaneously to see who was coming in. Jiang Fulai always had a cold and noble look in his eyes, restrained in his elegance. He was still holding his coat that bore the chill of the outside, his figure tall and straight, slightly bowing his head as he entered. Seeing the two of them look up at him, his steps halted curiously for a second. Why did he take in Jianghe? Perhaps because seeing 3-year-old Jianghu waiting alone at home for parents who would never return, he could relate. Jianghu was a loner, spoke little but hardly ever caused trouble. These past few days had been the most spirited he had ever been. Jianghu Lai felt an illusion that it was as if Bai Lian and Jianghu were waiting for him. The assistant arranged the meals neatly, including Bai Lian's share. Without being polite, Bai Lian picked up her chopsticks, and while eating she showed Jianghu Lai the problem distributed today. The teacher had me attend a tutorial class. I can understand the lecture but the problems are really… She paused, makes me want to fight them. Jianghu Lai found it a bit funny. Don't rush into a fight just yet, he said with his clear, light voice, reaching out to take it. The printout bore the Jiangsu University logo, and he skimmed it to understand the gist. It's not your problem. This person's way of setting questions is just like this, simple. After we eat, I'll explain it to you. The problem that no one in Xiangqing Middle School could solve, he casually passed off with 2 light simples. During the meal, Jianghu Lai earnestly sent a message to Maxwell, suggesting, the PhDSU mentor can't set problems properly. I could teach them. Bai Lian had attended many classes these last 2 days, including the recorded lessons from a famous teacher tonight. It's only after listening to others that one can make comparisons. Jianghu Lai was much clearer than they were, straightforward, easy to understand and detailed, even softening his voice a bit. Bai Lian watched him intently, her pair of dark eyes filled with a strong desire for knowledge. So, is the constancy of the speed of light derived or proven? Maxwell's equations. Jianghu Lai reached for a pen, his fingers elegant, clean and long. He wrote a set of beautiful equations on the back. Jianghu was drinking milk nearby, looking at Jianghu Lai with an expressionless face. Last month he had asked Jianghu Lai a similar question. The other man pointed at a folder and said indifferently, "There's a paper I published in Nature 2 years ago on the topic, find it yourself." Are these words said by a human being? Jianghu Lai was very clear, and since Bai Lian's main focus of study recently was electromagnetism, she could almost understand the problem. The next day at school she completed the problem based on her understanding. Tonight's tutorial class was on mathematics. The homeroom teacher of Class 8 collected yesterday's practice problems and distributed the newly printed solutions to everyone before starting today's video. The students watched the video. After returning to his desk, the homeroom teacher took out his usual grading book and 2 pens, and started correcting the submitted practice problems. Most students hadn't completed them. After reviewing each student's work, he made a note in their regular grades. All of this would be part of the assessment in a month's time. The problem was excessively difficult. The Class 8 teacher had almost stayed up all night to fully understand the answer after receiving it. When he saw Ning Xiao's answer, he WFF0T a big 8 behind his name. The regular grade was out of 10 points. Most others scored between 4 and 5. Ren Wangshuan's answer was a bit higher, 6 points. Chen Zhu didn't cover as many aspects as Ning Xiao did, 7 points. A bunch of science students with wildly scribbled writing, he spent years searching for twisted answers in various cracks. Not until turning to the last page did the words arranged neatly, stroke by stroke, catch his eye, even neater and more beautiful than the printed problems. The homeroom teacher's eyes lit up. He focused on the content, becoming serious at the first question, but when he reached the second one, his pupils contracted. Chapter 31. 015 Must you disgust me? _1 The head teacher of Class 8 hurriedly found his glasses and put them on. He then compared the answers given by Jiang Jing with those of this student. The ones he held were loose and ordinary, in the most regular and unadorned method. Students from the training class all followed these steps. He himself was no exception. However, the answer sheet in his hand was different. He looked at it without blinking, not missing a single punctuation mark, and upon finishing he even had an epiphany. So this is what the question meant. The head teacher's gaze moved to the name section, unsurprisingly 2 neatly written characters, Bai Lian. He gave a big wave of his hand and marked an unprecedented 10 on her usual score. 9 o'clock in the evening. The underground laboratory. The energy threshold is low. Jianghu Lai looked up, took off his glasses, one hand propped on the table, the other hand pointing to an energy diagram he had just drawn, but the kinetic energy before and after the quark collision does not match. WPMPs have taken some of the energy away. He stood upright, methodically analyzing the results he had just detected. The pencil lightly drew a graph that could be compared to computer-generated ones. The slightly dim lab lights shone upon his smooth profile, his careful strokes seemed deliberately sketched, long and dense lashes slightly lowered, casting a soft shadow. The team members beside him hurriedly took down notes with their pens and paper, capturing his words. "Let's stop here for today." Jianghu put away his pen and casually clipped it to his collar, slender fingers pulling a black mask out of his pocket, concealing his tall nose bridge. He was tall, and the black jacket made him look somewhat thin. Everyone watched his retreating back. A male student calmly put away his recording pen, confidently opening his mouth. "Something's off." The others nodded in agreement. It was well known that Jianghu's team was the most competitive in the country. It was common for Lord Jiang to stay in the lab until midnight every day, hardly ever returning home at night for months on end. Once a team member heard the Jiang family on the phone over a trivial matter, he was scolded in the office for 5 minutes. Latterly, the Jiang family dared not come to him casually. However, for the last 2 days, he had been returning home punctually at 9 o'clock every evening. "Ha!" The female student next to the male sneered as she fished his recording pen out of his pocket. "So you've been secretly recording us behind our backs, huh? No wonder you're always so quick to answer young Master Jiang's questions. When you're really asking for it." Male student. In the car. Jianghu was sitting in the back seat. The laptop was put away on the table, and when his phone rang, he glanced at the screen and answered. On the other end came a male voice. "Why reject the Gao family? Just sneaking someone in, not making them join the Jiang family. I knew it as soon as your mother died. You stopped considering me your uncle." But Jianghu stopped listening to the rest. The car slowed to a stop, and the assistant got out to fetch Jianghe's dinner from the trunk. Jianghu looked out the window through the glass. He could see that Jianghe and Bai Lian were still sitting in the same spot at the milk tea shop, a small white lamp lighting up above their heads. Jianghu detached himself from his emotions, methodically and with cool detachment, because it's pointless. What I'm saying," Jianghu said with a light gaze calm as a deep pool, his voice holding back a chill as he took a black notebook and stepped out of the car, "is I don't accept trash." He hung up and walked closer. Bai Lian was tackling a physics paper, leaning over the table filling out the sheet just handed out by her physics teacher that day. Seeing Jianghu, she lifted her eyes and continued resting her chin on her arm, greeting him languidly. "Teacher Jiang. Haven't finished your homework yet?" Jianghu pulled out the chair opposite her. "Do high school seniors nowadays have this much homework?" "Almost done." Bai Lian wrote down the last line, her gaze drifting towards the black notebook in his hand. "This," Jianghu said nonchalantly as he pushed the notebook towards her, his delicate brows and eyes as cold and indifferent as ever, even his voice seemingly careless, "is my old physics notebook." Bai Lian perked up, her eyes on the notebook reflecting the light overhead. "Stunningly beautiful, thank you." Jianghe was just by the side watching Jianghu intently. Because she had to go to the training class in the evening, Bai Lian did not wait for Jianghe to have dinner together. She ate in the cafeteria in the evening, hung out with Jianghe at the milk tea shop for a while before going back. Jianghe would wait at the alley entrance for Bai Lian to return home every night, and tonight was no exception. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Bai Lian suddenly remembered about time dilation. "Grandfather, are you sleepy?" Jianghe, holding a flashlight, was about to say he wasn't sleepy, but recalling what Bai Lian had been doing the past few days, he cautiously said, "A little." Chapter 32. 015 Must you disgust me? _2 Bai Lian said with some regret, "Then I'll call you again tomorrow morning to wake you up." Jianghe. "Must you really call?" The next day, Thursday. As soon as Jianghe opened his eyes, he saw the person squatting by his bed. "Grandpa." Bai Lian had been listening to English vocabulary, but upon seeing him open his eyes she turned off the sound. "Are you awake?" Jianghe. Afterward, wherever he went, Bai Lian followed. As soon as Ji Xiaojun stepped into the courtyard, he heard Bai Lian's lazy voice. "So time will change according to everyone's pace. Grandpa, do you understand?" "Grandpa, why aren't you talking?" Bai Lian turned her head back. Jianghe silently spit out the mouthwash. "Maybe it's because your grandpa is brushing his teeth." "What? Why do high school students have so much energy? Doesn't she need to sleep?" Jianghe's courtyard had never been so lively. Ji Xiaojun smiled as he watched Bai Lian follow Jianghe from the kitchen to the courtyard, then to the storage room. Breakfast was something Bai Lian went to Pura Street to buy early in the morning. At 6:40 she got a precise answer from Jianghe's mouth and then left with her uniform, Grandpa, uncle, I'm leaving first. Once she left, the whole courtyard became quiet. Ji Xiaojun looked at Ji Heng's serious face and complained in his heart. Just keep pretending. The word grandpa must have made you feel like you're floating in the air. At Xiangqing Middle School, the senior year has physical education classes. Class 15 has theirs last on Thursday mornings, together with Class 8. With only so many classes in a week and over 80 classes in the school, some classes have PE at the same time. It wasn't like this before. Pu Xiaohan, who sat in front of Bai Lian and was also too lazy to move, informed her. Later, someone anonymously reported it, and the school had to schedule physical education classes. Bai Lian, holding a black notebook, sat under a tree as soon as the PE teacher announced free activity time, slowly flipping through it. Even without doing anything, there were plenty of people who pretended to glance her way casually. Another basketball came flying in her direction. Only this time it was a bit off, spinning towards Bai Lian's forehead, heading straight for her. A boy anxiously shouted, "Hey!" Bai Lian lazily turned a page without lifting her head, and only when the ball was about to hit her face did she raise her other hand, catching the fast-flying ball cleanly in her palm. The breeze brought by the ball lightly lifted the loose hair on her forehead. At noon the sunlight was just right. She weighed the ball in her hand, then lazily looked up at the boy with a languid gaze. Sunlight filtered through the tree branches, sprinkling bits of light over her head as she tossed the ball back to him carelessly. She smiled at him with eyes as charming as jade. "Be careful." The boy caught the ball. His face flushed red, and it took him a while to recover and return to his team, while his teammates whispered excitedly, "Damn, that was cool." 10 minutes, Pu Xiaohan came back to reality, closed her mouth and began to count for Bai Lian. Only 10 minutes and already 2 shuttlecocks and 3 basketballs have accidentally landed near you. Bai Lian is so extreme. Bai Lian smiled lazily. She looked down, took out her phone to snap a photo of a black cat on the notebook and sent it to Jianghu Lai. "Your drawing isn't as good as my grandpa's, Jiang teacher." "Not far away. She's actually reading a book?" Shi Yutong stared intently in Bai Lian's direction, her expression heavily sullen. "Scoring 85 in comprehensive science and still pretending?" Ren Wanxian leaned against the horizontal bar with a bag in her hand. "Wanxian, Brother Chen said you have an invitation to the International White Tiger Auction House." A few students from Class 8 came over with a basketball, whispering mysteriously, "We've never seen one before." Ren Wanxian looked towards Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu nodded at her. Ren Wanxian laughed and weighed her bag in her hand. She originally intended to open it right then and there, but seeing Bai Lian not far away paused. "Let's find another spot to show you guys." Pu Xiaohan did not dare offend Class 8's people and could only resentfully mutter to herself about Bai Lian, "Al wouldn't fancy it even if you showed me." But she also knew that something treasured by the people from the crown class had to be extraordinary. After gym class, Bai Lian went with Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin to the cafeteria for lunch. All the way there, Pu Xiaohan tried hard not to stare at Yang Lin. Zhang Xiais and others, after getting their food, gathered around Bai Lian's table. Yang Lin sat next to Bai Lian with just a green vegetable in her bowl. Without much thought, Bai Lian put a chicken leg in her bowl, and with an indifferent air she received from her $1,000,000 child support said, "This is the child support that my mom and my crappy dad each gave me after their divorce. It's not much, but remember to pay it back later." Yang Lin's chopsticks halted. Pu Xiaohan's mind was racing with Bai Lian's loaded words. She opened her mouth, about to tell Bai Lian, "Yang Lin won't take it." But then she saw Yang Lin gently make an sound. Yang Lin ate quickly, finishing in a few bites before heading back. Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Shi's group were still seated, completely astounded, so the reason they couldn't give their things away was that their parents hadn't divorced. Bai Lian. After finishing lunch, as Bai Lian and company had just reached the second floor, they saw the Class 8 homeroom teacher coming out of the second floor office, wearing glasses. As the homeroom teacher of the crown class, Zhang Xiais and others naturally recognized him. Several students, scared at the sight of a teacher, went clambering up to the third floor, leaving Bai Lian by herself. "Your work on last time's questions was very good." The Class 8 homeroom teacher stood in the hallway, expressing his admiration before his tone turned discontent. "Why did you go off to study literature before?" "That's just nonsense." Bai Lian hid her feelings behind her eyes, quite honestly admitting, "Teacher, yesterday's questions were taught to me by someone else." "That has nothing to do with teaching," he laughed. "From your steps, I can understand your whole problem-solving thought process. If you can understand that question, the answer." Even if I were to use it in a tutoring class, only a few people would comprehend it. Bai Lian really wanted to explain to the teacher. If Jianghu Lai explained it to them once, they could write it out too. It's just a matter of whether the teacher would believe it or not. She touched her nose and collected the compliment before heading back to the third floor. Of course, she didn't know Jianghu Lai would find it decent enough if he didn't curse them out. Explain a question? Class 8. Chen Zhu and company never ate at the school cafeteria, preferring to eat at a small private restaurant outside before returning. Ren Wanxian returned to her seat. Because she was going out for lunch and others still wanted to look at the invitation, she asked Shi Yutong to take her bag back to class after they were done. As soon as she came back, she opened her bag. What's wrong? Noticing Ren Wangshuan's expression change, Chen Zhu stood up. Ren Wangshuan's face chilled over, scanning around the class. Who came to our class at lunchtime? That expression made it clear. Something was missing. The people of Class 8 were all prominent figures of Xiangqing and internally aware of Ren Wangshuan's identity. They would not commit such an act. That left only one possibility: someone from another class. Couldn't be that, right? The worried class president quickly stood, referring to the invitation. Today the whole class had been queuing up to view her invitation. Seeing Ren Wangshuan's dark expression, the class president knew he had guessed correctly. Damn it, he smacked the table hard, scanning the room. Who came to our class at noon? No one dared to speak out in the dead silent room. After a long silence, a girl in the corner hesitantly raised her hand and spoke. At noon, I think I saw that transfer student from class 15 on the second floor. Ren Wanxian had never been this angry before. She had lived a life of privilege since childhood. In school, others only looked up to her. No one would dare touch not just what she kept in her bag, even her discarded items. Hearing the girl's words, Ren Wanxian grit her teeth. Bai Lian, isn't it? She threw her bag onto the floor and headed directly towards class 15. As she walked, she took out her phone and sent a message to her dad. Do you have to bring your relative to our school to disgust me? Chapter 33, 016 Unique Industrial. Bai Lian, the new transfer student, has become the most talked about student at Xiangqing Middle School due to her excessively flamboyant appearance. Those who have seen her will never forget. The girl who just spoke had seen Bai Lian on the second floor at noon and remembered vividly. Now, seeing Ren Wanxian looking so angry, she was somewhat afraid. Class president, it won't cause any trouble, right? The girl looked toward the class president of class 8. The class president seemed to be aware of the transfer student Bai Lian as well. He shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He'll go take a look. I don't know if it has anything to do with that new student. If it's really unclear what was lost, our whole class could be in for bad luck. He kicked the chair away and left. Behind him, Shi Yutong's eyes glittered. She followed and revealed a smile that took pleasure in others' misfortunes. It must be that transfer student. Class 15. At noon, most people were resting their heads on their desks, while some were writing furiously. Bang! The door was flung open, jolting many who were asleep on their desks awake. Ren Wanxian, Shi Yutong, the class president of class 8, and several other people from class 8. There wasn't anyone in the school who didn't recognize them. Class 15 became utterly quiet. Even those who were whispering stopped and just watched them silently. A hush fell over the room. The people from class 8 were known as the Crown Prince class, because they acted wildly, and other classes had grown accustomed to their attitude. Ren Wanxian did not look at anyone. She only swept her gaze across the classroom. Not seeing Bai Lian, she asked coldly, "Where's Bai Lian?" No one dared to speak. Zhang Xi's, who had been startled awake by the loud slamming of the door, glanced at Ren Wanxian and the class president of class 8, sat up straight, leaned back and said, "She went to the restroom." "What do you want with the people of class 8?" Often played basketball with Zhang Xi's. The class president of class 8, afraid that Zhang Xi's would offend Ren Wanxian, immediately intervened, holding him down and explaining the situation to him in a low voice. Ren Wanxian simply ignored Zhang Xi's. "Where's her seat?" No one answered, but some couldn't help but glance towards Bai Lian's desk. Zhang Xi's had some connections with class 8, and moreover, since Chen Zhu's younger sister Chen Wei liked him, the people of class 8 usually showed him respect. He frowned, not believing at all that Bai Lian was that type of person. "You must be mistaken. My desk mate went to the second floor because your class teacher was looking for her." Zhang Xi's continued to speak. Shi Yutong did not need to think at all. She went straight to Bai Lian's seat, pulled out the black backpack from Bai Lian's desk and dumped its contents downward. Clatter. A pile of books and notebooks fell to the floor. Ren Wanxian didn't look at the books. Her eyes were only fixed on the unusually conspicuous red cover among the pile of books. She bent down, picked up the red invitation with a sneer from among the pile of books, then took out a tissue from her pocket, carefully wiped it and held it in her hand, looking at Zhang Xi's with a mocking smile. Mistaken, huh? Zhang Xi's and the people around him also paused when they saw the red invitation in Ren Wangshuan's hand. Yang Lin had been sitting in her seat from the beginning. She had watched with an expressionless face as Shi Yutong rummaged through Bai Lian's backpack, waiting until Ren Wanxian picked out the red invitation from among the pile of books. A questioning expression slowly appeared on her face. Bai Lian had just returned from the restroom. "I don't want to say," Ren Wanxian said coldly as she saw Bai Lian coming back. "Go explain it to the teacher." However, Bai Lian did not look at her. She stood at the door and looked at her seat, where her black backpack was carelessly thrown on the floor, with a bunch of books scattered on the chair and under the desk, as well as a bottle of milk that Ji Xiaojun had put in her bag before she left in the morning. The classroom was as quiet as ever. Bai Lian slowly walked to her seat, kicked the chair away and looked down at the scattered books for a few seconds. She raised her head, her face devoid of any smile, containing only 3 words, "Who did this?" She always seemed laid back, showing little interest in anything other than her studies. But now her eyes were deep and cold, her dark eyes like a shrouded mist at dawn. Her originally delicate features were tight with a look that warned strangers to keep away. Zhang Xi's involuntarily stepped back half a step after being swept by her gaze. His eyes turned toward Shi Yutong. "Was it you?" Bai Lian reached out, her slender fingers directly grabbing Shi Yutong's neck and pulling her over. Bang! Shi Yutong was flung onto a bench by Bai Lian, who held her by the neck. The loud noise made everyone else take another step back. Bai Lian pulled the hairpin from behind her head, the sharp end of the pin aiming at Shi Yutong's carotid artery. Bai Lian's hand slowly pressed down, almost cruelly smiling at her. "Who let you touch my things?" Chapter 34. 016 Unique _2 Shi Yutong's neck was so red it was almost bleeding. What happened? At the classroom doorway, Lu Lingxi hurried over. Lu Lingxi's voice was gentle yet powerful. People from Class 15 had gone to find Lu Lingxi as soon as the students from Class 8 arrived. Bai Lian. Zhang Xi's also reacted, grabbing the hairpin in Bai Lian's hand. Bai Lian calmly stared at Shi Yutong for a few seconds. "You can't be serious." Lu Lingxi said, "These are all flowers of our country's future." But this person was like magnetic flux. Since she was like magnetic flux, she decided to let it go. Bai Lian thought for a few seconds before deliberately withdrawing her hairpin. Cough cough. Shi Yutong quickly scrambled up, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Bai Lian. Before moving Bai Lian's desk, she never expected the person in front of her to be insane. Ren Wangshuan's belongings were stolen and eventually found in Class 15. This was no trivial matter. As soon as the vice principal heard it was Ren Wangshuan's issue, he put aside his work and came to the senior high building. "There's no need to call the parents." Holding the invitation, Ren Wanxian cut off Ji Shairong's call, and addressed Lu Lingxi and the school leaders. "Just call the police directly." Calling the parents would be exactly what Bai Lian wanted, wouldn't it? In the end, not only would it become an internal matter for the Ren family, but the whole school would also learn that this freshman was from the Ren family. Ren Wanxian had no doubt that this was done by Bai Lian. Apart from her, Ren Wanxian couldn't imagine who else would be so foolish as to commit such an act that harmed the enemy 1,000 and themselves 800. Considering calling the parents and blowing things up, only to be forced by public opinion in the end for the Ren family to drop the matter. But Ren Wanxian refused to comply with her wishes. Ren student, Lu Lingxi didn't think the matter was done by Bai Lian, but no matter who did it, she didn't agree with calling the police. This is an internal school matter. Calling the police would have too great an impact on a student's life. Beside her, the vice principal nodded frequently. Not calling the police? Handling it lightly, Ren Wanxian looked at the people in the office. "If you don't realize this invitation has no market value, you can ask Chen Zhu." Next to her, Chen Zhu pondered for a moment. "Teacher, this is an invitation from White Tiger Auction House. Except for special channels, it truly is unavailable for purchase." The teachers had no idea what the White Tiger Auction House was. But hearing Chen Zhu and Ren Wangshuan's words, they knew the situation was serious. Lu Lingxi and the vice principal exchanged glances. Cough cough. Shi Yutong, who didn't dare to look at Bai Lian, said hoarsely, "If you don't call the police, I'll help you." Lu Lingxi frowned. "But, it's okay." Bai Lian was taller than Lu Lingxi and comforted her with an indifferent look. "Let them call the police. They'll be fine." But their family? Lu Lingxi knew these powerful families were not to be trifled with. She turned to Qin Zhu, who was from the people of Class 8. Unlike others, Qin Zhu wouldn't cause trouble due to his family background. If there was anyone in the school who could stop Ren Wanxian, it might only be Qin Zhu. Qin Zhu averted his gaze, his refusal clear. This was a matter of principle and he couldn't help Lu Lingxi. Moreover, the White Tiger Auction House invitation was also very important to the Qin family. Lu Lingxi felt a bit deflated. Shi Yutong had already called the police, watching Bai Lian's direction with malicious eyes. Bai Lian didn't care about the invitation, just taking out her phone and looking up someone's profile picture. She inquired leisurely, "White tank top. Sister, I was just about to tell you someone's made an offer for your invitation." Bai Lian, "Xiaomao, is there any purchase record for that thing, white tank top?" "There's no record, but each one is unique. Godfather had the auction house make a new one for you so you have VIP status, and behind is a gold, white character." Bai Lian understood, typing a single character. "White tank top. Sister, then I'll wait for you at the usual spot tonight to give you the buyer's money." Bai Lian, "1, white tank top. All right, sister." Considering the Ren family was involved, the police station didn't dare to be careless, and they responded quickly. Since it was at a school, they were careful not to disturb the students, coming in plain clothes without using a siren. Leading the detectives was an officer who took Bai Lian aside for questioning and then reviewed the surveillance footage in the hallway. Lu Lingxi felt uneasy looking at the vice principal, wanting to say something. The vice principal sighed, lowering his voice, troubled by these special students from Class 8. "Teacher Lu, is anyone from Class 8 easy to deal with? If your student doesn't want to leave a record, just let her transfer to another school." Chapter 35. 016 Unique Underscore 3. Although he was the vice principal, he could only tremble in fear in front of the Ren family and the Chen family. The entire interrogation appeared very simple. It took less than 3 minutes before the officer next door came out with Bai Lian. As soon as the two emerged, all eyes turned towards them. Lu Lingxi even stood up directly. Her eyes were full of inquiry. "Miss Ren," the policeman, who had already been briefed on Ren Wangshuan's identity, began politely, "May I see the invitation card in your hand, please?" Ren Wanxian frowned slightly. But still, she handed over the invitation card to the officer. Unlike the general public, the police, who maintain law and order in Xiangqing all year round, are naturally aware of Bakhtur Street and White Tiger Auction House. When he saw the lifelike white tiger on the red invitation card, he was very cautious. He flipped through it. Bai Lian had not examined the invitation closely, only then did she notice the small Bai character on the back. She collected her thoughts and, unhurriedly, took out the original wood-colored hairpin from her pocket and restyled her hair. Her fingers were slender, clean, and so flawless they contained not a single impurity. It was hard to imagine how such hands, akin to a work of art, had previously been wrapped around Shi Yutong's neck. She looked towards the police officer, her eyes clear and unequivocal, her demeanor graceful and obedient. "Can I leave now? I haven't finished my homework yet." The two policemen, who had never seen such a beautiful, well-behaved student who also loved to study, felt paternal affection and hurriedly said, "You may go and do your homework." Bai Lian nodded and began to unzip her school uniform as she walked towards the exit. Remembering something, she turned back with a look of grievance. "Teacher, she just pushed my desk," she complained to Lu Lingxi. The police immediately turned their gaze towards Shi Yutong, their attitude vigilant and stern. "Classmate, please be mindful of your behavior." Lu Lingxi quickly blocked Shi Yutong's view of Bai Lian and turned back warmly. "Bai Lian, don't be afraid, go back to your study, the teacher is here." Shi Yutong looked incredulously at Bai Lian. "What, pushing the desk? Damn it, she only flipped through a backpack and Bai Lian nearly pierced her neck. Are you all blind?" Shi Yutong actually wanted to call the police now. Bai Lian had already left, and it was only then that the others in the office came back to their senses. Chen Zhu stared blankly at the invitation card in the policeman's hand and then towards the door. Not knowing what to think, Shi Yutong with a hoarse voice called out, "Uncle policeman, she is a thief, how could you just let her go? Did someone notify you? Do you know whose things she stole?" Ren Wanxian also stood up abruptly, her eyebrows twisted as she stared at the police officers, pursing her lips. Did the Ren family call you? Who was it? My dad? The two policemen were startled. What call? Ren Wanxian sneered, not wishing to argue further. What are you two pretending for? You dare to let her go without receiving a call? Forget it, just give me my stuff. She extended her hand. Miss Ren, when did you buy your invitation card? One policeman couldn't help but ask. Ren Wanxian replied, yesterday for 500,000. 500,000 was a huge amount for the average person, but it was nothing for them. What mattered was the channel. 500,000, based on what we know about White Tiger auction house's market value, is the price for regular customers. Miss Rin, you might not be aware that White Tiger auction house has a kind of invitation card that is unique? What? Ren Wanxian was taken aback, indeed she hadn't heard of it. The police officer turned over the invitation card, pointing at the small by T character for her to see. See this? In the bottom right corner, there's a by T character, indicating that this card is the personal property of Miss Bai who was here just now, an invitation for VIPs from White Tiger auction house. You're holding someone else's property while calling the police, and yet you still insist it is yours? Chapter 36. 017 Irritable young Master Jiang, ordinary high school senior underscore. The Ren family in Xiangqing was akin to a colossal hand that could almost cover the sky, yet the young police officer didn't flinch. Seeing the condescending attitude of Ren Wanxian and her group, compared to Bai Lian who, despite being bullied, did not forget to study and remained obedient, it took them merely a second to side with the weaker party. However, these few words struck Ren Wanxian like a heavy blow to the head. First it was 500,000, followed by VIP invitation. These words stunned everyone in the office, rendering them speechless. Lu Lingxi, as if a great burden had been lifted, slowly sat down. So, officer, my student isn't involved, right? Of course. How could that be? Ren Wanxian simply couldn't believe it. In her eyes, Bai Lian was an opportunist relative from the Ji family that came out of nowhere, who transferred to a high school in Xiangqing with a clear purpose, living with Ji Heng in an alley that hadn't been developed for decades. Not to mention the invitation, she probably didn't even know which way back to her street opened. Chen Zhu reached out to take the invitation from the police officer's hand, scrutinizing it carefully. In fact, there was a significant difference between an ordinary invitation and a VIP invitation, and the invitations purchased by the Ren family had already been inspected numerous times by Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. He could quickly discern the differences. Chen Zhu looked at Ren Wanxian. This should be hers, it's different from yours. Are you done looking? The police officer extended his hand to retrieve the invitation from Chen Zhu's hand. This belongs to someone else. He then handed the invitation back to Lu Lingxi, remembering that she was the homeroom teacher of the girl in question. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, her mind a whirlwind, she wasn't sure where to start. Then, where is my invitation? The police officer remained silent, his gaze turning towards Shi Yutong by her side. Shi Yutong had started acting strangely the moment the police officer brought out Bai Lian's invitation. That invitation was clearly the one she had stuffed into Bai Lian's backpack. How did it end up belonging to Bai Lian? And what about the invitation that she had put inside? Miss Ren, with keen insight, these officers were capable of using the big memory recovery technique even with serial killers, so they could easily see through psychologically immature students like Shi Yutong with just one glance. I'll think it's best if we do not concern ourselves with students from other classes. Is this classmate a friend of yours? When she caught the officer's gaze, Shi Yutong turned pale and slumped to the floor. Ren Wanxian lowered her head, staring intently at Shi Yutong. The class leader of Class 8, who was at the door, only realized what had happened after hearing this and hurriedly went back to search Shi Yutong's desk in Class 8. The others looked at each other in confusion and followed suit. In actuality, the class leader of Class 8 didn't search much. As soon as he took out the backpack, a red invitation fell to the floor. A silent scene ensued. Lu Lingxi looked impassively at everyone from Class 8, then turned to the vice principal. The police are here as well, let them handle it. Of course, the police officer said, an item worth 500,000 is not just a simple theft. In the end, the class leader of Class 8 could only lower his voice, his bafflement evident as he spoke to Chen Zhu. Zhu, isn't it said that these invitations are hard to come by? How come Bai Lian has one? And it seemed even a higher grade one at that. Chen Zhu, who was always the leader in Class 8, was naturally approached by this group of privileged students whenever there was an issue. Now however, Chenju simply narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head. Ren Wanxian lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Class 15. When Bai Lian returned, her desk and chair had already been righted, her backpack and books tidied up. Everything was as it should be. Her usually languid and carefree face now carried a rare trace of melancholy. Her beautiful eyes held a "Al must take someone down today" vibe. Upon her return, even though people were already distracted, they couldn't help but steal glances at her. But no one dared to speak. Bai Lian wore a blue and white school jacket, with a white t-shirt underneath, embroidered with a green bamboo stalk. She pulled out her chair, her right elbow casually propped on the table as she sat, her hair tied up behind her head, looking through her notebook with lowered, graceful eyes. The midday sunlight streamed through the window, casting her half-lowered eyes into the shadow of her lashes, resembling an affronted white tiger, calm yet dangerous. Only after Bai Lian turned another page did the room breathe quietly. The notebook of Mr. Jiang mostly had clearly written formulas and problems, easy to understand, but some were more haphazard. For example, Maxwell's electromagnetic field theory, Mr. Jiang omitted an iconic problem regarding the motion of charged particles, near. Jiang, obviously, he drew an earth and added a remark. Did the teacher not wake up? There's no gravitational force, this is space-time distortion. Chapter 37. 017 Irritable Young Master Jiang, Ordinary High School Senior _2 A full page of complete and clear notes plus theorems with the last line, Master Jiang frowny face. What exactly is this nonsense the teachers are spouting? Chill out with an INO paper. Master Jiang endured several days of taking thorough notes before voicing his doubt. Why am I even sitting here listening to the lecture? Following that, there were several pages on analyzing planetary density based on celestial movement, likely intended for others to read. Master Jiang frowny face. Why do I need to explain such an easy question? After seriously analyzing celestial movement for a few more days, he finally burst out. Has Jiang Ziju's brain been eaten by a zombie? Ming Dongheng seems like a paramecium. I want to blow Su Nanjing up. What on earth are these three? It's hard to imagine any university admitting them. It was evident that he wasn't paying much attention in class, frequently daydreaming and coldly snarking with an indifferent face. Bai Lian was almost dying of laughter from these words. She took out her phone. Someone seemed to have recalled something about what was written in his notebook, noticing an unread message from an hour ago. Teacher Jiang frowny face. Look at something useful. Lazily tapping on her phone, Bai Lian replied. Like a paramecium? Teacher Jiang frowny face. Bai Lian frowny face, comma. Jiang Fulai on the other side stared at the comma for a while before finding a video in his album and sending it over. Bai Lian clicked on it to take a look. It was a very magnificent blue fire ring, surrounded by transparent blue flames. Her eyes lit up. What's this? Teacher Jiang frowny face. Shockwave mock ring. Bai Lian saved the video. It's beautiful. Teacher Jiang frowny face. Happy now? Bai Lian frowny face. She leaned on the desk, repeatedly watching the mock ring and casting Shi Yutong and Ren Wanxian to the back of her mind, before lazily propping up her chin and nonchalantly beginning to jot down the other serious analyses he had written. Behind her, a bunch of people were gesturing at Zhang Xi's to ask around. As people of the same class, they were united, and the new student didn't look like someone who would steal from others. Don't ask why, it's just the beautifying filter they have for the attractive ones. Zhang Xi's replied with a look. Why don't you ask? It was a joke. Having already been up close to Bai Lian transforming and going on a rampage, he wasn't keen on getting himself killed, at least not right now. Everyone looked as if it was obvious. Of course, because you're handsome. Zhang Xi's frowny face. Seems like dying once isn't such a bad idea. Zhang Xi struggled internally for a long time. He saw that the desk in front of him didn't seem so dangerous, even starting to leisurely play with the milk that had just fallen on the floor. Only then did he reach out, gently tapping on the shoulder of the person in front of him. Bai Lian rested one hand on the desk, slightly turning her body with a lazy look in her eyes. Speak. Oh, Zhang Xi's touched his nose. About that issue with Class 8, can it be resolved? What's the situation now? He had been helping his mother with housework for the past 2 days, completely worn out, having to wake her up every morning for breakfast, and was planning to catch up on sleep at noon. But that plan had been disrupted by the people from Class 8. The rest of the students in class 15 seemed to be hunched over their work, but each of them was all ears. Even Ning Xiao, Zhang Shi's brooding desk mate, lifted his head. It's resolved. Bai Lian turned back leisurely to take a sip of her milk and wrote down a character. Zhang Shi's was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask how it was resolved, Lu Lingxi walked in through the classroom door, gently placing an invitation on the desk. Don't keep such valuable things in your backpack next time. If it gets stolen, you might even be falsely accused. Oh. Bai Lian nodded. Her desk mate Yang Lin saw the invitation Lu Lingxi had brought back. It was indeed Bai Lian's. She remained silent as if she wanted to curse about something, but in the end said nothing, silently taking out a book to work on problems. As soon as Lu Lingxi left the room, the students of class 15 couldn't hold back any longer and all crowded around. Bai Lian, is this really yours? What in the world is going on? Damn, I saw class 8 acting all secretive this morning and you have one Bai Lian. She casually stuffed the invitation into Zhang Shi's hands, calmly saying, take a look, don't disturb my studying. Who would have thought that the item Ren Wanxian from class 8 had been secretively covering up? Bai Lian had just casually thrown their way, causing a bunch of them to surround Zhang Shi's. Swooshe group of boys shifted their battleground. Zhang Shi's group took the so-called White Tiger Auction House invitation, and went out to play basketball during the break. Some guys from class 8 couldn't stand the atmosphere in their class, so they went to the playground to play basketball. Heading to the playground, they saw Zhang Shi's group from class 15 showing off their red invitation envelopes, asking anyone they met, have you seen the White Tiger Auction House's invitation? It's the VIP edition, you know. Come on, today we're using the White Tiger Auction House invitation to play ping pong. The elite class 8, who had been so secretive and afraid to show their invitations that morning, their faces stiffened. Class rep, let's just go back. At night, the 6 o'clock training class proceeded as usual. Today neither Ren Wanxian nor Shi Yutong came. The atmosphere in the training class was unusually quiet and eerie. The class 8 homeroom teacher arrived a bit late today. He stood behind Bai Lian for a long time, hesitating every time he seemed to want to say something. Bai Lian turned her head back and looked at the class 8 homeroom teacher, blinking as if she were asking, what's up? Her almond eyes were as ever, pure with clear black and white contrast, her expression usual. Because of the incident at noon, the class 8 homeroom teacher was silent for a moment, not knowing how to apologize to Bai Lian. He patted Bai Lian on the shoulder. As clever as they come, he knew what Bai Lian meant. She hadn't taken out the annoyance caused by the people of class 8 on others. The class 8 homeroom teacher then lowered his voice. I was thinking of showing your answers from yesterday to a few students. Would that be okay? Some content in the answers was beyond the syllabus, and he suspected that some students might not understand it, so he only planned to show it to 2 who would. Bai Lian nodded, her cold white fingers twirling a black pen at her fingertips casually. Sure. Only then did the class 8 homeroom teacher straighten up, the screen still playing today's tutorial. He quietly closed the door and went out to print 2 copies of the rearranged answers from last night, intending to give them to Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu. As the answers were Bai Lian's, he had asked for her opinion. At 7:30, the class 8 homeroom teacher handed out the exercises for the day. And standing next to Bai Lian, he lowered his voice. Bai Lian, someone is looking for you, pack up and leave first. Bai Lian gripped the pen she was twirling and lazily replied with one word, okay. She put her things into her backpack and left through the back door. The tutoring venue was located in a comprehensive building, and at the time Bai Lian came out, the boarding students were also in their evening self-study, making the entire campus dim and quiet. At the steps outside the comprehensive building, a black Audi was parked quietly there. Bai Lian, wearing a simple school uniform, walked leisurely down the steps under the dim lighting, her overly bright face softened by the shadows, her back straight and her bearing relaxed yet reserved. By the car, the waiting secretary spotted a slim figure approaching in the distance. It must be someone from the Ji family, and he instinctively adjusted his glasses. He gently tapped the rear car door and reported to Ren Xian, Sir, she's coming out. Ren Elon responded softly. He had carefully reviewed the Ji family's and Bai Lian's information after hearing about the school incident that afternoon. The information was quite ordinary. Bai Lian had just moved her registration to Xiangqing, with no detailed information about her parents. Xiangqing Middle School only had her science comprehensive scores of 85, and currently she was living with Ji Heng in the slums. That was all. Very clean. At least the documents didn't indicate anything special, just a very ordinary high school senior, so ordinary that she could be lost in a crowd with hardly a ripple stirred. Where in the world did that special invitation from the White Tiger auction house come from? Ren Qian got out of the back seat and looked up at the girl who had just descended the last step of the staircase. Chapter 38, 018 Make Good Friends Poverty Alleviation Study Group Hello, I'm Ren Wangshuan's grandfather. Ren Qian was the first to speak, standing not far away, squinting slightly as he sized up Bai Lian, his aura as a person in a position of power feeling quite oppressive. Bai Lian. Bai Lian nodded at him, her tone lacking any discernible emotion. Ren Qian watched her quietly, noting her school uniform was just like the other students, and even the hairpin on her head was handmade. From head to toe. Even her shoes were nothing out of the ordinary. Everything about her resonated with the run-down, impoverished purist street. Yet standing in the night, backed by a long staircase and a street lamp that wasn't even very bright, the quiet look she returned was like a mandrake growing on the cliffs of the night. Wan Xian has been spoiled by us. I apologize for what happened today. Ren Qian regained his composure, full of regret. She hadn't anticipated that you would also have an invitation to the White Tiger auction house. I've arranged a banquet tonight and hope you can forgive my granddaughter. There's no need, Bai Lian smiled, a hint of indifference in her lazy demeanor under the light. Al got the invitation by helping someone by accident, and I've already sold it this afternoon. That made sense, since Purist Street was close to two boundaries. It wasn't strange to run into some people there. The Secretary General pondered internally and then deliberately mentioned the Wanha Building. Miss Bai, our gentleman has made a reservation for a meal at the Wanha Building. Wanha Building, the most famous members-only restaurant in Xiangqing. A random dish there would start at 4 digits and required a reservation. An ordinary person couldn't even get through the door. I have other plans, Bai Lian interrupted. I'll take my leave first. The Secretary General stood dumbfounded, watching Bai Lian walk away. Sir, does she not watch the news? The Secretary General turned to ask Ren Qian, unable to hide his confusion. Just a glance more at the news and she would know who Ren Qian was, wouldn't she? This girl has an unusual air about her, Ren Qian mused, then instructed. Send a gift to the Ji family tomorrow. Was this an indication of seeking good relations? The Secretary General was surprised but gained a measure of respect for the Ji family. Although Bai Lian's invitation had been acquired unintentionally, what if she formed a relationship with that person in the future? Ren Qian returned to his car. The girl seated in the back was still looking down at her phone, not bothering to look up. He spoke helplessly. Xian, this student Bai Lian is different from what one imagined. She has a sense of integrity. You should have gone down to apologize to her. I didn't know she had one too. Are you taking her side? Ren Wanxian finally looked up. She pursed her lips, glanced at Ren Qian, and then abruptly pulled open the car door to leave. Bang! The car door slammed shut forcefully. Sir? From the driver's seat, the Secretary General looked back with an inquiring expression. Ren Qian fell silent for a long while. Have someone follow her. Ren Wanxian had always been bright, skipping grades in school, and she was the youngest and most beloved both in class and in the Ren family, never having suffered any indignity. Today was the first time Ren Qian had reprimanded her. Tutorial class. The class teacher, after seeing Bai Lian leave, remembered those 2 solution papers and handed them to Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu was immersed in studying today's problems, and when the class teacher placed the papers down, he glanced at them casually, mistaking them for another set of problems, but he saw the printed answers. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Today's problems didn't involve magnetism. He took the paper and examined it for a while, then somewhat stunned he took out his workbook from his bag. He had already transcribed the answers to the previous physics problem into his challenging physics problem compilation. Indeed, it was another solution to last time's problem. The rest of the tutorial class had already left. Only Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu were still seated in their original spots. Chen Zhu reluctantly put away the alternate solution and then got up to find the teacher for the 8th class. The 8th class teacher put down his thermos, surprised by Chen Zhu's approach. What's up? This solution. Chen Zhu spread out the paper he was holding for the 8th class teacher to see. Where did you get it from? The 8th class teacher looked at Chen Zhu without answering immediately. Instead he asked, what do you think of the new student? If Chen Zhu had spoken up timely today about the incident involving Ren Wanxian, perhaps the dispute wouldn't have escalated as it did. Chen Zhu was the only one in the school who could stand up to Ren Wanxian. When Bai Lian was mentioned, Chen Zhu paused. He recalled the reason she came to the tutorial class and that 85 score. It was precisely because of this understanding that he had kept quiet at noon today. Clearly, his understanding was still limited. I don't know her well enough to comment, he said. I'm planning to establish a study group tomorrow. Will you lead the new student? The 8th class teacher asked. Chapter 39, 018 Make Good Friends, Poverty Alleviation Study Group _2 Chen Zhu paused for a moment, without giving it much thought. Elle should probably be in the same group as Ren Wanxian. He had known Ren Wanxian since they were young, and they had been paired together in a group since childhood. Plus, Ren Wanxian was indeed very smart. Being in her group meant he wouldn't have to worry much. Now she had a conflict with Bai Lian. Chen Zhu's meaning was very clear. He was refusing. Elle showed this problem-solving approach to my teacher. The 8th grade homeroom teacher nodded, not saying much more. It is very similar to the solutions provided by the Jianghu preparatory camp. If similar solutions appear in the future, I will consult her as appropriate and try to make them available to you all. Chen Zhu was startled but eventually nodded and politely bid farewell to the homeroom teacher. Ming Dongheng was still keeping Jianghu company at the milk tea shop. Every day he would wait for Bai Lian to finish school before leaving. Today was no exception. However, when he said goodbye to Bai Lian, she gave him an extra look. And to be honest, although Ming Dongheng was tall and strong, the way he looked at people was sharp, but his expression rather dull. He didn't seem very smart. In fact, he kind of resembled a paramecium. This sense of identification was somewhat inexplicable. After leaving, Ming Dongheng touched his head, puzzled over the meaning behind Bai Lian's glance at him. Bai Lian sat down next to Jianghu and took out the physics exercises distributed that evening to study slowly. Jianghu Lai's notebook was quite useful, at least making today's studying less strenuous. Physics was like that. Once you knew the formulas and theorems, any static image could play out automatically in your mind. When Jianghu Lai arrived, Bai Lian was memorizing English vocabulary. Are you studying electromagnetism again today? Jianghu Lai noticed the problems she had laid out on the table at a glance. The questions today were normal but didn't hit the mark. Bai Lian nodded, closing her English vocabulary app. Yes. Jianghu Lai put aside his coat and reached for the problems. The answers were apparent at a glance, so he didn't bother flipping through. I'll write a new problem for you. Okay, Bai Lian replied. Jianghu Lai's hand wrote down a series of beautiful numbers. His cold white fingers sketched an electric field diagram as if it was printed. Once serious, the sense of aloofness around him faded a lot. He wore a white shirt with all the buttons tightly done up. It felt cold yet peaceful. Bai Lian quietly watched him for a while, then suddenly asked, Teacher Jiang, do you think I look like a paramecium? Jianghu Lai. He put down the pen and suddenly felt the urge to sigh. Passing the problem he had just written to Bai Lian, he also explained the electromagnetism exercise left for today. Outside, dinner for him and Jiang had already been set out. He picked up his chopsticks and glanced at Bai Lian. The corner seats in the milk tea shop had all been replaced with black sofas. She was engulfed in blackness, with her school jacket open to reveal the white t-shirt inside. With her face slightly turned to the side and leaning lazily against the sofa, her complexion was translucent and pale. She didn't resemble a paramecium, Jianghu Lai thought as he lowered his head, carefully pondering. She was more like a cat. When Bai Lian returned, Mao Kuan was waiting for her at the street corner. She handed the invitation she had in her hand to Mao Kuan. Who was that just now? Ji Xiaorong had come to pick her up today, and instead of waiting at the entrance to the alley, he had walked a bit further out. He just happened to see Mao Kuan. Oh, that. Bai Lian adjusted her backpack, her eyes not blinking. A relative of the convenience store owner. I had something that arrived and he was delivering it. Ji Xiaorong had grown up here and naturally knew the convenience store owner. However, lately he had heard some news about Purist Street at the Ren family home. This store owner is said to be somewhat dangerous, not a simple character. You should be careful around him. Bai Lian was startled. Is that so? But she thought the store owner seemed quite nice. Ji Xiaorong, shining his flashlight, had nothing more to say. Sorry for the trouble Wanxian caused you. After a long while, Ji Xiaorong finally spoke up. It's okay, Bai Lian replied lazily with her back to the words. I'm more lenient towards people from Xiangqing. Ji Xiaorong didn't quite catch her meaning but spoke again. Al initially thought you two would become friends. Bai Lian was surprised. That's rather unlikely. Al no. Ji Xiaorong patted Bai Lian's shoulder, no longer mentioning Ren Wanxian. Your grandfather has been in much better spirits recently, thank you. After taking a few steps, they saw Ji Heng waiting for them at the entrance to the courtyard. Seeing Ji Heng, Bai Lian's eyes lit up. Grandpa. Ji Heng looked into her eyes. Bai Lian blinked. The principle of the constancy of the speed of light, do you remember it, Grandpa? Suddenly, Ji Heng wondered why he had bothered coming out to wait for them. Chapter 40, 018 Make Good Friends, Poverty Alleviation Study Group _3 He turned and went back to the yard to continue his carpentry. Then I'll explain it to you again tomorrow morning, Bai Lian said, minding her own business. Ji Heng, no matter what speed I travel at, the speed of light is always a constant 300,000 kilometers for me. Even if I reach the speed of light and move at 300,000 kilometers, the speed of light relative to me is still 300,000 kilometers. Listening on the side, Ji Xiaorong, is his dad prepping for university in his old age? Bai Lian was somewhat dissatisfied. She put down her school bag and followed Ji Heng to the courtyard. Grandpa, what you said is so vague. Let me explain it to you again. Bai Lian didn't go back to her room to continue solving problems until she heard the answer she wanted from Ji Heng's mouth. Ji Xiaorong watched the scene in amazement. Ji Heng finished making a small stool and then picked up the tobacco pipe beside him, lit it and said, Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Stop worrying about Wanxian and aliens matters. It's late, so stay here tonight. Having said that, he took the small stool and went into his room. Ji Xiaorong knew what Ji Heng meant and didn't insist further. The next morning when Ji Xiaorong got up, he saw Bai Lian sitting by Ji Heng's bed, waiting for him to wake up. So why make a small stool? Isn't he afraid of someone getting up earlier and earlier? Today is Friday. The last class of the afternoon was Chinese. Lu Lingxi stood on the platform. Next weekend is the monthly exam. Everyone gear up. Also, as you all know, the school anniversary is coming up. The benefactor of Xiangqing Middle School will come to watch, and the school has ruled that each class must present at least one performance. Cultural committee members, go back and plan what our class is going to perform. Close to Friday, everyone was very excited. Okay, Ms. Lu. Zhang Xiais and a group of boys slammed their desks in agreement. Bai Lian had a training class to attend after school. The class teacher of Class 8 collected yesterday's practice problems and played today's video. After the video was over, the class teacher of Class 8 didn't hand out practice problems. Standing in front, he smiled and said, To promote studying, I've decided to create study groups with 3 to 4 people in each. Everyone is free to form their own group. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the training class set their sights on Chen Zhu, Ren Wanxian, and Ning Xiao. Brother Zhu, shall we group up? Ren Wanxian looked at Chen Zhu beside her. Chen Zhu nodded, naturally. Out of the whole school, he only recognized the abilities of Ren Wanxian and Ning Xiao, he didn't really care much for the others. Wouldn't those two pairing up be a strong combination? In an instant, everyone in the training class surged towards where Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were. Not to mention their scores. Just based on their family backgrounds, one had to strive to join this duo's group. I'm with Brother Zhu. Ren Wanxian glanced at Bai Lian, who hadn't found a group, before looking at the crowd surrounding her, and Chen Zhu, tilting her head. Why don't you guys draw lots? We want choose. Well, rely solely on luck. Shi Yutong was still absent, so there were 2 more spots in Ren Wangshuan's group. Quickly, the 2 chosen students let out cries of surprise. Seeing no hope for themselves, others began to search for other teammates. Even the reticent Ning Xiao was occasionally disturbed by others, but he didn't respond. Only one person was left unapproached, Bai Lian. Bai Lian was attractive, but Ren Wanxian had announced her grades on the first day, 85 in comprehensive science. No one knew why she came here, and naturally, no one wanted to team up with her since they formed study groups to improve their scores. In the end, there were only 4 people left in the class. Then Ning Xiao, Bai Lian, Tang Ming, and Zhu Jiaren, you 4 will automatically become a group, declared the class teacher of Class 8 with finality. Only then did he begin to distribute today's practice problems. Zhu Jiaren looked distressed. After the study groups were formed, everyone quickly adjusted their seats to sit together as a group. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were already sitting adjacent to each other, so Tang Ming and Zhu Jiaren took their seats near them. Tang Ming surreptitiously took out his phone and succeeded in adding Bai Lian on WeChat. Classmate Bai Lian, if you have any problems in the future, feel free to ask me. Zhu Jiaran leaned on the desk, observing Ning Xiao, who didn't utter a word and kept his head down doing homework. He was wearing the school uniform and had only initially glanced at Zhu Jiaran and Tang Ming, his dark eyes peeking through long, tousled hair. His look was so melancholic that Zhu Jiaran involuntarily shuddered. Then there was Bai Lian. She leaned casually against the desk, idly propping her chin in her palm, a strand of hair falling over and resting on her fair wrist. She then carelessly put the practice problem aside. What study group? This was like poverty relief for Bai Lian, thought Zhu Jiaran despondently. Even if she couldn't join Qinzhu's and Ren Wanxian's group, being in another group from Class 8 would do. Why on earth did she have to end up in this group that clearly seemed to have no future? Tang Ming looked at Zhu Jiaran, who had competed with him before. Zhu Jiaran, let's discuss any problems together in the future. Why don't you add Bai Lian and Ning Xiao on WeChat too? Chapter 41, Exercises of Trash Can 019_1 Zhu Jiaran waved her hand dismissively, momentarily lacking spirit. We've already added each other, just start a group chat. Tang Ming created the study group chat. On the right, Ren Wangshuan's group of 4 was together, discussing where to go for dinner that night. Their voices weren't loud, but they stood out in the silent auditorium. Zhu Jiaran looked at their group with some envy, then whispered, "They're going to the Wanha building for dinner, you know, it's membership only." Tang Ming nodded, his voice low. Aside from those from Class 8, no one else has probably been there, right? Neither Ning Xiao nor Bai Lian said a word. No response. Zhu Jiaran observed the two, a silent and gloomy top student and a barely passing student, seemingly from very average family backgrounds, probably never having heard of the Wanha building. She understood, yet it made her feel all the more disheartened. Bai Lian didn't pay attention to the others and simply took out her phone to open WeChat. Teacher Jiang, it's raining. Bai Lian then looked out of the window, indeed noticing the light rain outside. She stared at the rain outside for quite a while. Then she finally lowered her head slowly and sent a message to Jianghu Lai. Bai Lian, can I show the problem you gave me last night to a few of my classmates? In the CRFS laboratory, Jianghu Lai was looking at the data displayed on his computer. The lab was cool, and he wore a black coat, his pale index and middle finger holding a pen, pointing at the projection on the wall, methodically analyzing to his group. This is the lost energy data detected by the LIW detector before, with red, yellow, and green likely being the single gamma background events, almost no WIWP found. The other group members were listening intently to his analysis. They were able to answer the occasional questions he asked them roughly. With the group members becoming notably more reliable, Jianghu Lai gave a slight nod. He sat down, lifted his head to remove his glasses. Hewen, I've sent your paper to Academician Ma, check your inbox. Leaning against the chair back, his eyes and brows deeply cool, a leg lazily propped up, he spun his phone in his hand, his proud and noble air setting him apart from the others in the laboratory. He was like a snow lotus blooming alone at the top of a snowy mountain, noble, stunning, and forbidding to strangers. Hewen recorded with his pen, deeply moved, "Thank you, young Master Jiang." Moreover, their group was different from those in other labs. They just had to focus on their research, never fearing that someone would steal the first authorship rights to their papers. Jianghu Lai's papers always had room for their names too. Even though their contributions to the paper might have been nothing more than helping with printing. Furthermore, Jianghu Lai would also help them find various industry experts to review their papers. Hewen would always remember his graduation defense from the previous year when Jianghu Lai simply took a phone and sat to listen midway through. The old professor who had always troubled him did not dare to utter a word in the end, and other professors' questions were as simple as, "What did you eat today?" Hewen, who thought he wouldn't graduate, not only did so smoothly but was also introduced to Jianghu Lai's lab by Academician Ma. He understood why everyone was desperate to get into Jianghu Lai's laboratory. Jianghu Lai flipped to the next experiment report, looked up at one of the group members with a chilling tone. "Did I not make myself clear? In your experiment report, except for the first look where I can't make out what you're writing, every other glance tells me nothing. In what state of mind did you write this?" The trembling member stammered, "I'm sorry." The rest collectively lowered their heads and stepped back. To avoid being implicated. Jianghu Lai stopped on the last page, his tone icy, "And you even added my name as the advising professor. Are you planning to defame me?" The phone screen lit up. A message popped up, student by. Can I show the problem you gave me last night to a few of my classmates? Jianghu paused. He shifted slightly, his pale, slender fingers tapping on the phone unhurriedly, pondering for a moment before saying to that group member, rewrite it. Jianghu checked the time, replied with a message and stood to leave the laboratory. You may? The group member who thought he would face a storm but ended up being let off the hook, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fantasy. Hewen adjusted his glasses again and spoke, this is strange. Everyone else nodded in agreement. After another minute, the reborn group member reached out to choke Hewen. Ah, Hewen. You've completely ruined your image in my eyes. How can someone like you be on the honored list of Jing University? Chapter 42, Exercises of Trash Can 019 Hewen hurriedly spoke. I'll bought a recording pen for each of you, they should be arriving soon. Hey, stop hitting me. Hewen, the great scholar, were you planning on dazzling everyone with your secret recordings? Then you guys also stop hitting my face, ow. Bai Lian had always listened to the teacher's instructions, so when the teacher mentioned a study group, she approached Jianghu Lai. After getting Jianghu Lai's permission, she placed her phone back into the desk cubby and copied the problems Jianghu Lai gave her into 3 sets, distributing them to the other 3 members of the group. Ning Xiao in front glanced at her and reached out to take them. Tang Ming was surprised when he saw the papers, having never seen such neat handwriting. He gave her a thumbs up. Your handwriting is really neat. Zhu Jiaran also took the problems. Thanks, but what is this? A problem. Bai Lian looked out the window, her thoughts elsewhere, but when she heard the voice she came back to herself and tucked her pen away. It's quite comprehensive, given by someone else, it's very helpful for physics. You can do it when you have time and he'll bring you the answers tomorrow. Oh okay, I'll give it a look. Tang Ming stared at the problem. It was about magnetic fields. But it involved a lot of content and he was a bit dazed by it. After looking at it for 20 minutes he still hadn't quite understood it. So he temporarily clipped it into his book and set it aside. Half an hour passed quickly, but many people didn't leave on time tonight because of the study group. In front, Ning Xiao tossed the problems given by the teacher aside, engrossed in the problem Bai Lian had given him. Bai Lian saw people leaving and also got up with her backpack to leave the lecture hall. Ning Xiao didn't pack up, still pondering over the problem Bai Lian had given him. To the right, Ren Wanxian packed up her things. My mom has already reserved a place. She stood up and spoke to the others. Let's go first. That immediately won them cheers. The other study groups could only look on enviously. Zhu Jiaran stayed put, watching Ren Wanxian and her group without taking her eyes off them until they left through the back door. Sigh. Zhu Jiaran let out a long sigh. Tang Ming was a boarding student and wasn't in a hurry to get back. He took a screenshot of Bai Lian's profile picture to show his roommates. I'll swear she really didn't post anything on her moments. If I took a sneak photo of her, wouldn't that make me a pervert? Seeing Tang Ming's worthless reaction, Zhu Jiaran pursed her lips, unwilled to pack her things anymore, and prepared to head back to the dorm. Bai Lian stood at the entrance of the comprehensive building staircase. The rain was falling heavily, sweeping across the entire campus like a net. The already dimly lit school was shrouded in rain mist, becoming even more hazy. There was hardly a soul on the road. It was as if she was the only one in this vastness. The surroundings were filled with the sound of rain. Bai Lian stared at the relentless downpour and began to wonder again if she should have died in Xiangqing long ago, and that now, it was merely a pipe dream of hers about Xiangqing? Bai Lian stood at the entrance of the comprehensive building staircase. A faint voice came through the curtain of rain. What are you spacing out for? Bai Lian looked up and saw Jianghu Lai standing a step away on the stairs. His figure was tall and slender, wearing a knee-length coat, his pale yet powerful right hand propping an umbrella. Despite the downpour, his entire demeanor was unruffled as he elegantly tilted the umbrella forward. Is your phone on silent? Jianghu Lai was shaking her phone, the usual arrogance in his eyes slightly diminished. What are you doing here? Bai Lian gradually came to her senses, slowly patted her pocket, then lifted her head. I'll think I left my phone in the lecture. Jianghu Lai raised an eyebrow, handing her the umbrella. Where is your tutorial classroom? Bai Lian took the umbrella, standing on the stairs behind the rain curtain with a listless expression in her eyes, the reflection of street lights shimmering in her pitch-black pupils. First floor, the last classroom to the right, 4th row from the left, first seat. Jianghu Lai entered the main building. Because students were having tutorials there in the evening, the lights on the first floor of the main building were all on. His tall stature and exquisite features were as nobly indifferent as ever. Ren Wanxian and people like her noticed him almost immediately. What made Jianghu Lai truly stand out was not his striking features, but the inherent dignity he exuded, making him seem unapproachably aloof even as he simply walked. He passed by Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu unhurriedly, his pale face sharp and almost edged with frost. He failed to spare them even a glance. Zhu Jiaran, who had just left the classroom, also caught sight of him, pausing in her steps. "Who is that?" Ren Wanxian and her group discussed in low voices as they watched Jianghu Lai's retreating figure. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads, guessing he probably wasn't from Xiangqing, as his genuine and unblemished air was not something Xiangqing could foster. As soon as they exited, the Ren family's business car was parked at the entrance of the main building. Since they were eating together, Ren Wanxian was picked up by the family driver, who glanced at Bai Lian crouched at the steps, then asked Ren Wanxian in the rearview mirror, "The master said to pick up Miss Bai along with you for dinner." "Your grandfather Chen Zhu withdrew his gaze from Bai Lian without interest. He had heard from Ren Wanxian that Bai Lian's invitation had been inadvertently received, a 1 in a billion chance of luck. Just hearing the name Bai Lian made Ren Wanxian inexplicably irritated, her face cold. "Don't bother with her, let's go." She directly instructed the driver to drive away. Chen Zhu didn't bring her up again either. Inside the main building, Jianghu Lai found the last lecture hall. There weren't many people left in the lecture hall by the time he entered, with over half the lights already turned off. Jianghu Lai found Bai Lian's seat and indeed saw her Xiaomi phone left in the desk cavern. A boy sitting in front was struggling with some math problems, prompting him to raise his eyebrows. He recognized at a glance that the problem was one had assigned, and the boy still hadn't solved it yet. Dumber than Jiang Shijua. Jianghu Lai withdrew his gaze, commenting blandly. He picked up the phone and walked out, pausing beside the trash can when something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. There wasn't much trash in the bin. Looking down, he saw a crumpled piece of paper tossed carelessly inside. With his back to the light, Jianghu Lai lowered his eyes, his face shadowed and his expression even colder. He bent down, picked the paper out of the bin, and with well-defined fingers, he slowly unfolded the neat, precise regular script. It was Bai Lian's handwriting, the problems he had written for her the night before. Now disregarded, thrown away without a second thought in the trash bin. Chapter 43. 020 Green Tassel enters the temple hall. The true Liang-style undersirl Jianghu Lai returned to find that Bai Lian was still squatting at the doorway. She folded her umbrella and looked up lazily at the endless heavy rain. Her long hair was casually coiled at the back of her head with a simple wooden hairpin. The strands of hair by her forehead were dampened by the misty rain and gently fell across her pale cheeks. Like a cat wandering in the rain, tentative, hesitant, lonely, unable to find its way home, accidentally intruding into an ink-wash painting. "You walk very slowly," Bai Lian said, looking up at him, her eyelashes dark and long, casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Jianghu Lai handed her phone back to her, took the umbrella and opened it and said indifferently, "Took a glance at one of your less intelligent classmates' problems." "Who?" Bai Lian stood up and walked with him outside. The training classes were full of top students from Xiangqing Middle School. There were none that lacked intelligence. She took her phone, the red ribbon on her right hand contrasting sharply against her wrist, fair as white jade. "Sits in front of you." Bai Lian. Ning Xiao, the legend who was expected to be admitted to Jiangjing University this year, consistently ranked first or second in the whole school. "He's not very intelligent?" Jianghu Lai held the umbrella, his fingers' knuckles distinct. "Why did you want to show your classmates the problems today?" "Oh, we were grouped in fours." Bai Lian walked languidly. "I'll just copied a set for the other 3 teammates." Jianghu Lai narrowed his eyes slightly. As they talked, they arrived at the milk tea shop where Ming Dongheng and Jiang He were squatting at the door. Jiang He was still slowly turning the 7x7 Rubik's Cube. It was a spherical puzzle with 12 sides, having many complicated speed-solving algorithms. However, Jianghu Lai found them too mundane to write algorithms for him, so he had to rely on memory to restore it. His movements were unbearable for Jianghu Lai to watch, and Jianghu Lai shifted his gaze away lightly. "Jiang He was silent for a moment, then turned his back to Jianghu Lai. Then Bai Lian tugged at his collar, pinched his face. "What's the matter?" Jianghu just clutched the hem of her clothes, resolved not to look at Jianghu Lai. When Jianghu Lai arrived, Ming Dongheng got up and followed him, handing him the red invitation in his hand. Chief Chen got an invitation from the black market. The auction starts at 7 in the evening the DAV after tomorrow. You sure it's an authentic piece from Liang Zuin's apprentice? Jianghu Lai put the umbrella aside, took the invitation, and his tone was cold and clear. Certain, but the specific origin will only be announced at the auction. Jianghu Lai nodded, his tall figure leaning against the corner sofa as he carelessly placed the invitation on the table. What problems did you guys leave today? Bai Lian passed the problems to him, her gaze landing on the familiar invitation. Because Zhang Xiai's had used it to play table tennis, it had a noticeable dent in the middle. Don't send this answer to your classmates. After finishing the explanation, Jianghu Lai picked up a pen and wrote down another problem, his faint tone betraying no emotion. Let them think about it on their own first. When Bai Lian returned, the rain had gradually lessened. As usual, Ji Xiaorong was waiting for her at the end of the alley. When she got back, the lights in Ji Heng's yard were on, and in the central hall Ji Heng was drinking tea with a middle-aged man. There was a beautifully wrapped gift on the table. Was Ren Xian's Secretary General. Miss Bai is back. Upon seeing Bai Lian, the Secretary General stood up to leave. Then that's settled, Mr. Ji. We will send a car to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Clearly he had timed his departure with Bai Lian's return. After the man left, Ji Xiaorong frowned. Dad, I can talk to the Ren family. Besides, even though Xiangqing has bolstered its police force, it's not necessarily able to. Don't interfere, I'll ask myself. Ji Heng shook his head. Bai Lian sat to the side, supporting her chin with her hand, waiting for them to finish their conversation. Ji Heng took a drag of his cigarette, and through the swirling smoke Bai Lian gazed intently at him. Ah! Ji Xiaorong suddenly stood up, heading straight outside. I remembered I simmered some ginger soup for Alien. I'll go check if it's ready. On the rainy Saturday, Bai Lian and Jianghu spent another day in the library. They both had things to do on Sunday evening. At 6 in the afternoon, when Bai Lian returned from the library, the Ren family's car was punctually waiting to pick her up at Purist Street intersection. Miss Bai, the driver got out of the car and opened the rear door. Your grandfather and our sir have gone to the auction house. Old Ren asked me to wait here for you. Would you like to go? Bai Lian looked up, her inquiry lazy. The auction house? Yes, today there's an item being auctioned by a disciple of Liang Zuin, and your grandfather went as well. Chapter 44. 020 Green Tassel enters the temple hall. The true Liang-style underskirt. Bai Lian stood still for a while before nodding her head. The driver glanced at her and wasn't surprised at all. Sitting in the back seat, Bai Lian casually rested her wrist on her knee and started memorizing English vocabulary through an app on her phone. The driver looked in the rearview mirror, somewhat astonished. He knew she was from the Ji family. However, he hadn't expected that she would be so at ease during her first ride in such a high-class business car. The car slowly entered the entrance of Bakhtur Street. At the entrance, the driver respectfully handed over a document before they were allowed to pass. Looking at the rearview mirror, he explained, A pass is needed to enter here, especially today with the auction taking place. Not just anyone can come in. Bai Lian continued memorizing words, not even lifting her head. The White Tiger auction house was at the end of Bakhtur Street, where a majestic 20-meter-high stone sculpture of a white tiger was sprawled at the entrance. There was a crowd of people queuing up at the entrance. The driver couldn't drive any further, parking the car at a distance. Miss Bai, please go and join the queue. After Mr. Ren and the others go in, someone will meet you at the entrance. Wearing earphones, Bai Lian got out of the car and walked into the crowd. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette in his hand, was standing at the entrance of the auction house to prevent any troublemakers. He had blonde hair and an aura of notoriety. On this street, his reputation for violence was well known, especially since recent rumors suggested that the downfall of Poison Scorpion was related to him. The well-known fighter of Bakhtur Street, Poison Scorpion, could be taken down by Mao Kuan, which indicated that he was no ordinary person. His infamy was widespread, and even those from fighting arenas regarded him with great respect. Today's auction, which catered to global VIPs, had him there to maintain order, courtesy of his godfather. Others who knew him made sure to stay at least 3 meters away. His eyes roamed and soon spotted Bai Lian in the crowd. Mao Kuan narrowed his eyes and quickly stood up straight, making his way into the crowd. Whoosh, the group of wealthy businessmen in line hastily made way. Sis, Mao Kuan approached Bai Lian and awkwardly scratched his head. "I thought you weren't coming? Why squeeze in with these people? They'll take you in through the back entrance." Mao Kuan led Bai Lian into the VIP entrance from the back. The White Tiger auction house was very large, circular in shape, descending from the top floor with 3 levels. The first and second floors were regular booths, while the third level had special ones. Upon learning that the Ren family's booth was on the first floor, Mao Kuan accompanied her to the first floor. The booths there were small, with only a table and a few wooden chairs. Displeased with the setting, he frowned. "Sis, should I get you relocated to the third floor?" Bai Lian chose a seat by the window and sat down, lazily resting her elbow on the windowsill. She was dressed in a gradient blue wide-sleeved top, with neatly fastened light blue braided buttons. As she lifted her arm, her fair wrist and a loosely tied crimson wristband were revealed. As she sat down, her long skirt spread across the entire chair. "No need," she said indifferently, leaning against the windowsill, her almond eyes slightly drooping, revealing an undeniable allure at a glance. Mao Kuan dared not look any longer. After serving tea, he instructed Bai Lian to call him directly if she needed anything, then went back outside to maintain order. It was nearing 7 o'clock. Sounds of people entering started on the first floor. Outside, Ren Qian led the way with Ji Hung by his side, chatting as they walked toward the booths. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu followed at the rear. "It's been 7 years, it might not be possible to find," Ren Qian said to Ji Heng, and as the Secretary General opened the door to the booth, Ren Qian's words suddenly came to a halt. Inside the cramped booth, someone had already arrived. Behind him, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu also stopped, with Ren Wanxian in particular expressing disbelief. "How did you get here first?" To enter the White Tiger auction house, one had to go through stringent queuing and security checks. They had arrived early, but it still took nearly 2 hours to get in, only to find Bai Lian already seated by the window. Bai Lian continued memorizing words, casually pressing on her phone screen. Hearing the noise, she lazily tilted her head. "Grandpa?" She paused, then politely greeted Ren Qian. All the while, she did not rise from her seat. Ren Wanxian looked at her impolite demeanor and then at Ji Hung, who also remained seated. She couldn't help but sit down beside Chen Zhu. Her eyes narrowed as she slowly uttered 2 words, "uncouth." Having been trained well in etiquette, she looked down on the rude manners of the Ji family. Chen Zhu remained silent as the auction started promptly at 7. The first item up for bid was a red tourmaline. The beautiful and elegant auctioneer presented the red tourmaline encased in glass, a collector's grade red tourmaline 106 carats, with a starting price of 2 million. Those present were not short on cash, and the price quickly rose to 3 million. Ren Qian, who had been conversing with Ji Hung, finally paused. Beside him, his Secretary General pressed the bidding button. 3 to 5 million. Chapter 45. 020 Green Tassel enters the temple hall, the true Liang style _3. After finishing, he smiled and explained, "Miss Wangshuan's birthday is coming up soon. Mr. Ren instructed me to keep an eye on an item to give her for her birthday." While speaking, he suddenly saw Bai Lian. The Secretary General coughed abruptly, then stopped talking. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu sat to one side, both attending an auction for the first time, unable to contain their excitement and studying the items at the auction. Hearing the Secretary General's voice, Wanxian said indifferently, "Why keep buying these? I haven't even worn what you got me last time." The Secretary General just smiled and did not say much. "It's naturally needed." 700, a dull voice rose from the third floor. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Lian couldn't help but glance at the third floor. It sounded so much like a tapeworm. The bid had abruptly soared from 500 to 7 million. 7 million for a collector-grade red tourmaline wasn't particularly expensive. But it had already exceeded the Ren family's estimate, and the Secretary General looked questioningly at Ren Qian. Ren Qian shook his head. "Forget it. With the guest on the third floor, it's unlikely anyone else will compete." The Ren family didn't have the capital to compete with them. And so, the red tourmaline was taken by the guest on the third floor. One auction item followed another, and Bai Lian paid no further attention, nor did the private room on the third floor make another bid. In the meantime, Ren Qian had bid on another piece of calligraphy. When the final auction item appeared, everyone, including Ji Hung, sat up straight, eyes glued to the auction stage. Ren Wanxian also stopped sending photos in the group chat. It was 9:30. The auctioneer, dressed in a long Chinese-style dress, smiled gracefully. "I know why everyone is here, and believe me, this final auction item will not disappoint." Saying this, she reached behind her and drew aside the red cloth. A carefully preserved piece of calligraphy appeared before everyone, a poem written with unrestrained flourish. "Where the old general's soul returns, today he drinks and revel. Long pavilion 10 miles short, cold armor's blood not cool. From here the path diverges, sash of blue enters the hall. Long spear against the tide, the pen sharp to test its might. Long pavilion sending off the troops." The poem was not long, but each character was written with varying speed and emphasis, switching between hidden and exposed strokes, straight and curved lines. The carefree ease after each stroke penetrated the paper, making each character seem to leap alive with vibrant vitality, as if imbued with the warmth of life. Behind her, Wanxian muttered in astonishment, "Sash of blue enters the hall. So this is the true Liang script." No one could feel the bursting vitality emanating from the calligraphy more than the auctioneer. For a moment, it was as if she could see a woman in white, freely dancing her brush across the paper, completing the work effortlessly. Because the handwriting is in Liang script and the signature carries Liang Zuan's personal seal, our auction house believed it to be Liang's original work. The auctioneer took a deep breath, stripping away her emotions, and said seriously, after historical scholars had appraised it, it was verified that the poem was written by his sister for Bai Zhongyu when he went off to the military. We all know the historical military genius Bai Zhongyu, who topped the imperial examinations at 15, aced them at 18, and after his father's death, left his writing at 20 to join the army, taking up arms and heading to the battlefield. His sister hoped he would return home safely and resume his career in the palace. Since he did not return, she wanted to throw away this piece of calligraphy, but according to historical records, it was retrieved by her teacher, meaning that Liang Zuan left us this unique and historically significant calligraphic treasure. The auctioneer continued to elaborate. In the private room, Bai Lian rested her chin on the windowsill, quietly gazing at the nearly yellowed calligraphy. A millennium-old authentic piece, preserved to the present day, seemed to allow one to glimpse through the letters 1,000 years of fleeting beauty. Upon hearing the starting bid of 50 million, she watched so intently that she did not hear Jianghu calling her several times. Ren Qian had a good impression of Bai Lian, and seeing her staring blankly at the calligraphy, chuckled in surprise. "Bai, do you also study Liang's script? What do you think this piece of calligraphy will sell for in the end?" Hearing Ren Qian's words, Wanxian also snapped back to reality, giving Bai Lian a sidelong glance. She didn't understand why Ren Qian would ask Bai Lian such a question, as the Ji family member didn't seem the type to study Liang's script. Bai Lian tilted her head, withdrawing her gaze from the calligraphy to lazily return to her vocabulary revision. The calligraphy lacks force. She was young when she wrote it and had not yet trained enough strength in her wrist. The starting bid is too high. The starting bid is too high? Wanxian, already unpleased because Ren Qian regarded Bai Lian so highly, attending the auction and even inviting a member from the Ji family, and on top of that Bai Lian acting as if she knew everything, now had the audacity to casually critique the disciple of Liang Zuan. Do you even know who she is? Not to mention her other accomplishments, half the calligraphy world are her fans. You couldn't reach 1/10 of her skill even if you practiced for 100 years, let alone saying she lacks wrist strength. If you don't understand, can you not go back and read more books? Chapter 46. 021 Charismatic Richest Man. Dr. Gao Ren Wanxian couldn't understand why Ren Qian was partial to Bai Lian, just because Bai Lian looked good and had a bit of luck. Beside her, Qinzhu was also quietly watching the calligraphy. Upon hearing Ren Wangshuan's comment, he nodded almost imperceptibly. Jianghu tapped his smoking pipe, shifting his gaze from the auction back to Ren Wanxian before lowering his voice and saying helplessly to Bai Lian, "Don't be ridiculous, don't make arbitrary judgments." Although Ren Wangshuan's tone was unpleasant, she did have a point, if Bai Lian's words were overheard by other people or her fans. Even though those from the Bai family were not current stars, if one were to ask a child on the street, 50% of them would know who they were. By then Bai Lian would indeed be torn apart by netizens. Bai Lian, oh. Calligraphy required capturing the spirit, and she had been in the zone when she wrote it, but she was young at the time and was still practicing wrist suspension. Every day, her right hand hung with a brick as she practiced writing. Her strokes were nowhere near as steady as they were now. Liang Zuan had remarked, after she finished writing, that if she had written this piece a few years later, it would have been even better. Everyone sees things differently. Ren Qian put down his teacup, smoothing things over. Let's focus on the bidding first. Ren Qian smiled. Glancing at Bai Lian, who was radiating sharpness, he internally shook his head. She was too young after all, but he also shouldn't have brought up such topics in front of Bai Lian. The Ji family seemed not to understand the Liang style of calligraphy. Discussing such artistic thresholds with Bai Lian was no different than playing the lute to a cow. Meanwhile outside, people on the first and second floors were getting restless. The bidding had already reached 80 million, yet no one on the third floor had made a move. 81 million, someone on the second floor bid again. 100 million, a middle-aged voice rose from the third floor. At that sound, Ren Qian couldn't help but sit up straight. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu exchanged glances. Looking at Bai Lian, she lowered her voice. Is it that Director Chen? Chen Zhu nodded without shifting his gaze. This authentic piece with a heavy history, once bought and kept private, could only be appreciated in moments like this. The Chen family and the Ren family had secured invitations, but they hadn't expected Director Chen to somehow get his hands on another invitation. They couldn't owe this favor to him. On the third floor, Director Chen held the handle, his eyes glued to the auction stage. 120 million. The price kept climbing. Unable to resist, Director Chen directed his gaze to the man sitting in the middle. Young Master Jiang, our master says if you could you give some support to the Chen family this time? The old master said as long as you help this once. The Chen family maintained a large retinue, with every penny at home allocated as military provisions. Despite the existence of a private museum, anything that even slightly required funds would often cause the old Chen to beg the Jiang family for money with a shameless face. This occasion was no exception. Director Chen had originally wondered how he could invite this man, but to his surprise, it didn't take much effort. Jiang Fulai lounged elegantly on the sofa, his long legs crossed as he focused on the auction stage, his slender fingers resting on the back of the sofa in a posture both aristocratic and aloof. Upon hearing this, he leisurely glanced over. Director Chen looked at him eagerly. Jiang Fulai turned his attention back to the auction stage. He wasn't well versed in calligraphy, but the writing on the display felt oddly familiar. Tapping his fingertips lightly on the sofa, he pondered for a moment before giving Ming Dongheng a look. Ming Dongheng sat on the far right, pressing the bidding button without blinking. 200 million. All the people on the first, second, and third floors. Chewing on his finger, Director Chen looked at Ming Dongheng with eyes filled with envy and the feeling of witnessing wasteful spending, wishing he wouldn't say 200 million with the same tone one would say $2. Yang Dongheng looked back at Director Chen, his cool gaze seeming to ask what was wrong. Director Chen withdrew his gaze. Really, why was the Jiang family so rich? He was truly envious. Naturally, the calligraphy was eventually acquired by Jiang Fulai. 200 million was a sum that required consideration for most people present, but for the Jiang family, Asia's richest, it was merely a single statement. The tall and elegant auctioneer brought down the final hammer. Director Chen, who had been watching intently, finally let out a sigh of relief. He resisted the urge to have the piece immediately delivered and thanked Jiang Fulai. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Jiang Fulai, unruffled, withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanged, his narrow eyes slightly lifted in an elegant and sincere inquiry. Why thank me? Director Chen was taken aback. Of course, it's because of that authentic piece. Chapter 47. 021 Charismatic Richest Man. Dr. Gao understood too this was a genuine piece from the Bai family, and even belonged to Miss Bai. The Chen family, despite their poverty, had scraped together 1 billion yuan. If the old man hadn't been unwell and in the hospital, he would have personally come to this auction to escort the artifact back to Jiangjing. Jiang Fulai stood up and gave Chief Chen a slight nod, the epitome of nonchalance. Did one say I was auctioning it for you? Chief Chen, no, wasn't it? Chief Chen looked at Jiang Fulai's aloof face, wanting to say something but ultimately daring not to. The auction at the White Tiger Auction House came to a close. The staff delivered the items Ren Qian had won to a first-floor private room. Ren Qian's chief secretary stored them away, and the group followed the crowd out. Midway, the chief secretary answered a phone call. What? I understand. Ren Xian walked shoulder to shoulder with Ji Hang at the front. The chief secretary, holding his phone, glanced at Ji Hang and Bai Lian, seemingly wanting to say something but not beside the two of them. Ren Xian, seeing his hesitation, stated plainly, "What is it?" "It's Dr. Gao." The chief secretary turned off his phone, slightly lowering his voice. "He's agreed to the dinner you arranged, uncle." Ren Wanxian, who was closer to the chief secretary, frowned, interrupting him. "Let's talk about this at home." Hearing Ren Wanxian say this, Ren Xian took it as consent. The chief secretary then said no more. "Grandpa." Bai Lian put away her phone and took a few steps to the exit, softly arching her eyebrows to bid Ji Hing goodbye. "He'll head back first." Ji Hing looked worriedly at the crowd. "Then be careful on your own, don't shut off your phone, call me if anything happens." Fortunately, with the big auction event on Bakhtur Street today, security was well managed, and there were plenty of bodyguards all along the way. There shouldn't be any major problems. After hesitating for a few seconds, he consented. "Okay." Bai Lian looked casually outside the door, putting her earphones back on to listen to vocabulary words, paying no mind to what Ren Wanxian and the others were discussing, leisurely blending into the crowd. The moment she stepped outside, Mao Kuan, who had been waiting for her at the door, spotted her. "Sis." He pulled out a cigarette and respectfully offered it to Bai Lian. On a typical day, Bai Lian's demeanor was laid back, seemingly full of charm. But now, those dark, emotionless eyes of hers appeared strikingly cold. Mao Kun's heart skipped a beat, wondering who had offended her this time to provoke such an expression. He quickly offered her the cigarette, trying to lighten the mood. Bai Lian wasn't fond of the smell of smoke, but she bit on the cigarette now, allowing Mao Kuan to light it for her. The bright flame curled around the white stick. She tossed her backpack to Mao Kuan, her pale slender fingers holding the cigarette as smoke subtly veiled her eyes and brows, her voice carelessly lazy. "Find a place for me to do my homework." "Right away," Mao Kuan said, handling her bag with care, turning to scout for a place. Bai Lian, dressed in vintage attire, stood on the unfussy long street, her delicate features shrouded in a thin wisp of smoke, like a classical girl who had mistakenly wandered into the modern world. Many passers-by kept looking back, pausing to inhale silently. Eventually, a man couldn't resist approaching her with a suggestive gaze. "Little sister, why are you still here so late?" Bai Lian leaned against the wall by the roadside, her posture languid as she tilted her head slightly, wearing nothing but the simplest wooden hairpin on her head, and looking nonchalantly at him with a cigarette in her mouth. With that tilt of her head, her eyes were stunningly beautiful. Yet they were soaked with chilliness. The man couldn't resist reaching to touch her face but was stopped by a hand. "Brother, if you want to have fun, why not come to me? What fun is there with a student girl like her?" The woman wore a tight black outfit, her fingers lightly tracing the man's chest, her seductive eyes carrying a teasing allure. The man looked from Bai Lian to the woman. Ultimately sensing some danger, he gently grasped the woman's hand. "What you're saying isn't without merit. Sis, it's at the same bar as last time," Mao Kun's voice came from behind. The two people at the scene were startled, turned their heads and saw Mao Kuan walking over with a fierce look. The man clearly recognized Mao Kuan. His hand trembled as he held the woman's, wondering if Mao Kuan had taken a fancy to this girl. Mao Kuan walked straight past him, stopping in front of Bai Lian. "Sis, nothing happened, right?" Bai Lian, biting on the cigarette, looked at the man with disdain and finally rested her gaze on the woman in black. "Where are you from?" Chapter 48, 021 Charismatic Richest Man, Dr. Gao Undersir 3. The woman in black was momentarily startled, seemingly pausing before speaking, from Xiangqing. "El knew it, thank you." Bai Lian put out her cigarette, casually tossing it into the trash can, and then said to Mao Kuan, "I'm going to do homework." Mao Kuan hurriedly responded, "Sister, go to your homework. If it's too noisy, have someone take you to a private room." After she left, it was only then that Mao Kuan grabbed the man by the collar. "Are you blind? You want to mess with my sister?" He threw the man in his hand to his subordinates and said coldly, "Take care of him." Only now did the woman next to them snap back to reality, surprised. "Young Master Mao." Mao Kuan recognized the glamorous woman as the resident singer of the bar, lit a cigarette for himself and before leaving he spoke. "Sun Chun?" Remember my number. If there's any issue, come find me directly. You've done a great service today by keeping the streets free of bloodshed. His understanding of Bai Lian's thoughts could be said to be exceedingly profound. It was around 10 at night when Backter Street was the busiest. The Ren family car waited in line before it slowly left the underground parking lot. In the van, Jiheng and Ren Qian sat up front. Jiheng, with a pipe in hand, silently watched out the window. In the corner of his eye, he thought he saw a shadow and blurted out, "Stop the car." The driver stopped. Ren Qian looked at Jiheng in surprise. "What's nothing?" Jiheng observed the crowd and shook his head. "Al might have seen wrong." He fell into silence again. The car left Backter Street amidst the rush of traffic and people, and finally stopped at the entrance of an alley on Purist Street. After Jiheng got out and entered the alley, the car slowly continued on to the Ren family. After Jiheng left, Ren Qian turned to the secretary in the passenger seat. "Has Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant gotten back to you?" The secretary nodded solemnly. "We're still renewing the reservation for the private room in Wanhe building, and 1 a.m. trying to schedule the earliest possible time with Dr. Gaff's teaching assistant." Chen Zhu and Ren Wanxian sat in the back of the van. He had been holding back his confusion all the way, but when they brought it up again, he turned to Ren Wanxian. "The Dr. Gao you mentioned." Only then did Ren Wanxian speak up. "You should know there's a major project in Xiangqing. Many people from Jiangjing have come. This Dr. Gao is a doctorate who has just returned to the country from Jiangjing University." "What? Jiangjing University?" Chen Zhu almost exclaimed out loud. He had only heard his parents discuss the major project in Xiangqing because the matter involved level 2 confidentiality, and he didn't understand the specifics. But a doctor from Jiangjing University. That at the very least was the status equivalent to national top scorers of each class. How did the Ren family manage to get in touch with one? Correct. Ren Wanxian knew the importance of the issue, which was why she hadn't allowed the secretary to mention it in front of Bai Lian, to prevent Jiheng and Bai Lian from hearing. "If Dr. Gao is willing to tutor us or recommend us to Jiangjing University." Xiangqing Middle School hadn't produced a student who got into Jiangjing University for many years. This time, they had with great difficulty obtained a spot for the Jingjiang preparatory camp. Even if Dr. Gao couldn't apply for the camp, they had nearly 20 people competing for one spot in their training course. Every one of them was a competitor, and every post-lesson exercise was counted towards their ongoing assessment. These exercises were difficult for them, but for Dr. Gao they would surely be extremely simple. With Dr. Gaff's help, their chances of success would reach 80%. The Chen family managed to invite Chief Chen as a guest, and Ren Wanxian knew the Chen family's significance. She was aware of the gap between her, Chen Zhu, and Ning Xiao, so she did not keep Dr. Gaff's matters concealed from Chen Zhu any longer. Chen Zhu also snapped out of his daze, his heart thumping wildly, almost as if it was about to burst from his chest. "Thank you." He looked steadily at Ren Wanxian and took a deep breath. "We're in the same group, of course. We move forward or fall back together," Ren Wanxian said with a smile, not seeming to care much. Chen Zhu nodded. When the teacher had discussed grouping with him on Friday, he had felt a bit of regret. Because Ning Xiao seemed to want to be grouped with Bai Lian, which wasn't surprising as they were in the same class. But now he felt extremely fortunate. Fortunate that he had politely refused the class teacher that night and hadn't rejected Ren Wanxian when she asked him the next day. Up ahead, Ren Qian suddenly thought of something and mentioned casually, "I'll remember Bai Lian is also in your senior year. If we're inviting Dr. Gao to dinner, include her as well." Ren Wanxian looked up. "Include her? What for?" She can understand what Dr. Gao says? Chapter 49. 022 didn't have time to play house with her one whenever Bai Lian was mentioned. Ren Wangshuan's smile faded, her expression indifferent. Jiheng might have a special fondness for Bai Lian, which was fine since she was indifferent towards Jiheng's attitude. But why did Ren Qian, who had only met Bai Lian twice, also care so much about her? The Ren family had tried so long to set up a dinner with Dr. Gao, presenting many gifts before securing the arrangement, yet Ren Qian casually decided to include Bai Lian with just a few words. "Grandpa, do you not know? Bai Lian scored 85 in the comprehensive science," Ren Wanxian said emotionlessly. "Dr. Gao is an elite. Do you think she can understand what he says? We've finally managed to invite Dr. Gao. What if she offends him with an inadvertent comment? Who would we turn to then?" Her words left the driver and the passenger in the front seat barely daring to breathe loudly. Chen Zhu, seated beside her, didn't speak up for Bai Lian either. To him, what Ren Wanxian said was the truth and there was nothing to argue about. Moreover, even if he took a step back, he wouldn't choose to speak for Bai Lian at this time. Ren Xian did appreciate Bai Lian a bit. He had indeed looked down upon the Ji family. Seeing Ren Xian silent, Ren Wanxian couldn't hold back. Are you planning to send the Ji family a lot of things? Stop the car, stop the car. She banged hard on the window. Ren Wanxian was always pampered at home and had become willful. The driver dared not ignore her, stopping the car by the roadside. Ren Wanxian got out of the car and walked along the street alone. She had always done as she pleased at home. Chen Zhu glanced at her, took his phone and prepared to follow her out of the car. Ren Xian let out a sigh. I'm embarrassed. Chen Zhu, please keep an eye on her. Chen Zhu nodded. I'll understand. As the car stood still and watched the two of them disappear into the night, the Secretary General in the front passenger seat finally asked, Sir, shall we still inform Miss Bai? Forget it, Ren Xian said. The young lady isn't wrong. The Secretary General instructed the driver to start driving. Looking back at the fading figures in the night, Miss Bai would not be very useful if she went, at most she'd get a glimpse of the world. Although Ren Wangshuan's words were colored with her own emotions, she didn't speak without reason. Whether Bai Lian could understand the speech of these knowledgeable individuals was still a question. If something like today's embarrassment where evaluating Liang Zuan's apprentice happened, then the purpose of ingratiating with the Gao family would not be achieved. Instead, it would be an embarrassment. If only she were as worry-free as Bai Lian. First set a time with Dr. Gao. Ren Xian rubbed his forehead. The selection for the Jingjiang preparatory camp by Xiangqing No. 1 High School is about to start. He saw the rebelliousness in Bai Lian, but she always listened to Ji Heng. The Secretary General was taken aback by Ren Xian's perception of Bai Lian. The next day, Monday, Bai Lian returned home late but still rose before 6 o'clock. She was waiting for the bus at the Pura Street intersection before 7. There was a seat at the bus stop, but Bai Lian preferred to stand, leaning on the platform and watching the traffic and passers-by. The elderly grandparents who got up early to buy groceries had grown accustomed to this young girl often staring at the streets and crowds, with one aunt even insisting on giving Bai Lian an egg. Unable to refuse, Bai Lian held the egg in her hand. Once the aunt's bus arrived, Bai Lian saw them off before continuing to watch the street. Across the street, an old lady with a bag was picking up trash along the sidewalk. She looked very old with gray hair and moved in an unhurried manner. Despite her age, she held her back straight. She wore an oversized camouflage shirt, with simple floral patterns embroidered on the cuffs. The last few days had been drizzly, causing some moss to grow near the trash can. Bai Lian, with her good eyesight, spotted the moss under the old lattice feet. Before she could warn her, the old lady slipped. Are you okay? Bai Lian ran over to help her up. The old lady lifted her head, her face creased deeply, her eyes cloudy but her spirit good, looking very gentle. Young girl, thank you. Bai Lian helped her sit down by the roadside. Across the street, the number 12 bus arrived. The old lady recognized her school uniform and looked worried. Your bus is here. But Bai Lian was in no hurry. She squeezed the old lattice ankle and looked up. The rising sun shone on her jet black hair, full of vitality. You've twisted your ankle. As she spoke, she applied force with her hand and realigned the old lattice twisted ankle. You're quite skilled. Have you studied medicine? The number 12 bus had already left, and the old lady stared at her for a moment, surprised at how quickly Bai Lian fixed her twisted ankle before asking, Do you live around here? I don't think I've seen you before. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.